the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Cooperation with the Devil. Although Berryman has a strong swordsmanship, he has honed it little by little in the battlefield. Apart from the basic training method, he does not know how to teach others how to fight. In addition, he is now tasked with escorting the little girl, so he does not want to teach Li Feng any swordsmanship on the way. However, Berryman obviously underestimated Li Feng's patience and eloquence. Finally, Berryman, who could not stand Li Feng's endless nagging, pointed at Kay behind him and said to Li Feng, "I want to learn swordsmanship from me. Then you practice orthodox swordsmanship with Kay first, and when you can easily defeat Kay one day, come to me." After speaking, Berryman kicked the belly of the white horse under him and trotted to the front of the team. At night, Berryman and others lit a bonfire to rest and eat. Although Mordo, who was surrounded by the crowd, was sitting by the fire, his eyes were full of doubts and he looked at the prison car from time to time. He was very puzzled. It was not the first time he had seen a demon that could hide its aura. He could always find some flaws and kill the demon easily as long as he looked closely. But this time, the more he looked, the more he felt that there was just an ordinary little girl in the prison car, and that weirdness was more like an illusion. From the fact that Li Feng only spoke half of his words before, Imodu felt that Li Feng knew why he felt weird, but he didn't know why Li Feng refused to continue. Mordo patted Li Feng on the shoulder, pointed at the prison van implicitly, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I feel weird?" Li Feng turned his head to look at the little girl, scratched his brow, picked up a piece of food from the fire, and said as he walked towards the prison van, "Experience it slowly by yourself. This is a rare experience. By the way, stay alert. You may be asked to show your skills later." Li Feng had not taken a few steps when the priest stood up to stop him. His tone was stern and his words were full of distrust. "What do you want to do? What? Show your skills? Do you want to release the Dark Witch? I'll let you go." Li Feng didn't even look at the priest, walked straight through the priest and said, "Are you blind, or what? Didn't you see that I just gave her some food? Besides, I don't even have the key. How can I open the prison van? Or will you just stand there stupidly and watch me chop the prison van with a long sword?" Berryman glanced at the long sword on Li Feng's waist, signaled the priest to sit down with his eyes, touched his cross sword, and said, "You'd better not play any tricks. Be careful of your head falling off." Li Feng shrugged without looking back, walked to the prison van with the food, snapped his fingers, and handed the food to the little girl with her back to him, saying, "You don't need food, but your body can't stand being hungry. I don't want your body to starve to death when you arrive at Sforzen. I think you should eat something obediently." The devil in the prison van was a little confused. When Li Feng approached him, the snap of his fingers seemed to have the sound of broken glass, and he clearly felt the fluctuation of magic, but he was sure that he didn't feel any harm. At the same time, he was not sure whether Li Feng really knew that he was hiding in the little girl's body, or it was just a test. Just as the devil sorted out the sentence and tried to test Li Feng's kind of person, he heard Li Feng say faintly, "You can obviously rush to the Sforzen monastery by yourself, but you are a road idiot and don't know where the monastery is? Or are you a patient with advanced laziness now, and you have to take a prison van and let others serve you all the way? Do you really think you are a master?" Now, the devil can be sure that Li Feng really knows his situation, and he even knows the purpose of his plan this time. With evil eyes, the devil grabbed the fence and said in a muffled voice, "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Li Feng turned his head to look at Mordo in the distance, curled his lips and said, "Two travelers passing by. As for the purpose." Li Feng turned to look at the devil and said, "It's almost the same as you, both for the Solomon spellbook, but you want to destroy the spellbook, while I want to get this magical magic book. You know, any magic book is a rare property for a magician." Property? Obviously, Li Feng's words let the devil know that the other party has regarded the Solomon spellbook as a personal property, and it also means that the other party will not harm him for the time being. In a sense, they can still be partners. Of course, they are the kind of partners who will tear their faces apart once they arrive at Sorcerer. As for killing Li Feng now, the devil has thought about it, but he can't kill Li Feng as an ordinary person, and although he can kill Li Feng with all his strength, his identity will definitely be exposed. Just like Li Feng said, that he was a road idiot and lazy, he could not rely on his devil's body to enter the Sforlak monastery, because the gate and walls of the monastery were covered with magic patterns. These magic patterns not only prevented his devil body from entering the monastery, but also prevented him from entering, even if he was possessed by human flesh. As long as his flesh body approached the gate, he would collapse on the ground, and then show some devil characteristics. At this time, if someone saw his devil appearance, he would only become a piece of meat to be slaughtered. Only by relying on vehicles such as carriages and prison carts, that he did not have to walk, and were pushed and pulled by others, could he safely pass through the magic pattern gate. If the transportation passed through the gate of the Sforlak monastery fast enough, there might not even be time to show the devil's characteristics. Once he entered the monastery, the devil did not think that there was anyone in the world who could match him after he showed all his strength. As for why he did not choose a carriage, but a prison cart, first of all, although Sforla was the territory of the Holy See, the gate was usually closed. He wanted the horse to break through the gate directly, but the horse was not stupid. Would it watch him hit the gate with his face? If the driver is allowed to force his way through the gate and enter the monastery, the devil must first find a driver who is not afraid of offending the church. In the Middle Ages, when the power of the church was much greater than that of the king, it was harder to find a driver who was not afraid of the church's revenge than a three-legged toad. So the devil finally chose to lurk in Anna's body and let the people of the church escort him into the Sforzen monastery. Now, once Li Feng is killed, his plan will be in vain. It can only be said that the devil's brain is a bit strange. He likes to be beaten by priests, and likes to ride in a prison car. Just interested in magic? The devil's eyes rolled around, and he said faintly, maybe we can cooperate. I only need to destroy the few pages of spells in Solomon that can destroy me. I'm not interested in the rest of my spells. It doesn't matter if I give you the spell book. Destroy. I remember those spells were to force you back to hell. Li Feng nodded and said, I like this gift. I don't want to provoke a devil for nothing and make myself uncomfortable. So happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. Li Feng, by the way, I still don't know what your name is. The devil put the food into his mouth and smiled. Do you want to ask my name or the little girl's name? Forget my real name. The little girl's name is Anna. You can call me Anna during this period. After saying that, the devil also lifted the ends of his hair and threw a coquettish glance at Li Feng, which scared Li Feng so much that he almost drew his sword to defend himself. Anna is indeed quite pretty, but facing Anna who is controlled by the devil, Li Feng said that this is not just a question of whether Anna is his type, it also involves the issue of having sex with a devil whose gender and age are unknown. Rolling his eyes, Li Feng said speechlessly, put away your temptations. Don't you see who you are possessing? If nobles can use all kinds of perfumes to cover up the smell of sweat, what about you? I don't know where you found this body. I guess the girl has never taken a bath in her lifetime. Aren't you afraid of the stink if you possess her like this? The devil shrugged while eating and said, that's because you don't know the suffering of hell. It's good to have a body. Do you still want to be picky? You should know that, in order to stay in this body for a few more days without letting it rot, I even kept Anna's soul. I just forced her into a corner of the body. After eating the food, the devil glanced at Mordo, leaned against the prison car, and said in a low voice, speaking of which, I have a few questions to ask you. You look different from your companions. His magic attribute is very ordinary, and yours. Leaning towards darkness, Li Feng looked back at Mordo, shrugged and said, I knew about this a long time ago. Then does your partner know your magic attribute? The devil said with a smile, I can sense the breath on him. That is the breath left by the tribe that killed me not long ago. So I think your partner is a demon hunter wizard who is naturally opposed to the dark camp. I wonder what will happen if your partner knows that you will use magic similar to that of the devil in the future. Scratching his eyebrows, Li Feng folded his arms and looked at the devil and whispered, then what should I do? Kill my partner now? The devil's mouth twitched. He could sense that Mordo's strength was far greater than Li Feng's. Even if he faced Mordo, it would be difficult. He didn't believe that Li Feng didn't know that he was not Mordo's opponent at all. Li Feng, tell me what you think. There is no point in guessing like this. It was a bit ridiculous to say it. The dignified devil felt a little afraid of Mordo's strength. Although the devil and Li Feng reached a cooperation intention, both knew that there would be a battle after entering the Svorlak monastery. It would be fine if the devil's opponent was only Mordo. The devil would destroy the Solomon spellbook and fight Mordo slowly. He didn't believe that the huge amount of magic power in his devil body could not kill Mordo in a human body. But it was different with Li Feng. Although Li Feng was still a rookie in the devil's eyes, magic was magic. Even a rookie's magic could interfere with him in the battle with Mordo. If he was not careful, he might be killed on the spot by Mordo. So what the devil had to do now was to pull Li Feng to the opposite side of Mordo. Once Li Feng made trouble for him, he would tell Mordo that Li Feng was also in the dark camp. In the devil's mind, demon hunters were a group of people who were conservative and hated the use of dark magic. Once Mordo knew that Li Feng used dark magic, the devil felt that he could hide aside and watch the drama of Mordo killing Li Feng. This kind of drama of human killing each other was his favorite. However, he was not sure whether the human rookie wizard in front of him could cast dark spells. If not, his plan would be slightly off. I don't have any ideas, the devil said in a low voice with a slight smile on his face. I just think you are wasting your talent, or you haven't found a good master, and I feel sorry for you. Chapter 27 Spells and Knife Grip. Thanks to Takisuki Kuanglang for his support. Li Feng is not stupid. He heard what the devil was hinting at, but he knew more about Ancient One's attitude towards using dark energy. As for Mordo's thoughts, who cares? Go question Ancient One. Li Feng said bluntly, do you want to teach me the devil's spells? If you want to learn. The devil shrugged and said, I don't mind being a mentor to a human wizard. Of course, some spells are the devil's talents, and I can't teach them. Plus, your mana is so limited, and there are only a few dark spells you can learn. Li Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. Can I really only teach so many? I'm afraid you are afraid that, after teaching me many spells, I will use these spells to threaten you. But it's not bad to learn a few more dark spells. After taking out a few simple spells such as the burning hand from the devil's mouth, Li Feng stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers with a smile. With the sound of glass breaking and an orange-yellow light gate passing through himself, the devil's pupils shrank. Although it seemed that Beman and his men were still sitting by the campfire not far away, and the scene was no different from what he had seen before, the devil knew that he had underestimated Li Feng. Just now, he had unknowingly fallen into the alien space spell set by the other party. Even if he was born insensitive to space spells, he should not have fallen into the other party's territory so easily. Li Feng's spellcasting method made the devil feel a little scared. If this guy locked me up in a different space just now, I would have to work hard to escape. If the demon hunters over there took the opportunity to ambush me outside the different space, my life would be in danger. As the man and the devil exited the mirror space, Li Feng said faintly, since you continue to teach me spells in the future, I will not lock you up in the mirror space. Remember, we are partners now. After that, Li Feng ignored the devil and went straight back to Mordo, who was covering for him to open the portal. After all, the movement of the portal was still a bit loud. Without Mordo's cover, Li Feng didn't think that the movement of the portal could avoid the sight of several people. For the time being, Li Feng and Mordo didn't want Beman and others to know that they knew magic, especially when the identities of several people around them were more or less related to the church. Li Feng, with his back to the devil, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to negotiate a deal with the devil. If you were not careful, you would be killed by the devil. Originally, Li Feng just wanted to lock the devil in the mirror space and let him show his original form. After that, he exited the mirror space and prepared to escape at any time while watching Mordo fighting the devil. He didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. You know, because of his natural familiarity with magic, he knew only one dark spell, which was barely enough to communicate with the undead. Basto and Guyi would not teach him dark spells. Now that there is a devil willing to teach him spells, why should he be polite? Of course, Li Feng would not learn these spells before Gu Yi checked them. Who knows if the spells taught by the devil have deadly traps. Back to Mordo. Mordo glanced at Anna in the prison car and whispered, "What did you talk about after entering the mirror space?" Li Feng threw a piece of firewood into the fire, rubbed his hands and said, "Nothing, just talking about how the other party embarked on the road of no return to witches." Not to mention Mordo didn't believe this. None of the people who were warming themselves by the fire to keep warm believed it. They rolled their eyes at Li Feng and were also wondering, "Mirror space? What is that?" Li Feng said with an expression that said, "Believe it or not, who will keep watch at night?" Mordo's mouth twitched. They have just discussed this issue. Originally, I wanted to keep watch, but they obviously don't trust us. Not to mention letting me keep watch. It would be good if they don't tie us up and hang us on a tree to prevent accidents. Li Feng looked at the priest with unkind eyes. "Hang us up? This idea came from you, blind priest, right? Heretic." Li Feng's name made the priest jump up in anger, and he roared at Li Feng and Mordo. "You still say you are not a heretic? A nigger and a yellow monkey dare to call a clergyman like that? It is simply the greatest insult to God." Li Feng didn't care whether the priest was so angry that he jumped up or not. He drew out his long knife and pointed it at the priest, grinning and said, "Say yellow monkey again. I'll chop off your head and use it as a urinal, believe it or not." Mordo also touched the magic weapon with an unkind look. As long as Bearman and others dared to do something against the two of them, he would immediately let this group of ordinary people know what the dignity of a magician is. Bearman looked at Li Feng, who looked like a gangster with a knife in his hand, and immediately judged that Li Feng was a fledgling who had never killed anyone with a knife. As for Mordo, although his weapon was a short stick, his aura was more threatening than Li Feng, who was holding a long knife. However, Mordo only touched the short stick and did not take any further action. In addition, Bearman knew that the priest had tortured Anna in the town, and he had a bad impression of the priest. As long as Li Feng did not really chop the priest, Bearman did not care how Li Feng threatened and intimidated the priest. Fersen looked at Li Feng, whose eyes were free of murderous intent, turned around and lay on the floor he had laid, and said, "If you want to make a noise, go far away, and don't disturb me. I'm already very tired." The altar boy K could not see that Li Feng was just threatening the priest, so he stood up and stood in front of Li Feng and said, "Mr. Austin, threatening the priest will send you to hell. Please apologize to Father Debazak." "Li Feng, didn't you hear that this guy was the first to speak rudely?" Li Feng turned his head and looked at Mordo. Although Mordo was dissatisfied with the priest's words, he didn't want to meddle in Li Feng and K's business. He ignored Li Feng's eyes and warned the priest with his eyes, "There will be no next time, otherwise you will be in trouble." Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng put down his long sword and said to K, "You want me to apologize to this blind man? Unless you teach me swordsmanship, I can apologize to this blind man when I can defeat Bearman with swordsmanship one day." Bearman looked at Li Feng speechlessly. "What does this have to do with me? A guy like you will never be able to defeat me in this life. If you don't want to apologize, just say it directly. Why are you holding the flag of defeating me?" K knew that Li Feng joined the team under the guise of learning swordsmanship. Seeing that Li Feng was still thinking about learning swordsmanship, he hesitated and said, "If you apologize first, I will teach you basic swordsmanship. And even if you are not afraid of going to hell after death, aren't you also afraid that the Vatican will want you for threatening the clergy?" Li Feng glanced at the priest with a smile. "It's impossible to apologize. At worst, I won't learn swordsmanship. You are not the only one in the world who can teach me swordsmanship. As for the wanted warrant of the Vatican, he is so blind that he can't even see what I look like. Even if he can see it, what can he do? He calls heretic and keeps calling me a yellow monkey. I'm afraid he is a heretic lurking in the Vatican, maybe a heretic possessed by the devil. I'm afraid that before the Vatican wants me, they will give me a medal as a reward for exposing a devil lurking in the Vatican." The priest was so angry at Li Feng that he was about to curse again, but he now saw that Bearman and Fersen, the two most powerful men on the scene, disliked him. The remaining Knight Akahe obviously didn't want to participate in this meaningless verbal battle. He stood up and walked towards the prison van, as if he was going to keep watch. Glancing at Li Feng with sharp eyes, the priest said to Kay, "You'll have to keep an eye on these two people of unknown origin tonight, and don't let them let the Dark Witch escape." After that, the priest sat back on the ground, closing his eyes to rest, as if he was going to take up his duty after resting. Mordo looked at Li Feng in confusion. He had many questions he wanted answers to, but seeing Kay obeying the priest's orders and sticking to Li Feng, he felt that now was not the time to answer his questions, so he was alert to his surroundings while crossing his legs and entering a shallow meditation to restore his energy. Seeing that everyone was taking a break, Li Feng poked the fire with a pout and said to Kay beside him, "Little guy, how about teaching me swordsmanship? I don't need you to teach me any secret skills, just the basic swordsmanship will be fine." Kay didn't understand why Li Feng was so obsessed with swordsmanship. He subconsciously glanced at Mordo and said, "Why don't you learn from Mr. Mordo? I can feel that Mr. Mordo is very strong. That guy is strong, but he is better at sticks and whips." Although he can use a knife, Li Feng touched his cheek, recalling the scene of being crushed by a baseball and jumping up and down like a monkey, and muttered, "But I don't want to face baseball anymore. If I ask him to teach me swordsmanship, I can imagine that this guy will definitely hit the baseball at me and let me split the baseball with a knife. Just say whether you want to teach or not." Li Feng, who felt a little cold, tightened his collar, rubbed his hands to keep warm, and said, "Be straightforward, don't be dithering like a woman, give me a straight answer like a man." Damn, everyone else is wearing long sleeves and cloaks, but I'm the only one wearing a thin sleeveless shirt. It's okay that you don't give me clothes during the day, at least I can keep warm when I move my hands and feet, but you don't even give me a blanket at night. Do you want to freeze me to death? Or do you think I'm not afraid of the cold, just because Mordo is not cold? The problem is that I don't have Mordo's magic power to resist the cold." Kay thought about it, picked up 2 branches from the ground, handed one to Li Feng, and said, "Okay, I'll teach you the most basic swordsmanship, starting with holding the sword." After a long time, Li Feng, who was a little confused, realized that there are so many things to pay attention to when holding a sword. What is the difference between holding a sword with one hand and holding a sword with 2 hands? How to prevent the sword from slipping out of the hand or hurting oneself when holding a sword with one hand? How to hold the sword to make it more flexible, etc. He had never thought about or understood these things. It was not until the second half of the night, when the priest got up and prepared to take over from Ikahe, that Kay yawned and said that he would rest after teaching today. Just as Kay closed his eyes and began to snore softly, Mordo beside him suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the prison van, then turned to Li Feng and said, "Everyone is asleep now, and you are too far away to hear our conversation. Tell me honestly what you said to that weird girl before." Li Feng glanced at Kay. "Just close your eyes and sleep? Are you still guarding us like this?" Turning his head to look at Anna, making sure that she couldn't see him, Li Feng gently snapped his fingers and wrapped Mordo and himself into the mirror space. That little girl is indeed a devil, but the devil didn't kill the little girl's soul, but shared the same body with the little girl. Mordo was stunned for a moment, then said with sudden realization, "The devil used the little girl's soul as clothes to wrap itself. So I thought the little girl's spirit was a little weird." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, The Devil's Performance. Thanks to Bailang's engine for his support. After thinking about it, Mordo prepared to open the portal to leave the mirror space. Since he was sure that the other party was the devil, what else could he say? He just used the method of knocking out the spirit body to knock the devil out of the little girl's body. The rest was nothing more than setting up the mirror space to prevent the devil from escaping so that he could kill the devil calmly. It was not easy to find a devil who was willing to teach him dark spells. Li Feng didn't want to waste this rare opportunity. He hurriedly grabbed Mordo and said, "I understand your desire to kill the devil, but please think about what we heard near the town first." Mordo seemed a little impatient. He only wanted to kill the devil in his mind, to avenge the apprentice killed by the devil. How could he recall what he heard near the town at the beginning? Feng, who was holding Mordo, sighed and said faintly, "You killed the devil," which was refreshing, "but how are you going to solve the plague in this world? Or should we leave on our own, and not care about the lives of people in this world? Let them die in the plague." Mordo was about to refute and use lime and other methods to treat the anthology, but then he thought that this was the Middle Ages with worrying sanitary conditions, and the plague was caused by the devil. Only extraordinary drugs can restrain this kind of plague, and ordinary drugs can only treat the symptoms. But is it so easy to configure and develop extraordinary potions? It is estimated that when extraordinary drugs are successfully developed, except for the bigwigs squatting on the throne of power who can use them at will, ordinary people can't afford them. Who will be responsible for those who died from the plague? At least Mordo felt that his conscience would be uneasy. After thinking for a while, Mordo took a deep breath, suppressed his restless heart, and said, "What do you think?" Feng spread his hands and said, "Since Bearman and his gang knew that the plague was caused by this guy, they also wanted to send this guy to the Svorlak monastery. It can be seen that there are ways to control the plague in the monastery. We don't have to worry about anything. We just need to follow them to Svorlak to prevent the devil from escaping." Mordo was a little unhappy with Feng's suggestion. Since they all knew where the method of curing the plague was, why not kill the devil now and then find the treatment method? What if something unexpected happened during the escort and the devil ran away? You know, the devil is a cunning creature by nature. Once he finds something wrong, he is very likely to find an opportunity to run away. As for Bearman and others stopping him from killing the devil, Mordo said that he really looked down on the combat effectiveness of these ordinary people. At most, he would use the mirror space to directly imprison them and release them after he killed the devil. Feng had a headache about this. Although he also wanted to kill the devil, that was after he had exhausted all the opponent's magic. Now, how many brain cells does Mordo need to complete an idea? Feng, whose mind was working quickly, scratched his head and said, "But I heard that the way the Sforzin monastery eliminates the plague is to use a special ceremony. This ceremony can not only eliminate the devil, but also eliminate the plague at the same time. What if this ceremony requires a devil to complete? In the end, you kill the devil and feel happy, but what if the ceremony cannot be held? This special ceremony of the other world is not to mention that Mordo does not understand it. Even the Ancient One will be confused for a while. Unless the Ancient One studies the ceremony carefully, he will figure out whether he can kill the devil first to feel happy. After all, every world has its own rules. Mordo was finally convinced by Feng to kill the devil, but he asked again about the matter that made Feng vomit blood. "How do you know this? The devil told you? Is the devil so stupid that he would tell you all the truth? Or did you reach some invisible deal with the devil? I warn you, the devil can never be trusted, and they never tell the truth." Feng, who felt like he was hit by an arrow in his knee for no reason, was almost scared by Mordo's guess. "Is this how you guessed that I had a deal with the devil? Don't worry about how I know it. This is my little secret." Feng waved his hand and said helplessly, "I will tell Ancient One when we return to Kamataj. As for whether Ancient One will tell you the truth, you can ask Ancient One yourself." After that, Feng took advantage of no one's attention to put away the mirror space. When the two entered the mirror space, the devil had already sensed the magic fluctuations caused by Feng's spell. He didn't know what Feng and Mordo were discussing in the different space, and was a little worried that Feng would reveal his secrets to Mordo and affect his plan. Coincidentally, the devil heard Ikahe, who was on night watch, tell the priest who came to take over the night watch that when he saw him, he thought of his deceased daughter. The devil saw from Ikahe's eyes that the other party did not believe that she was a witch, but wanted to let her go. This made the devil very unhappy. "I worked hard to plan the plan. Why do you always want to let me go? I just want to take a ride in the prison car. Why do I need so many twists and turns?" in order for his plan to be successfully implemented. Plus Li Feng had previously demonstrated magic in front of him as a demonstration, and Li Feng wanted to learn dark spells, but did not practice them immediately. The devil thought he should find a chance to kill Li Kahei, so that Li Feng could see the power of dark spells, deepen the other party's idea of practicing dark spells, and cause the breakup between Li Feng and Mordo. And also show his muscles to Li Feng and Mordo, and by the way, he could ensure the perfect implementation of his own plan. Thinking of this, the devil pretended to be scared and shouted to Kahei, "Wait a minute, please don't leave, don't let me and the priest stay alone." Looking at the pitiful Lana, Kahei, who had long been moved with sympathy, walked towards the devil and said, "Don't worry, I won't go far." Before Kahei finished speaking, the devil grabbed Kahei's hand and pulled him towards himself. Seeing this, the priest on the side hurried forward to help, but he fell into the devil's trap. When the priest approached the prison van, the devil pulled off the key and cross hanging on the priest's neck, stabbed the priest with the cross, and quickly opened the prison van and ran away. Li Feng and Modu just came out of the mirror space and heard shouts from the direction of the prison van. They noticed the faint magic fluctuations in the air. They were both stunned at the same time and quickly chased after the devil. Modu was afraid that the devil would take the opportunity to escape, so he drew out the magic weapon and chased quickly, looking fierce as if he would beat the devil to the point where he could not take care of himself. Li Feng pretended to be like that. He didn't believe that the devil would take the opportunity to leave. At the same time, he also recalled that there was indeed such a scene in the plot. Kahei, who wanted to let the devil go, was finally caught in the devil's illusion and finally crashed into Kei's cross-sword and died. The devil's actions made Kei, the young apprentice knight, depressed for a while. Li Feng, who knew where the devil would hide, quickly found the devil. The devil looked at Li Feng, who was standing quietly beside him, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. While using illusion to influence Kahei, he kept explaining the requirements and tips for releasing illusions. Li Feng squinted at the devil, whose strength seemed to have dropped several levels inexplicably. He turned his head to look for Bearman and others who were wandering around with torches in the distance, and kept these spellcasting tips in mind. After a while, when Kahei, who had been so bewitched by the devil that he didn't know east, west, south, or north, finally hit the cross sword in Kei's hand with his belly, the devil heard Li Feng beside him say faintly, "What kind of illusion is this? Why does it feel like it has the function of confusing people?" The devil spread his hands and whispered, "Dark illusions have the ability to confuse people. They are much stronger than those purely deceptive illusions of white magicians." The devil had an expression that dark spells were the best in the world, which made Li Feng wonder if his IQ would be lowered by the devil if he stayed with him for too long. This kind of spell that bewitches people is indeed outstanding among dark spells, but there is a kind of healing spell that you say is also powerful among dark spells. Don't you know that different types of energy have their own characteristics? You don't even understand this. You're just an ignorant, stupid devil. The devil didn't care about the disdain in Li Feng's eyes. If Li Feng led people to the dark side with just one sentence, then the devil should think about whether Li Feng had other intentions. The devil squinted his eyes to observe the changes in Li Feng's expression and suddenly said, "By the way, I saw you and your companions entering the different space before. What were you discussing?" "We were discussing how to kill you. Do you believe it?" Li Feng spread his hands and rolled his eyes and said, "I told Mordo the reason why you made him feel weird." The devil's eyes twitched slightly and he said in disbelief, "You told him that I was a devil? What's the hurry?" Li Feng signaled the devil to stay calm and said faintly, "Didn't you see that he hasn't come to kill you yet? It means that I have persuaded him." The devil rolled his eyes and felt that it was incredible that a demon hunter could resist the desire to hunt demons. He asked in a low voice, "How did you persuade him?" "How did I persuade him?" Scratching his head, Li Feng looked like he was telling the truth. "Of course, I told you the story you made up. As long as you are sent to the Sforzin monastery and undergo a special ceremony, the plague that is about to sweep the world can be eliminated." My companion dared not bet on all the human beings in the world, so he could only accept the suggestion of sending you to the monastery. At least before entering the monastery, he would not kill you. "Not killing him?" In other words, if I can't kill him, I'll just beat him to death. Fortunately, I'm hiding in Anna's body. A beating is nothing for me. It's just that the devil is born suspicious. The devil recalled the flaws in Li Feng's words in his mind to make sure whether Li Feng was telling the truth. At the same time, he looked at Kay, who was frightened and panicked because of accidentally killing Ika Hei, and was loudly calling Bearman and others. Seeing Bearman and others approaching, the devil smiled and said, "Okay, today's talk is over, and it's time for me to perform." After that, the devil walked quietly to a corner near Ika Hei and squatted down, pretending to be a frightened little white rabbit, harmless to humans and animals. The devil's expression changed so quickly that Li Feng was stunned. He praised the devil in his heart. "What a talent, with your fast changing expressions and innocent eyes. You definitely have a place in Hollywood." Chapter 29 Persuading Mordo. Hiding in the darkness, Li Feng quietly watched the devil perform a sad play in which he had to flee because he was afraid of being abused by the priest. When the devil was taken away by Bayman, Li Feng smacked his lips and said to the person behind him, "I think the Oscar owes him a trophy. What do you think, Mordo?" Behind Li Feng, Mordo quietly walked out of the darkness. If the devil enters Hollywood, those human actors will have no food to eat. Oh, and those who are very skilled in making it will have no food to eat. After all, the devil can bring its own sound and light effects. The devil did not understand the characteristics of Kamatage's magic, so when Li Feng used the mirror space before, the devil was unaware. Now that Mordo, who is more mature in using magic, is hiding behind the devil is still unaware. Only Li Feng, who understands Kamatage's magic, can realize that Mordo actually found the devil a long time ago, but because of the conversation between Li Feng and the devil, he did not show up in time. Mordo stared at Li Feng with his eyes wide open, with a full sense of "give me a reasonable explanation" in his eyes. Li Feng shrugged and said easily, "That guy wanted to teach me magic and seduce me to fall." Mordo is not a rookie wizard. When he saw the devil performing and explaining the spell, Mordo saw at a glance that this was not the illusion the devil said. "The devil wants to teach you seduction spells?" Li Feng nodded with a slightly bitter mouth and walked towards Bearman and others. "Yes, Mordo will soon know his past." Seeing Li Feng nodding with his back to him, Mordo felt that his brain was a little stuck. He knew that illusions had no mana attributes and were considered a common skill for wizards, but seduction spells were obviously not. This kind of spell that could seduce people's souls could only achieve the perfect casting effect by using dark energy. Since the devil taught Li Feng this kind of spell, and Li Feng was obviously keeping the casting requirements in mind, it was enough to show that Li Feng was using dark energy. A wizard who used dark energy actually appeared in Kamatage, and the Ancient One did not discover or stop it. This was what Mordo couldn't understand. Li Feng, who was walking in front, carefully prepared spells to prevent Mordo from attacking and hurting people, and said helplessly, "You are right. The mana I use is naturally biased towards the dark side, so what I will be really good at in the future is dark spells." Li Feng did not want to hide the attributes of mana, because there was no need. In the future, he will definitely be involved with SHIELD in order to collect the Infinity Stones. When his spells are used, the mages of Kamatage will definitely know, unless Li Feng is always an unknown little wizard. But is that possible? How can you use the Infinity Stones without power? It's just that he didn't expect that Mordo would discover the problem of mana attributes just a few days after he came to the other world. Originally, Li Feng thought that at least he would wait until he was Mordo's opponent before confessing, so that even if Mordo wanted to kill him, he would have the power to resist. Mordo, who was following behind Li Feng, touched the magic weapon. Although there was no joy or anger in his tone, Li Feng could still feel that Mordo was trying hard to suppress his anger. "Can't you use other energies to become a wizard? Since your natural energy tends to be dark, you can only choose dark spells." Li Feng seemed to realize why Ancient One asked Mordo to travel with him to another world, compared to Mordo who had a rigid and old-fashioned mind and an extreme personality 10 years later. Although the current Mordo also did not accept dark energy, he did not attack him on the spot. Does this mean that the other party's prejudice against energy can be changed? Thinking of this, Li Feng's mouth twitched. "Master Ancient One, I'm living and eating for free in Kamatage. Do you want me to be Mordo's life mentor?" Besides, why don't you tell me in advance, so that I can apply for a doctorate in psychology or something to further my studies? Are people who use dark energy necessarily evil? Hearing Li Feng's explanation, Mordo just wanted to use the short stick in his hand to let Li Feng know who to listen to now. Resisting the urge to beat Li Feng, Mordo told Li Feng the consequences of using dark energy. Dark energy is inherently corrosive. As long as you come into contact with dark energy, it will corrode your mind from the inside out until it drags your soul into the abyss. Li Feng said nonchalantly, you are staring at the abyss, and the abyss is also staring at you. I understand, but the question is, am I careful enough? Didn't you see the illusion temptation technique that the devil taught me before? I just kept it in mind, but didn't learn it on the spot. I just want to go back and organize the spell information to determine how to resist the corrosiveness of darkness before learning. Mordo is a bit too strong. How many powerful mages thought they were well prepared and studied dark energy, but what happened? They all fell into the abyss. Facing dark energy, the only way to be safe is to ignore it. Li Feng, energy is neither good nor evil. The evil is always in the human heart. And how do you know that people who use dark energy will definitely fall? Based on experience? Whose experience? Those pioneers who have fallen into the abyss. At least they have proved that the methods they use cannot resist the darkness. But what about the future? Who can tell for sure? Maybe I will find a way to resist the corrosion of dark energy. You know, there are countless worlds behind me. I think I can always find a way. Li Feng turned his head to look at Mordo and said faintly, the Holy See in your impression should guide people to be good. But do you think the Holy See is just in this world? Look at the church in our world, and then look at it now. What are the people in the Holy See doing when the plague is rampant? They are summoning troops for expeditions, slaughtering all those who do not believe in God, and regard this as saving the world. Look at the attitude of the priest towards you. You have done nothing in this world, and he calls you a heretic and a nigger. Can such a person be called a priest? Mordo agreed with this point. After all, he had fought against many foreign invaders in his own world. Not to mention that he radiated holy light all over his body. What was the point of calling him a heretic? Li Feng, if you think that such a person who likes to torture prisoners can also be an upright and kind priest, well, I admit that I'm a demon king who uses dark energy. Li Feng pointed to Bayman and others in the distance. Look at who is really saving the world and saving the plague. According to the rules of the Holy See, Bayman and Fersen were originally traitors sent to the gallows, but the two left the army because they were dissatisfied with their superiors' orders to massacre women and the elderly. So the Holy See accused them of desertion? Do you think only Bayman and Fersen were dissatisfied with the atrocities of the Crusaders? Forget it. The rest of the people are afraid that the Holy See will order their entire families to be hanged and dare not resist. Don't talk about this era. Even in our era, if your superior ordered you to massacre unarmed women and the elderly, would you do it? It would be strange if you were not sprayed to death by humanitarians. After talking about Bayman and Fersen, let's talk about Ikahe who just died. He was also a heretic in the eyes of the priest, because he was dissatisfied with obeying the monk's instructions and everything. And the guide is a liar sentenced by the Holy See. The remaining K is a rookie with a simple mind. With such a group of people who are considered deserters, heretics, liars and rookies in the eyes of the Holy See saving the plague, aren't they afraid that the team escorting the witches will be wiped out if they are not careful? Don't tell me you really believed the nonsense of that stupid bishop, that the Holy See has no troops. Behrman left the frontline battlefield, and it took him a month to walk here. Any random people sent from the battlefield could complete the task of escorting the witches in a month and a half. I guess the Holy See didn't regard this mission as saving the world. Maybe in their view, killing all the women, the elderly and the children who don't believe in God is saving the world. Do you think the Holy See can represent justice or them? Li Feng talked a lot, which made Modu a little confused. After a long time, Modu retorted, but with the rise of science, isn't the church gradually changing itself? Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, yes, the Holy See has made changes, so tell me how those Copernicus, Bruno, Kepler, Galileo and others who dedicated themselves to science died? They are like the pioneers in resisting the corrosion of dark energy. They know that the church will refute and burn them to death, but they are still studying their own theories. Now look, is there anyone who still says that their research has failed? At this point, Li Feng said dimly, perhaps among those dark wizards hunted by you, someone has worked out how to resist the corrosion of dark energy, but you stubbornly believe that dark energy is irresistible, and you killed them, causing the method of resisting the corrosion of dark energy to be buried. Mordo felt that he was laughed at by Li Feng's twisted ideas. According to what you said, am I not the holy seer of this era? Killing those wizards who fell into darkness is equivalent to making mistakes all the time. That's not the case, Li Feng shrugged and said, but before you kill those dark wizards, please check whether those people have violated the law. Turning his head to look at Mordo, Li Feng said expressionlessly, but you are right about one thing. You are like the holy seer of this era. As long as you think you are right, you will extinguish all voices of resistance. Perhaps after a few hundred years, future generations will not only evaluate you as a hero who resists foreign invaders, but also as a butcher. Li Feng concluded, I just want to tell you, don't judge the world with your existing concepts and vision. Time will slap you in the face. Mordo was about to return to the team escorting the devil, and he didn't want to argue with Li Feng anymore. He also needed to reflect on his own ideas. But before that, Mordo warned in a stern tone, I will tell Ancient One about your use of dark energy. At the same time, I will keep a close eye on you from behind. If I find any signs of corruption in you, don't blame me for purifying you. It sounds nice to call it purification, but in fact, it's just killing me. Rolling his eyes, Li Feng waved his hand at Mordo behind him and said, whatever you think, I know the characteristics of dark energy. I don't want to be contaminated by dark energy, unless I'm 200% sure. Chapter 30 Crossing the Wooden Bridge. Under the strange looks from Behrman and the priest, Mordo returned to the team and sat silently by the fire. He ignored anyone who asked him questions and immersed himself in his own world. Mordo was thinking about what Li Feng had said to him before. Whether it was explicit or implicit, Li Feng compared him to the current Vatican, a conservative Vatican that did not tolerate any rebuttals from others. At the same time, he also understood that Li Feng wanted him to keep up with the times and not judge the present with the outdated principles of the past. Just like the many changes that the Vatican will make in the future, Li Feng used the church as an analogy to accuse him of some ideas that need to be changed, otherwise there will eventually be people like Behrman who resist the church, and then there will be countless people like Behrman who dare to resist the Vatican, and finally, the old church will be crushed into slag under the wheels of history. Looking at Li Feng who was yawning, Mordo thought silently, whether to change one's thoughts is like the question of becoming slag or reborn with lust. Is this what Li Feng wants to tell me? Is it so easy for a person to change his mind? Not easy. Looking at the future Kamatage with Wi-Fi installed, Ancient One has used actions to tell Mordo to keep up with the times, but Mordo is still conservative and radical. Of course, the current Mordo is not the Mordo of 10 years later, and many of his inherent ideas have not yet been formed. What Li Feng needs to do is not to put Mordo's ideas into the blender and grind them up just by this conversation, but to let doubts appear in Mordo's mind, and then use this doubt as a fulcrum to slowly pry Mordo's radical ideas. This time Mordo did not turn his face on the spot and beat Li Feng with a short stick. In Li Feng's mind, this is an opportunity to change Mordo's future betrayal of Kamatage. After a long time, Mordo suddenly thought that he just wanted to remind Li Feng to be careful of the devil and not to make a deal with the devil. How did the style become Li Feng to educate himself? Which link went wrong? Glancing at the devil who was imprisoned in the prison car again, Mordo silently stood up and squatted on the prison car. No matter whether Li Feng's ideas were right or wrong, the devil was always a devil who liked to deceive people. If he wanted to learn dark magic, there were many ways. He couldn't watch Li Feng learn magic from a devil. Didn't you see that this devil hiding in Anna's body was still able to kill like a hay after losing most of his power? Mordo felt that he should still guard the devil himself. Even if Li Feng wanted to learn general dark spells, he had to learn under his supervision. At the same time, he cut off Li Feng's contact with devil-specific spells to prevent the devil from having the opportunity to kill Li Feng. Mordo's behavior of sitting on the top of the prison car was not questioned by the priest and others. After all, Anna had just escaped from the prison car. If Mordo and others wanted to let the Dark Witch run away, just now was the best opportunity, instead of searching for the whereabouts of the witch with them and imprisoning her back in the prison car. In the early morning, after hastily burying Ika-hei's body, the group continued to move forward. Fortunately, due to Ika-hei's death, there was an extra horse in the team, which made Li Feng very happy. Unfortunately, Li Feng was too happy too early. He forgot that he couldn't ride a horse. In the end, it was Fersen who couldn't bear it, and gave some instructions on horseback riding tips, so that Li Feng knew how to control the horse under him, and trotted behind the team. To be honest, if Li Feng had enough physical strength, he would rather trot behind the team, because riding a horse is too damn cold for him wearing only a sleeveless shirt. It is better to run, to exercise the body and keep warm. Li Feng looked at Mordo squatting on the prison car with resentment, and said in his heart, "You don't have to rub the skin on the inside of your thighs on the horse. You can also use magic to resist the cold, and finally you can leisurely enjoy the environment without car exhaust pollution on the top of the prison car. Are you here to escort the devil or to go on vacation? If you are here to go on vacation, can you please not look at me with a dead face when I study magic with the devil at night? Don't you know how lethal your black face is in the dark?" 2 days later, the team came to the edge of a cliff under the guidance of the guide Hegma. Obviously, the team wanted to reach the other side of the cliff. In addition to taking a detour, the only way to reach the other side of the cliff was to pass through a dangerous bridge with rotten wooden boards. Li Feng looked at the bottomless cliff and silently stepped aside. Although Li Feng knew that in the movie, this dangerous bridge would not officially wave goodbye to everyone until all the people had passed through it. But now there are 2 more people, Li Feng and Mordo. Who knows if the dangerous bridge will say goodbye to everyone in advance after adding the weight of 2 people. Li Feng looked at Mordo and asked, "Such a bridge is too scary for people to walk on, let alone let the prison van pass. How about we open a portal to the other side?" Mordo looked at the bottom of the cliff and was still struggling whether to reveal his identity as a wizard to open the portal. Bearman led the horse and slowly walked onto the wooden bridge, showing a great performance of using his own life to explore the way for everyone. Everyone present was stunned, and Fersen prayed in his heart that his old friend could walk to the other side safely. It was not until Bearman safely walked to the other side and confirmed that the wooden bridge was temporarily safe that the priest and Fersen breathed a sigh of relief. Mordo got off the prison van and walked to Li Feng, indicating that he should not reveal his identity as a wizard for the time being. He really couldn't stand the priest calling him a heretic all the time. Under the command of Bearman and Kay pulled the prisoner car holding the devil and slowly walked onto the concave wooden bridge. A rope was connected to the rear of the prisoner car to prevent the prisoner car from falling off the cliff. The rope was held in the hands of everyone. At the same time, the speed of the prisoner car could be slowed down to prevent the bridge from breaking due to the speed of the prisoner car. The prisoner car had just moved forward a few steps. Because of the weight of the prisoner car, the already concave wooden bridge fell further, which required more force to pull the rope. The priest obviously did not have such great strength. When his hands were cut by the rope, he shouted, "I can't do it," and let go of the rope in his hand. The priest's letting go caused the rope in Li Feng's hand to suddenly increase in strength, causing Li Feng to lose his grip and let go of the rope. Fortunately, the wooden bridge looked like a dangerous bridge, but the prisoner car still persisted when the speed was out of control and did not collapse in advance. Li Feng noticed that after the prisoner van lost control, Bearman and Kay both fell and almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, they grabbed the aging rope on the wooden bridge in time and stayed on the cliff. Bearman, as a battle-hardened knight, could climb up the wooden bridge by himself, but Kay couldn't. If the devil hadn't grabbed Kay with one hand, he would have fallen to death. Li Feng curled his lips. He guessed that the devil deliberately grabbed Kay with one hand to make everyone believe that he was a witch. After all, how could a little girl pull an adult with one hand? Li Feng muttered, "I guess the devil doesn't want people who want to let him go on the left and on the right to ask him to leave to show up, so he simply reveals that he is a witch so that everyone can feel at ease to send him to the Svorlak monastery." Mordo glanced at the prison van in the middle of the wooden bridge, walked to Li Feng and whispered, "What are you talking about?" Li Feng shrugged, shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just sigh that the devil is so comfortable. He doesn't even have to walk to cross a dangerous bridge. He stays in the prison van and enjoys Bearman sweating while enjoying the scenery on the cliff." Mordo rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said unhappily, "If you like, how about I lock you in a prison van and parade you through Kathmandu one day?" Glancing at the devil, Mordo squinted and said, "After 2 days of observation, I feel that guy doesn't care about anything else except whether he can reach Svalak. Including knowing that we are mages, he is not worried at all that we have ruined his plan. Does the devil think he is strong enough to defeat us?" Li Feng looked at Mordo with a smile. He didn't believe that Mordo really didn't think of the reason. Mordo asked this question just to tell Li Feng that the devil was not trustworthy. Even if the two signed a cooperation contract, they were not trustworthy, and Li Feng hadn't signed a contract yet. Isn't the devil worried that Li Feng and Mordo would ruin his plan? Worried, but the devil knew that worrying was useless. After all, he was a devil and was born to stand on the opposite side of Mordo. The devil knew clearly that the reason why the two parties hadn't fought yet was because neither Li Feng nor himself saw the goods they wanted, the Solomon spellbook. Before the spellbook appeared, the devil felt that such a battle was meaningless. Not only was his identity exposed, but he was also unable to enter the Svalak monastery. Li Feng wanted to get a few more spells. At the same time, the man and the devil also knew that once they entered Svalak, the two parties would immediately tear their faces apart and really rely on their own strength to fight a real battle. Patting Mordo on the shoulder, Li Feng smiled and said, "I know what you are worried about, but I never underestimate the power of the devil. And haven't you noticed? That guy's strength has inexplicably decreased a lot after his last escape. I guess the one hiding in Anna's body is no longer his real body, but just a projection. I think a projection of the devil is just a weapon that you can easily kill." Mordo smiled slightly and said, "The devil's purpose is only to destroy the spellbook that restrains him. Letting a projection complete the task is indeed the best choice. After destroying the spellbook, his real body will descend to the earth, and no one can do anything to him. If he fails, he will lurk and look for the next opportunity to destroy the spellbook." At this time, the prison van stopped steadily in the middle of the wooden bridge. Bayman shouted to the priests and others, "Tie the rope to the horses, and you and the horses pull the prison van forward." There are 2 more people pulling the prisoner carved in the original book, and the scene of the wooden bridge collapsing in the plot did not appear. However, Li Feng still cut the ropes that fixed the wooden bridge. After all, the bridge is about to fall apart. If any unlucky person climbs the wooden bridge at this time, the bridge will collapse, and the people will fall off the cliff. After crossing the wooden bridge, everyone collapsed on the ground. Bearman and others were so tired that they sat on the ground. Li Feng was scared by a plank that broke when he stepped on it. Damn, if I had known that crossing the bridge was so exciting, I would have hidden in the distance under the excuse of taking a shit. After Bearman and others crossed the bridge, I would have opened a portal and come directly. After a while, Fersen looked at the forest full of strange dead branches and trees and gusts of cold wind, and asked, "Where is this?" The guide Hegma panted and replied, "Wormwood Forest." After that, Hegma glanced at the devil obscurely. He had seen the scene where the devil rescued Kay with one hand before, which made him believe in the priest's words that Anna was a witch. At the same time, Hegma was thinking about finding an opportunity to kill the witch. Why? He felt that the life and death crisis he had experienced were all caused by this damn witch, and that the crisis would naturally end as long as he killed the witch. Was this a reason? Chapter 31 Wolfpack. A few nights later, the Wormwood Forest was filled with a fog that was so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Everyone was already tired of traveling through the deadwoods with gusts of wind. In addition, Hegman, who was determined to kill the witch, was a little excited and could not help but quarrel with Fossen. This forced Bearman to order them to rest on the spot and wait for the fog to dissipate and relieve everyone's tension. Li Feng, who felt a little tired, did not climb onto the prison car to learn spells from the devil as usual, which made Hegman happy. If Li Feng and Mordo had not rested on the prison car every night, he would have found an opportunity to kill the witch long ago. After waiting for Li Feng and Mordo to warm themselves by the fire, as if they were going to spend the night by the fire tonight, Hegman would never give up this hard-won opportunity. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, Hegman quietly took a crossbow and wanted to shoot the witch, but as soon as Hegman approached the prison car, he was discovered by Behrman, who was awakened by a nightmare. Although Behrman believed that the girl in the prison car was a witch, he still wanted to send her to Svorlako for trial. One wanted to kill the witch, the other wanted to protect her. The quarrel between the two woke up Li Feng, who was still dreaming. Li Feng rubbed his eyes while yawning and suddenly looked towards the devil with Mordo, who had just been woken up. Mordo whispered, "Did you feel it?" Li Feng nodded and said, "It's the magic fluctuation caused by the devil's spell. Although the magic fluctuation is very weak, after a few days of study, I can detect that it is a suspected summoning spell. Do you want to remind everyone to be careful?" Mordo thought for a while, stood up and walked towards the prison car while shouting, "Be careful, there are wild beasts nearby." After that, Mordo jumped onto the prison car and said to the devil viciously, "What are you doing? Can't you let me sleep well?" The devil felt that he was wronged. Originally, he just wanted to show some extraordinary power to let everyone know that he was a witch, so that he could be sent to the Svorlak monastery with peace of mind. As a result, I don't know if Hegma is neurotic or what, but he actually wanted to kill him. Is it easy for me to be a devil? Before, Ikahe thought that I didn't look like a witch and there was a sign of letting me go, so I killed him. Now Hegma thinks that I'm a witch, so he wants to kill me. What's wrong with you humans? I just want to go to Svorlak. What's wrong? Question mark. Don't you know that I'm just an avatar and don't have much power? Summoning a group of wolves to kill Hegma consumes a lot of my mana, and you guys keep releasing and killing me. Are you annoying? It's hard for me to do it. Don't you know that? With an innocent look, the devil looked up at Mordo, who looked like a Buddha statue, and said with a curled lip, "You are smart. You know that the wolves will deliberately avoid the prison van, so you just hide in the prison van to watch the battle between humans and wolves." Mordo's warning made Behrman prick up his ears to listen to the wolf howls coming from afar. He felt vaguely that he was surrounded by wolves. Isn't this a joke? Wolves are smart social creatures. Seeing so many of them, they dared to attack. Either the wolves were hungry, or they judged that they were no match for the wolves. Suddenly, Behrman realized something, and hurried to the prison van to look at the witch. The witch saved people with one hand, and proved to Behrman that she had extraordinary power. Behrman looked at the witch with a sneer and sarcasm on her face, and realized that in addition to the two possibilities he had thought of before, the wolves surrounding him might also be summoned by the witch. Behrman was relieved to realize that the wolves were summoned by the witch. He knew that wild animals were most ferocious during the estrus reproductive period, and when they were hungry. Now that they were not a group of wolves that were starving, or could swallow the escort team, Behrman felt that he was still able to kill this group of wolves that were forced to be summoned. Mordo carefully sensed the nearby wolves, and was also relieved. He could feel that the number of wolves surrounding him was not actually large, but he still pulled out a short stick, knocked on the prisoner car and said, "Let the wolves leave, or I'll let you taste the taste of the magic weapon." The devil subconsciously looked at the short stick in Mordo's hand. Magic weapon. Spreading his hands, the devil said with innocent eyes, "But all my magic power was used to summon the wolves. Now I don't have the magic power to disperse them. Besides, my magic power is only enough to summon this few wolves. You can kill them all with just a move." The devil looked at Li Feng, who was only wearing a sleeveless shirt, and said with a smile, "I'm kind enough to give my students wolf fur coats. Why don't you appreciate it? Even if my student dislikes the stench of the wolf fur coat, so much wolf meat can always improve your food, right? Look at you eating black bread as hard as stone every day. I feel bad." Li Feng didn't pay attention to how the devil looked at him now. His attention was all on the wolf in front of him that was grinning at him. The wolf suddenly pounced on Li Feng. Li Feng calmly moved sideways to avoid the wolf's claws, and then used the sharp magic long knife in his hand to chop the wolf's waist. The wolf was immediately chopped into two sections by Li Feng, and the intestines and other internal organs flowed all over the floor. Soon, the group of wolves summoned by the devil lay all over the ground. But before Behrman could breathe a sigh of relief, everyone could vaguely hear dense wolf howls from afar. When Behrman heard the sound, He knew that there were more wolves this time, so he hurriedly asked everyone to ride horses and escape. On the way of escaping, Mordo looked at the devil with twitching mouth. The devil spread his hands and said with his eyes, "These wolves behind are really not summoned by me. I guess they are attracted by the bloody smell caused by you killing wolves. Don't blame me." Mordo looked at the devil with doubtful eyes and turned his head to look at the wolf pack hanging behind the team and chasing them. I saw a few wolves suddenly break away from the wolf pack, take a shortcut and run to a small hill. When Hegma passed by the hill on horseback, they rushed out and pushed Hegma off the horse. The nearby wolves immediately rushed up and bit Hegma, who was howling. While the wolves were biting Hegma, Feng did not notice anything, but Mordo, who was observing the surroundings in the prison car, felt that Hegma's spirit had strange fluctuations in an instant. Then, Hegma was as powerful as if he had taken stimulants. He pulled off the wolf that bit his shoulder and drew out a dagger to kill it. At this time, Behrman, who was running at the front of the team, also found that Hegma was surrounded by wolves and was making a final resistance. Behrman drew out his cross sword without thinking and rushed into the wolf pack to rescue Hegma. Fersen glanced at the wolf pack. He seemed to see panic flashing in the wolf's eyes. He felt that he and others had killed too many wolves before, but no one died in the team. In this way, the wolf pack realized that their side was a hard bone to chew. Thinking of this, Fersen drew out the cross sword and rushed towards the wolf pack. Before Fersen swung his sword to kill, the wolf pack seemed to be scared and turned around and fled. Feng Jiao was surprised to see that Hegma was not dismembered by the wolves, but was just in a coma due to excessive blood loss. He muttered, "Is it because I, a butterfly, flapped my wings, that the plot changed? But I don't remember flapping my wings." After thinking about it, Feng put Hegma behind his mind. If he is not dead, he is not dead. Why should I worry about this? Behrman carried the dying Hegma to the prison car, bandaged him simply, and told the priest to take good care of the semi-conscious Hegma. He got on the horse and urged everyone to leave quickly. Behrman knew that wolves were very vengeful. Although the wolves seemed to have left now, there was no guarantee that they would return again, especially when Behrman was sure that these wolves were summoned by the witch. Who knew if the witch would let the wolves ambush the team? In order to reduce casualties, Behrman felt that it was safer for them to take advantage of the thick fog to dissipate and run out of the wormwood forest overnight. The sky gradually brightened, and the trees passed by the team gradually became sparse, all of which indicated that everyone was about to leave the wormwood forest. After making sure that the wolves would not chase him, Behrman could no longer hold back his anger and was about to shoot the witch with his crossbow. Feng looked up into the distance and could already vaguely see the Sorcerer monastery. In the past few days, Feng had been eating poorly and sleeping insomnia, especially now that it had begun to rain in the sky. Feng, who had been riding a horse for half the night, was shivering from the cold. Now that he was about to get the Solomon spellbook and return to the Marvel world, he really didn't want to waste time. Without waiting for Behrman to point his crossbow at the witch, Feng pointed to the top of the mountain in the distance and said, "Look, the Sorcerer monastery." Behrman was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look in the direction Feng pointed, looked at the witch with disgust, then turned over and rode his white horse. Knowing that there would be a battle waiting for him, Feng rode his horse to stretch his hands and feet. Although I'm just a bystander in the battle later, I have to perform well, even if I'm just a bystander, just as if I'm familiar with the battle of the wizard. The prison car slowly drove towards Svalak. Mordo on the top of the prison car glanced at Hegma obscurely, with a slight smile on his face, and said disdainfully in his heart, "Although I don't know what's wrong with you, your spirit is slowly dissipating. This is a phenomenon that only dead people have, so I have reason to suspect that you were possessed by the devil when you were bitten by the wolf pack." After a long time, the group finally arrived at their destination. Feng and Mordo, who walked towards the gate of Svalak Monastery, looked at each other. Ordinary people could not see the hidden magic patterns on the gate and the wall, but the two of them could see them clearly. However, Feng only took a glance and said that he didn't understand, while Mordo was thinking and watching with relish. Feng pushed Mordo and asked in a low voice, "What did you see?" Mordo turned his head to look at the devil and Bearman and others behind him and said with a smile, I know why the devil didn't come to Svorlak by himself, because the defensive magic circle on the gate prevents the devil from entering the monastery at all. Just like the protection network formed by the 3 holy temples, it blocks and intercepts all magical creatures from different dimensions. The only difference is that the magic circles of the monastery have a single function and can only prevent the devil from entering. But once the devil enters the monastery, these magic circles will lose their effect, just like an airport security gate. As long as you find a way to carry dangerous goods through the security gate and get on the plane, will this security gate still work? I'm just curious about the energy of these magic circles. It doesn't seem like ordinary mana, but more like the power of faith. Chapter 30 To the fight begins. Feng was not at all curious about the energy source of the magic circle guarding the Svorlak monastery, which was the power of faith. After all, this was the Middle Ages when the power of the church surpassed that of all kingdoms. What was wrong with the dominant church using some power of faith to protect the monastery? This was normal. Besides, there was a real spellbook in this monastery, and it was normal for the defensive means to have mysterious power. When no one responded, when Bearman knocked on the door, Kay had to climb over the wall to enter the monastery and open the door for everyone. As the convoy entered the monastery, except for Feng who had expected it, the rest of the people were wondering why there was not even a single person in such a large monastery. In the prison car, the devil admired the surrounding buildings with a smile, ignoring Feng who was reaching for the long knife with his right hand. Mordo didn't know when he held the short stick in his hand, ready to fight at any time. The actions of Feng and Mordo made Bearman and Fersen feel that the air was full of gunpowder. After looking at each other, they drew out the cross sword, observing Feng and Mordo, while guarding against the witch in the prison car. Soon, the group arrived at the church gate. Before Fersen tied up his horse, the priest beside him could not wait to rush into the church. Bearman followed the priest into the church with some helplessness. For a moment, in the small square at the church gate, only Feng, Mordo, Fersen who was always on guard with a cross sword in both hands, and Kay who looked confused were left. Feng looked at Fersen, then at Mordo, drew out the magic long sword, and pointed it at the devil, and said to Fersen, respected knight, can you point the sword at this devil in the cage? You keep pointing at me, and I'm panicking. Devil? Didn't the people of the church say that he was a dark witch? Fersen frowned in confusion and asked, what did you say? In the prison car, the devil wanted to wait for the priest to get the key of Solomon before showing his original form, but he didn't expect that the student who had taught him dark magic for many days would reveal his identity. The devil glanced at Hegma sitting in the driver's seat of the prison van and suddenly laughed. In a gust of wind, the devil grabbed the fence of the prison van with his fiery hands, trying to melt the prison van that held him, and said, for centuries, you have hanged, burned, and nailed to death all those who blocked your money and power. We in hell thank you for sending so many delicious wronged souls, so that we have enough power to break through the defense line of hell. Now, you are ready to welcome it. Before the devil finished speaking, the magic long sword in Feng's hand suddenly rose with blazing flames. While slashing at the devil, he said, if you want to fight, fight. Don't you know that I earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute? I'm sick, so I'm chatting with you here. Fersen on the side was already stunned and subconsciously pointed his cross sword at the witch who was about to come out of the prison van and had already shown some devilish characteristics. Kay was not much better. He rushed into the church with a cross sword, ready to call Bearman out to help. Fersen thought he had seen a lot from his years of fighting, but he had never seen a rare species like the devil. Fersen looked at Feng who was chopping the devil with a long sword, and muttered softly, now I have a story to tell when I return home, and it's a story I experienced personally. Fersen turned his head to look at Mordo and said, the long sword in your partner's hand looks like magic or something. What about you? What's your profession? A monk? Do you punch the devil in the face with your fist? Mordo glanced at Fersen with the corner of his eye, activated the short stick-like magic weapon in his hand, and hit Hegma, who was lying quietly in the driver's seat of the prison van, like a whip. Although Fersen believed that Anna was a devil, he did not understand why Mordo attacked the innocent Hegma and wanted to stop him. However, before Fersen could speak, Hegma dodged the attack of the magic weapon with a nimble posture that was totally unlike that of a human, and landed on his hands and feet like a lizard, spitting out a forked tongue and cursing, "Damn Witcher, don't you know that this body is miserable enough? How can you have the heart to whip the corpse?" Well, there was no need for Mordo to explain. Fersen could see that Hegma had been possessed by the devil. "It's just that I'm a knight, and if you ask me to chop people, I can say that I have been doing it for more than 10 years and have good skills, but this is the first time I have taken the job of chopping devils, so don't complain if you don't do a good job." Li Feng squinted at Hegma and suddenly realized, "I was wondering why those wolves bit you half to death and left. It turned out that the real Hegma was already dead at that time, and you took the opportunity to occupy the magpie's nest." Modo remembered that Li Feng said that Sphora could use a special ritual to eliminate the plague in this world, so he didn't dare to use a full strength attack, for fear that he would focus on killing the devil. So after forcing out the prototype of Hegma, he didn't make a move, but just stared at Hegma and kept alert. In his heart, Modo regretted that he didn't bring all the equipment when he traveled through time. "I was careless. This devil possessed by Hegma actually crawled out of hell, and his strength is stronger than mine." After entering the church, Behrman and the priest found that everyone in the church had died of the plague. When the priest collapsed, he finally found a priest who was only half alive. Under the guidance of the half-breathed priest, Behrman found their target of this trip, the Key of Solomon. Kay hurried into the church, pointed at the church door and said, "Hurry, the Dark Witch has turned into a devil, and Mordo and Austin are confronting them." "Them? More than one devil?" Behrman threw the Solomon spellbook on the desk to the priest, and ran out of the church holding a sword. Behrman and the other two had just run out of the church when Mordo, who had been on guard all around, instantly released the spell he had prepared long ago, wrapping everyone present, including the devils, into the mirror space. Before Behrman and the others could understand what was going on, Mordo rushed towards Hegma holding a short stick shining with magical light, and ordered, "Debazak, perform the ritual quickly. Li Feng, you concentrate on dealing with the devil's clone, and leave the guy who dares to leave hell in person to me." The moment Hegma was wrapped in the mirror space, he knew he was in trouble. This alien space that could instantly cut off his connection with hell made him lose his mana backup, causing his mana to be consumed as he used it. This was different from what he had imagined at the beginning. "You see, this is a space spell. It doesn't look ordinary at all. I know that Li Feng, who was working with Behrman to chop my clone in the distance, can cast space spells, but how can you cast space spells? This is unreasonable." In a corner of the mirror space, Fersen originally wanted to help, but he saw that the devil would dodge when facing Li Feng's long sword, but facing Behrman who was holding an ordinary weapon, this guy actually directly resisted. This scene made Fersen know that his weapons could not do anything to the devil. It would be better for him to stay beside the priest who was flipping through the book to see how to eliminate the devil. Li Feng spent a long time to chop the devil, and it was only a scratch, which made him very unhappy. While chopping at the devil randomly, he said to Behrman, "Look, I told you to teach me swordsmanship a long time ago. If I had your swordsmanship, this devil would have been chopped into meat paste and made into pie by me." While Behrman used his long sword to restrict the devil's movements so that the flaming long sword in Li Feng's hand could hit the devil, he cursed, "Then why did you come to me to learn swordsmanship only recently? If you had come to me 10 years earlier, I would be drinking wine and watching you chop the devil. Look at your terrible swordsmanship." The presbyopic grandma who walks with a cane next door to Fersen can chop more accurately than you. "Devil, two big brothers, you are fighting now. Can you play quietly?" After forcing the devil back again, Behrman said helplessly, "My weapon can't hurt the devil. Li Feng, do you have any solution? Sprinkle holy water on the sword." Li Feng handed the magic long sword in his hand to Behrman, smiled and took out the magic playing cards from his pocket, and said, "Use my knife." "As for me," Li Feng said, holding a playing card between the index finger and middle finger of both hands, "I still prefer the wizard's fighting style." After saying that, Li Feng instantly threw the two playing cards in his hand towards the devil. Behrman looked at the long sword in his hand, whose flame was gradually weakening but not extinguished, said, "Good sword," and rushed towards the devil. with Behrman's magic weapon and Li Feng, who kept hitting the devil's face with playing cards. The devil was covered with wounds after just a few dodges, causing the clone to be unable to maintain, and had to die with hatred. After killing one clone, Li Feng now had the mind to look at Mordo, who was mainly on the defense and suddenly counterattacked with a few sticks by Hegma. When the clone disappeared, Hegma noticed Li Feng and said in a rough voice, "Li Feng, my student, you have such a perfect body. I taught you so many spells, why didn't you practice any of them?" The devil's words raised the guard of Behrman and others very well, except for the priest, who glanced at Li Feng and continued to bow his head and recite the spell with the cross in his hand. The remaining 3 pointed the long swords in their hands at Li Feng. In response, Li Feng took out a playing card from his pocket, looked at Behrman and said, "Man, it's so rude of you to point my knife at me." After that, Li Feng shot the playing card at Hegma and said, "You have taught me a lot of spells, but the problem is, which of those spells is no problem? Either they can seduce my mind, or they can locate my position after I practice. Are you teaching me spells, or asking for my phone number, ready to contact me at any time?" Scratching his head, Li Feng looked down at his belly and said to Hegma, "You appear in your original form. Is this to seize my body, so that you can use all your power in this world at any time?" The priest was the most helpless person present, because he found that he had been chanting spells for a long time, but the devil had no reaction at all, which was obviously unreasonable. The devil expressed disdain for this. For example, holding the Book of Solomon, a spell that works when a person chants a spell, can be more accurately called a divine spell. The book is like a phone, the spell is like a phone number and a distress signal, and faith is the telephone line. Chanting a spell is like calling God. When God sees the phone number you called, he will understand what kind of offsite help you want to get, and will pass the corresponding energy along the telephone line to the caller. Of course, before you send a distress signal, you must first know what kind of help you want. Just like when you call 10086 and ask, "I want to check the phone bill in my Unicom card." How do you want the other party to answer? In addition to this, there is another question, which is also the reason why the devil expressed disdain. Please check if your phone has a signal before you call. Mordo's mirror space has cut off the connection between Hegma and hell. How can your god receive the call for help from the priest? Chapter 33 end. Li Feng saw the priest's doubts and sneered, "Blind priest, you are holding a fake book, right? Why don't you show it to me?" The priest admitted that he was blind. He actually mistook the extremely dangerous devil for a slightly dangerous dark witch. What else could this be? But the priest was still a little hesitant to hand the spellbook to Li Feng. After all, no matter how you look at Li Feng, who can shoot burning cards, he is a wizard, a heretic, etc. What if Li Feng's purpose is the same as the devil's, and he is here for this key of Solomon? Li Feng was not in a hurry either. He saw that, although Mordo was not Hegma's opponent, Hegma could not do anything to Mordo for a while, so Li Feng occasionally used playing cards to interfere with Hegma's offensive to let Mordo take a breath. At the same time, he said to Behrman, "Since we happily hunted a devil and shared our identities before, why don't you go forward to help Mordo so that we can eliminate the devil as soon as possible?" Behrman glanced at Li Feng, then at Hegma, and thought for a while. In any case, Li Feng is a human, maybe, probably, a human. After all, I can't see through his disguise. Compared with the devil, even if humans are evil, they are not that evil. At most, the church that rules humans will be replaced by Li Feng and Mordo. Anyway, it's already so bad now, how bad can it be? But demons are invasive alien species that will destroy the living environment of humans. If all the people are dead, what's the future? Thinking of this, Behrman signaled to Fersen with his eyes to protect the priest, and then rushed towards Hegma with a long knife. Not far away, Mordo, who was a little embarrassed, breathed a sigh of relief after Behrman joined him, and couldn't help shouting to the priest, "Are you ready for the ritual? Why don't you destroy the devil yet?" Mordo's words made the priest grit his teeth and make up his mind to hand over the Solomon spellbook in his hand to Li Feng. If the devil is not solved, this Solomon's key will fall into the hands of the devil. In comparison, it is more cost effective to give it to the human heretic Li Feng. After all, Li Feng is also a human being. At most, the church will send troops to hunt down Li Feng and Mordo. The priest doesn't believe that Li Feng and Mordo can still turn the world in front of the army. After receiving the spellbook, Li Feng squinted his eyes and touched it carefully. Then Li Feng smiled bitterly and said, I understand why the spell is ineffective. After that, Li Feng returned the spellbook to the priest and gently opened a matchbox-sized portal so that the spellbook could contact God, and said, now, quickly recite the spell to weaken the devil. The priest who took the spellbook breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the book was not lost. Weaken? Isn't it destroy? Although confused, the priest muttered and recited the spell obediently. Li Feng shrugged and explained, if it is facing the devil's clone, the spell can indeed destroy the opponent, but now it is a devil's body, this spell can only weaken it. Hegma, who realized that he had contacted hell, immediately abandoned Mordo and Bayman and rushed to the priest. After enduring the attack of the two, he is here in his true form. Although the spellbook can only weaken him, what does it mean that his strength is suddenly weakened while he is still fighting? Once he dies, he will really say goodbye to the world. Therefore, snatching the Key of Solomon first becomes Hegma's top priority. As for Fursman and Li Feng, who want to snatch the spellbook, Hegma is disdainful. Hegma cares about an ordinary human being who can't hurt his weapon. And Li Feng, after the teachings of the past few days and the questions raised by Li Feng, this guy is just a rookie on the road of magic, and is also not worth mentioning. However, the rookie wizard who is not worth mentioning in Hegma's eyes, when facing Hegma who is about to pounce on him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and said, the spells I prepared when I opened the portal have been waiting for a long time, and you still want my body? You stupid devil. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot a ball of water-like substance on Hegma's face, while dodging Hegma's claws. Hegma and Li Feng were too close to each other, so there was no chance of missing the target. After the mass of water-like substance covered Hegma's face, the opponent seemed to be possessed by a snail, and every movement was like a slow-motion shot. Li Feng, who maintained his mana output, knelt on one knee, stabilizing his mana to allow the time-slowing spell to continue, while shouting to Mordo and the priest, quickly complete the ritual. Mordo, you come to open a portal and control the devil's actions. Every time he moves, my mana is consumed exponentially, and I can't maintain the stability of the portal. The priest also realized the crisis and kept speeding up his speech. Mordo looked at the portal released by Li Feng, which was about to dissipate. While reaching out to open a portal, the magic weapon in his hand smashed into Hegma's heart like a spear. Hegma was a little panicked, just a little, but more of it was that he couldn't believe his eyes. What did he see? While struggling to cast the time spell, Hegma looked at Li Feng greedily and said, time spell. You can cast the time spell and the space spell before. The more you look at your body, the more perfect it becomes. Each world has its own rules, and the rule of this world is that the holy water can cause the greatest damage to the devil. Although Mordo's short stick is a magic weapon, it is a blunt weapon, and the damage is not as good as Li Feng's sharp magic longsword. After Mordo used the short stick to hit the devil's chest several times and beat the opponent to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, Hegma finally broke free from the time spell. Patting his chest, Hegma said that Mordo only caused him minor injuries. With his devil's recovery speed, this injury is just a small matter. Just as Hegma was about to rush to Li Feng again and forcibly occupy Li Feng's body, the priest finally finished the spell and said, Amen. Mordo suddenly felt that Hegma was half weak and immediately closed the portal, cutting off the connection between Hegma and hell again. Now, Hegman, who had been weakened twice in a row, was a little confused. This was completely different from what he thought. It was all the fault of the damn priest. If he hadn't been chanting spells, my strength would have been weakened by more than half. Now, I can't get out of this different space, but before I die, I will kill you, the chattering priest. By the way, my soul is hiding in your body. I know that there is a custom of burying people in peace in this world. Wait until I leave the different space and see how I will deal with you after I contact hell. Hegman, who was clearly rushing towards Li Feng, suddenly rushed towards him. The priest said that he was just an ordinary person and was no match for Hegman at all. He was willing to leave the stage and get a box lunch. Although the priest died, he also bought time for Mordo and Bayman to kill Hegman. The two of them chopped off the devil's head one after the other, watching Hegma's body burst into flames after his death, and eventually turned into a pile of black ash. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's finally over." Mordo glanced at Li Feng, then at the priest's body. His mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered in his heart, "Are you sure it's over?" Mordo secretly prepared spells, and said in a tone that I know the devil too well. "Think about how long it took the devil to occupy Hegma's body." Li Feng and Behrman suddenly realized something, and subconsciously looked at the priest's body. At the same time, they said in their hearts, "Damn, there are still many fights." Mordo, who had prepared the spell, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you want to pretend to be dead, then really die." After thinking about it, Mordo pointed at the priest's body, and the body was instantly swallowed up by the mirror space. Before the corpse completely disappeared, Li Feng's eyes twitched, and he subconsciously cast a spell to make the Solomon spellbook escape from the priest's hand. At the same time, Li Feng felt that he vaguely heard the devil in the priest's body shouting. No, it can only be said that Mordo's attainments in the mirror space spells exceeded Li Feng's imagination. At least he couldn't transform the space in the mirror space as quickly and stealthily as Mordo. Perhaps before Li Feng finished casting the spell, the devil, who had already noticed the spell fluctuations, had jumped up and slapped Li Feng. Of course, this is also because the devil didn't understand Kamatage's spells. Otherwise, how could the devil possess the priest and wait obediently for Mordo to cast a spell and throw him into the other dimension to be crushed to death by the power of space? Mordo looked around, put the short stick back on his back, and said, "Now is the end." After speaking, Mordo stretched out his hand to open the portal, signaling everyone to leave the mirror space. Li Feng was the last one to leave the mirror space because he found that the black and grey traces left by the devil after his death seemed to be a high quality spell material. As a poor wizard, there was no reason to give up when encountering spell materials. When Li Feng picked up the Solomon spellbook on the ground and passed through the portal, he saw Behrman returning the long sword to him with a questioning look on his face. Li Feng thought about it. Since the matter was over and Solomon's spellbook was in hand, if Mordo didn't urge him, he would still like to learn swordsmanship from Behrman. After all, the swordsmanship he used to chop the devil's clone was too embarrassing. "Mordo, are you in a hurry to go home?" Mordo looked at Li Feng, who was touching the long sword in confusion. After glancing at the long sword, he guessed Li Feng's plan and rolled his eyes and said, "Rest for a month and then go home." "Just 1 month." Li Feng chuckled twice, put the long sword back into his waist, looked around at the people around him, and said to Behrman, "I know you have many questions you want answers to. In exchange, you teach me swordsmanship, and I will tell you everything I know." Before Behrman and Fersen spoke, Kay was the first to ask in an excited tone, "Who are you? Wizards?" Li Feng thought about it. Although Behrman and Fersen no longer trusted the Vatican's plan, they still believed in God. In addition, they had just destroyed the devil. It is estimated that the two of them would be more determined in the existence and belief of God. But considering their relationship with the Vatican, they probably would not tell the Vatican about the existence of Li Feng and Mordo. Only Kay, the altar boy, trusts the church and believes in God. If he doesn't use words to package himself as a glorious image emitting holy light, he will probably turn around and tell the church. Then Li Feng will just walk away, but the magicians in this world will be miserable. We are from a secret organization, and our life's work is to stop and kill those magical creatures from other worlds with evil intentions. At this point, Li Feng pointed to the destroyed prison van and said, "Devils are also magical creatures from other worlds, and they are also on our hunting list." Chapter 3040. As Li Feng explained the duties of Kamatage in front of everyone, Mordo rolled his eyes secretly and complained in his heart, "Do you have the face to say these? You are neither from this world nor a magician of Kamatage. How can you put these honors on your face?" Although he thought about it, Mordo did not expose the lie that he and Li Feng were not from this world. Otherwise it would take a lot of time to explain how the two of them came. It would be better to think about what Li Feng said before about the change of ideas. Kay understood that in addition to demons, there are all kinds of strange creatures in this world, and thought silently, perhaps those elves and other races in myths and legends really exist in a corner of this world. The demons were destroyed, and Bearman and others also knew Li Feng's origins, and the matter came to an end. After Bearman publicly admitted that K was already a glorious knight, K glanced at Li Feng and Mordo, rode his horse and turned away. Looking at the direction where K left, Li Feng scratched his brow and turned to ask Mordo, "Do you think this little guy will tell the church about our existence?" Mordo shrugged and smiled. "What if he doesn't tell us? What if he tells us? Even if the church knows, what will happen?" The implication is that, although the church is powerful, they will leave this world and return to the Marvel world. What can the church do to them? If you have the ability, go to the Marvel world to arrest the two people and see how the Ancient One will kill these stubborn heretics. But we left, and it is estimated that Bearman and Fersen will not be able to return to their hometown to live a peaceful life. In any case, Bearman and Bastow look too similar, and Li Feng's conscience cannot make the decision to learn swordsmanship from Bearman while pitting the other party to be crushed by the church. After thinking about it, Li Feng decided to tell Bearman a white lie to mislead the church. As for what the church will do later, Li Feng said that he can't control so much. The wizards live somewhere on the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. As for the specific location, Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Mordo, who was about to laugh out loud, and continued to say to Bearman, "We are not convenient to tell you the specific location." Bearman nodded. He understood the intention of Li Feng and himself to talk about the place where the wizards lived. It was nothing more than fearing that they would be persecuted by the church. After the church could not get any information from them, it would kill people to vent its anger. However, after this mission of escorting the witch, Bearman said that he was more determined in his belief in God, and he no longer trusted the church. Escorting the devil is such an important task, but the church actually let a few of them complete it. This is a major event related to the invasion of hell. The church still ranked the event after the task of slaughtering pagans? Is it looking down on hell, or thinking too highly of them, or does it know that they can destroy the devil? Fortunately, the devil was finally destroyed. If they had made a mistake during the mission, the consequences would have been disastrous. However, when Bearman recalled the whole thing now, he was still more and more angry. What do you call this? The church slaughtered humans and sent souls to hell continuously, which made the devil have the capital to escape from hell. On the other hand, the wizards who were promoted as heretics by the church were taking it as their mission to destroy the devil. Didn't the church destroy the devil and the wizards slaughtered humans for experiments? How come the legend and reality are different? 1 month later, Li Feng, whose skin was purple all over his body, told Bearman with a tired face that the swordsmanship he learned was enough, and he was leaving. If he didn't leave, Li Feng was afraid that he would be beaten by Bearman with a wooden sword in his hand, and couldn't take care of himself. Look at how Bearman taught Li Feng. After picking up 2 wooden sticks to show that actual combat can hone the swordsmanship, Li Feng was beaten by Bearman from morning to evening every day. In order for Li Feng to form muscle memory within a month of practice, Bearman would also let Fersen hold a wooden stick and attack Li Feng at night in the middle of the night. What is this? Li Feng has never had a good sleep since he came to this world. He really can't stand this training method that is more brutal than Mordo's. Unfortunately, after Bearman knew that Li Feng's opponents were all brutal and cunning creatures from other worlds, he wanted to give all his martial arts to Li Feng, regardless of whether Li Feng complained or not, especially since Li Feng had originally entrusted him to help train swordsmanship. Bearman said that he was very happy to abuse Li Feng for this kind of training method that required self-abuse. In Bearman's words, the teaching time was too short, so he could only use this hell-level training method of "I will abuse you 1,000 times, and you can only swallow it with broken teeth" to make Li Feng stronger quickly. Especially when Mordo said that he would watch Li Feng to ensure that Li Feng would not die, and cast a spell to restore Li Feng's injuries after the training every day. Bearman was thinking about how to abuse Li Feng, not teach him, and only hoped that Li Feng could kill more creatures from other worlds in the future to ensure that humans would not suddenly become slaves of creatures such as demons. In this regard, Li Feng sincerely thanked Fossen and Bearman. "Thank you, you uncle, for torturing me for a month, and I still have to thank them. I'm really cheap." So after a month, Li Feng couldn't wait to say goodbye to Bearman and Fossen, and summoned a blue-white light gate. Before Fossen and Bayman crossed their chests and said amen, Li Feng and Mordo disappeared in front of them. Back in the Marvel world, Li Feng looked at the electronic clock on the bedside. This time he traveled through time and space to savor the energy of quantum and portal, just to understand the different time flow caused by the travel. Mordo, who was vomiting again, rubbed his stomach and looked curiously at Li Feng, who had his eyes closed and looked constipated. After a while, seeing what Li Feng was doing, Mordo said faintly, "You should not only check how much energy you use when traveling, but also check the quality of the energy you use. Finally, I remind you that the location where you open the portal when you return to your native world next time can be the location where you landed in the other world. Maybe it will help you." After a long time, Li Feng scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "My strength is still too low. It's good enough to check how much energy I use. I also want to check the quality. Maybe in a few years." "Your opinion is not right. I'll try it next time I travel." Mordo turned his head and glanced at Li Feng's room and said faintly, "No need for next time, just this time. Damn, I originally wanted to go to the other world to see it, but the result is good. Not to mention sleeping in the open air. I finally went to the other world to kill a devil. If I want to kill a devil, can't I kill it in the native world? I came all the way to another world to kill people. Am I sick, or do you have a cure? If it weren't for the last month when Behrman and Fersen told me about some customs of that world, I wouldn't have seen anything this time. It was a waste." Li Feng heard that Mordo was not very satisfied with this trip to another world and spread his hands and said, "The problem is that I don't know where we will go. Also, it seems that you want to travel again." Mordo nodded. Since he knew that the mana used by Li Feng was biased towards the dark side, he could guarantee that he would not hurt Li Feng and keep the problem of Li Feng's mana attribute secret. But what if other mages knew about it? There were many people in Kamataj who were more knowledgeable than him. As long as Li Feng practiced magic in Kamataj, sooner or later someone would discover the secret of mana attribute. So after knowing that Li Feng was destined to take the path of the dark camp, Mordo already knew that Li Feng would not stay in Kamataj to practice magic for a long time. When Li Feng left Kamataj, he didn't know how to find him when he wanted to travel. It would be better to travel to another world again to gain more knowledge. After I recounted our experience of traveling through time with Master Guyi, we set out to another world again. After saying that, Mordo left the room without caring what Li Feng thought and walked towards Guyi's lounge. Li Feng smacked his lips, shrugged and muttered, "Well, I'm just an elevator attendant. I can't decide which floor to stop at. Whether I travel through time or not depends on Mordo's face." Mordo left Li Feng's room with some hesitation. He didn't believe that Guyi didn't see the problem of Li Feng's magic power. This was obviously Guyi's indulgence. A person who uses dark energy hides in Kamataj and allows the other party to learn a lot of Kamataj's spells. What does Guyi want to do? And what did he misunderstand about Guyi's previous teachings? Mordo felt a little confused when he walked to Guyi's lounge. He raised his hand to knock on the door and hesitated several times, but never knocked on the door. He didn't know what he was afraid of. After a long time, Ancient One in the lounge sat at the tea table, waved to open the door, motioned Mordo to sit opposite him, and made tea for Mordo, smiling and saying, "You came just in time. I just boiled water. Drink some tea with me." Although Mordo is black, he has lived in Kamataj for many years, and he knows that the boiled water is not suitable for making tea. To make tea, you need to see what kind of tea leaves are, and then choose the right water temperature, so that the tea can be sweet aftertaste. Sitting opposite Ancient One, Mordo thought about what Ancient One was hinting at by making tea, while taking the small porcelain cup in his hand, and said, "Master, we met the devil on your trip to the other world this time." Ancient One raised his eyebrows slightly with a slightly surprised expression, and while drinking tea, motioned Mordo to continue. "I found that Li Feng learned magic from the devil." While speaking, Mordo has been carefully observing the changes in Ancient One's expression, but except for frowning, Ancient One always had a smiling expression, so Mordo could not judge how much Ancient One knew about Li Feng. Seeing that Mordo did not continue, After he finished speaking, Gu Yi put down the porcelain cup in his hand and said, water temperature of 70 to 80 degrees is suitable for brewing unfermented tea, such as green tea, because these green teas will release tea tannins if brewed with too high water temperature, making the tea soup bitter. Water temperature of 90 degrees is suitable for brewing lightly fermented tea, or tea leaves with bud tips, and finely broken tea leaves, such as baluichin. Water temperature above 90 degrees is suitable for brewing medium fermented tea, that is, more mature tea, because tea with a high degree of fermentation is resistant to high temperatures and helps to release fragrance, such as high mountain tea and tea guanyin. Mordo was stunned at first, then he looked down at the green tea in the porcelain cup. After a long time, Mordo said faintly, "Are you trying to tell me that nothing can be extreme? Just like using 100-degree boiling water is not suitable for brewing tea, but will destroy the fragrance of the tea." Gu Yi poured out the tea in the porcelain cup and said with a smile, "I just want to tell you that this cup of tea doesn't taste good. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 35 Remuneration. Li Feng didn't know what Gu Yi talked about with Mordo in the lounge. He only knew that he waited in his room for a long time, but Mordo didn't come back. He fell asleep in boredom. It was not until Mordo came to him with food that he realized it was already the next morning. It can be seen how tired Li Feng was from the torture of more than a month of outdoor life. Mordo put down the plate in his hand and said expressionlessly, "Master Gu Yi is looking for you. I hope you can meet Gu Yi in his practice room after breakfast with the Solomon spellbook." After that, Mordo turned and left Li Feng's room. When he closed the door, he suddenly hesitated and said, "I told Gu Yi about your use of time spells on the devil." Gu Yi was very surprised. "She said that this was originally your spell. She first learned it from you." Li Feng was holding the plate and inexplicably blinked and looked at Mordo, who was holding the door with one hand and ready to close it at any time. "What does Gu Yi mean by surprise? Didn't she know that I can use time spells?" Seeing the entanglement and envy in Mordo's eyes, Li Feng somewhat understood the purpose of Mordo's words to him. "You want to learn time spells, but you don't know how to ask?" Rolling his eyes at Mordo, Li Feng smiled and walked out of the room with the plate, saying, "Yes, at the beginning, Master Ancient One used her private collection of books as exchange." Mordo heard what Li Feng meant. "If you want to learn time spells, it's fine, but what do you want to exchange? How precious and difficult time spells are to practice. Just look at who else in Kamatage can practice this kind of spells besides Ancient One." Mordo wanted to learn, but was afraid that he didn't have the talent to practice time spells. He gave Li Feng good things in vain, but he could only stare at the spell book in a daze. Li Feng saw Mordo's entanglement, smiled and patted Mordo's shoulder, and said, "You can learn from the Ancient One for a while. Just say that I allow it." Mordo smiled awkwardly and turned to leave, thinking in his heart that regardless of whether he could learn time magic in the end, just because Li Feng allowed him to try to practice time magic, he should give Li Feng a gift. Li Feng had no idea what Mordo was thinking. While carrying the plate to eat breakfast, he walked all the way to the Ancient One's practice room. Outside the Ancient One's practice room, Li Feng tidied his clothes and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." Li Feng entered the room, put his hands together, and saluted respectfully to the Ancient One, then sat cross-legged opposite the Ancient One, and handed the Solomon spellbook to the Ancient One, and also handed his own magic book to the Ancient One. Li Feng wanted to ask the Ancient One to interpret the dark spells taught to him by the devil. While flipping through the Solomon spellbook, Ancient One smiled and said, "I learned from Mordo that you use the time-slowing spell to trap a devil." With a little shyness, Li Feng said slowly, "The devil's power had to be weakened by at least half before it could be trapped by the time spell, and the trap time was very short. This is also an amazing talent." Ancient One looked up at Li Feng, blinked and said, "At least you can use time spells in battle." Ancient One quickly finished reading the Solomon spellbook and said with regret, "It's a very interesting spell, but it's not very useful for us mages. It relies more on the power of faith in God to complete the spell. While returning the Solomon spellbook to Li Feng, Ancient One said, unless you give up your identity as a wizard and become a devout priest of the church. A genius wants to be a priest. How handsome a magician is with a little regret. Li Feng frowned and asked, it doesn't work at all? Ancient One shrugged and smiled. The spells in it rely on the power of faith, and it is not impossible to transform them into magic power. But first we need to know the principles of the spells. The problem is that this is God's book. Where can you find God to explain the principles of the spells to us? Before he finished speaking, Ancient One felt that he seemed to have said something wrong. He pondered for a while and smiled bitterly. I almost forgot that others may not meet angels or God in several lifetimes, but you are different. There may be angels and God in a certain world behind you. If you can meet him, you may be able to ask him about the principles of these spells. When you understand the principles, you may be awarded the title of Devil Buster. Devil Buster can understand. After all, the main purpose of the Solomon spellbook is to destroy the devil, but asking God for spells? Haha, this is really crazy. I think I should ask the devil. After all, the devil has appeared more times than God, and who knows what God's attitude is towards the use of dark energy. What if he thinks I am evil and wants to hang me up and beat me? Should I kneel down and beg for mercy or surrender with my 5 bodies prostrated on the ground? Or should I die bravely and decently? Li Feng complained inwardly as he opened the magic book and handed it to Gu Yi. Pointing at the spells in the magic book, he said, these were all taught to me by the devil. I know there are problems with these spells, but I can only find some of them. For example, the devil can locate the caster, and the mind will be corrupted by darkness after using a certain spell many times. So now I can only envy them, but I dare not practice any spells. Gu Yi checked the spells and said, you are right to be cautious. Pointing to one of the plague fire spells, Gu Yi smiled and said, for example, after using this spell many times, your body will be infected by the extraordinary plague, and eventually the devil will sense your location and become a piece of clothing in his closet to show off. Clothes? You should still say that I'm possessed by the devil. When I say clothes, I feel like I'm wearing clothes, but I feel scared. I wonder if you can help me sort out these dark spells. I want to learn them. After all, Li Feng said with a bit of bitterness, after all, my mana attribute leaves me no choice, and Mordo already knows about my mana problem. I guess I won't stay in Kamatage for too long. Scratching his head, Li Feng said with an embarrassed expression, as for the reward, I will collect some magic items in other worlds in the future. If you like them, I can give you some. Gu Yi actually didn't want Li Feng to be exposed to the spells taught by the devil so early. She was originally thinking about how to teach Li Feng step by step. Now that Li Feng wants her to help modify the magic, Gu Yi thinks that she should modify the spells more thoroughly and try to change the dark spells into general spells or spells that are related to darkness, so that Li Feng can have a transition period when he contacts the dark energy. Thinking of this, Gu Yi stood up, took the magic book, and returned to the desk, recording dozens of dark magics in the book on paper. Afterwards, Gu Yi returned the magic book to Li Feng and said with a smile, although I'm satisfied with some of Mordo's potential changes, Mordo himself was a little disappointed with his first journey through time. He felt that he did not see the wonderful world of magic and hoped to travel through time with you again. Pointing to the dark spells on the desk, Gu Yi smiled and shook his head to reject Li Feng's empty check. I will help you check and modify these magics as a reward for Mordo to borrow your portal. This is because the Gu family is so big that they don't care about Li Feng's private collection. If Li Feng asked others to help modify the dark spells, he might not be able to get anyone to help him, even if he sold his pants. Originally, Li Feng was going to take Mordo through time again, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Borrowing the portal is nothing. For Li Feng, this is just asking Gu Yi to help for free. Thinking of this, Li Feng clasped his hands together and saluted, saying, in this case, I will set off to another world with Mordo now, but I cannot control which world we will go to. I hope that this time travel will satisfy Mordo. After saying goodbye to Ancient One, Li Feng quickly returned to his room. Before he opened his door, he had heard the noise Mordo made in his room. Li Feng opened the door and saw Mordo waiting for him in neat clothes. After experiencing the last time he traveled, Mordo already understood why Li Feng wanted to bring all the props he could. If he had brought equipment to restrain the devil during the first time he traveled, he would have tortured Hegma to death long ago, and there would be no need to use Solomon to weaken the devil. So this time, Mordo said that he would bring some commonly used props no matter what, in case he encountered the devil again. After all, there are too many worlds where devils are infested. When Mordo saw Li Feng coming back, he threw a cloak to Li Feng and said, "This is a constant temperature cloak. At least you can breathe when you come to the ice and snow next time. I don't want to see you shivering with cold. It's embarrassing for a wizard." There were free magic props available, and Li Feng didn't know what politeness was. He directly put the cloak on himself, opened the portal behind him, and said, "Welcome Mr. Mordo on this flight. This flight will take off in 3 seconds. Passengers, please hold on to the captain. In addition, passengers who are airsick, please pay attention not to vomit on the captain. The clothes on the captain are very expensive." Mordo speechlessly grabbed Li Feng, who had been talking nonsense. The moment he rolled his eyes, Mordo was swallowed up by the portal again. The two who had just been squeezed out of the time travel door found themselves in a dirty, messy and smelly alley. Li Feng felt that there was something wrong with Mordo's character. The last time he traveled through time, he arrived in a world full of plagues, a world with poor sanitation and people were not allowed to take a bath. Now he came out to an alley with mountains of garbage and rats dancing in front of him. "Uncle Mordo, have you not washed your face for a long time? That's why your face is so dark. How come I have to fight with the stench when I travel with you?" On the side, Mordo, who had vomited a little, rubbed his stomach and asked, "Where is this?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "Earth." Mordo, "Of course I know it's Earth. If you want to travel to an alien planet, you must have that ability." Before the two walked out of the alley, Mordo suddenly grabbed Li Feng and hid in the corner, whispering, "It smells like a devil. Last time it was a devil, and this time you met a demon." Sure enough, I'm afraid that not only did you not wash your face, but you also haven't taken a bath for several years, and your whole body is moldy. Li Feng glanced at Mordo and was a little speechless, complaining in his heart, "Can't we come to a simpler world? I'm just a rookie, how come I'm in the devil's world?" After a while, Li Feng saw a man with scars all over his face, holding 2 metal sticks, and walking into the alley. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle bared his teeth and attacked the scarred man from the darkness. Unfortunately, the Mediterranean man was too weak for the scarred man, and he was subdued by the scarred man and roared like a beast. Now, Li Feng knew who the devil was without the need to check with a magic weapon. Chapter 36 Demon Slayer. When the scarred man asked the devil, "Nabilis, where is he?" Li Feng quietly poked Mordo, who was a little dazed, and said, "Do you want to help kill the devil?" Mordo squinted at the scarred man, shook his head slightly and said, "That man is wrong. He has no soul, only a spirit." Li Feng was stunned. Isn't the spirit a projection of the soul? If the soul is gone, where does the spirit come from? It's like there is no entity. No matter how the light shines, there will be no shadow. What kind of weird world is this? Aren't people without souls the legendary zombies? Mordo seemed to guess what Li Feng was thinking, shook his head and said, "The other part is spirit shows that he has wisdom, so he is not a ghoul or a zombie, but some kind of creature I don't know." At this time, a policeman suddenly broke into the alley and prepared to urinate. Seeing the scarred man preparing to kill the devil, the policeman couldn't see that the Mediterranean man was a devil. Out of duty, the policeman immediately took out his gun and pointed it at the scarred man, saying, "Police, put down your weapon." The voice of the policeman made the scarred man turn his head to look at the other party and block the devil in front of him to prevent the police from suddenly shooting. The devil thought this was an opportunity and immediately used all his strength to break free from the scarred man and rushed towards the police. The police were a little confused. What's going on? Before the police officer Zuo could figure out what was going on, the devil had already broken the police's neck and fled far away. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the scarred man who was chasing the devil and the symbol on the metal short stick in the scarred man's hand. He recognized what the mark was, and it was the weapon of the stone-winged beast. So this is the world of Demon Slayer. If I'm not mistaken, the one who was chasing the devil just now was Adam, a human who was resurrected by a human scientist using fragments of internal organs. Seeing that Adam had gone far away, Li Feng walked out of the hiding corner and said curiously, "You just said that he had no soul. How did you know that?" Mordo, who was still wondering what kind of new species Adam was, looked at Li Feng with contempt and said, "I think you must not have studied spirit magic well. I want to study it, so you ask that arrogant librarian to lend me the spirit magic book." Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng said helplessly, "You'd better tell me how you knew that." Mordo actually regretted it a little when he finished speaking. He had forgotten that Li Feng was not a wizard of camouflage. With a little apology, Mordo explained to Li Feng, "Humans have souls and matching bodies, but creatures like demons are different, or they have no bodies. They must have bodies if they want to survive in the human world. This causes the mismatch between the demon and the body after possession, and the spirit body presented is different from normal humans. Just like the 7-color rainbow is actually a projection of sunlight, the spiritual body is a projection of the soul, and also has many colors." Mordo pointed at Li Feng's hair and skin and said, "Just like I can see black hair, yellow skin and white whites of the eyes after your spirit left your body, but creatures like demons and ghouls are dead things, and their spirits are only black and white." Mordo looked in the direction where Adam left and said, "But although the spirit of that person just now was also colorful, there was a big gap between each color. Can you imagine the 7 colors of a rainbow separated by a distance?" Touching his chin, Mordo guessed dimly, the soul and the body are closely related and influence each other. Plus, I see scars all over his body. Why do I feel that guy's a stitched monster? It's just that the body is full of activity, which causes the black and white spirit to merge into colorful colors." Li Feng scratched his brow. "You're awesome. You can guess that he was really born a stitched monster, but later a soul emerged. Wait, since the soul and the body influence each other, Adam's spirit is colorful. Doesn't that mean that Adam's body is about to produce a soul?" Patting Li Feng on the shoulder, Mordo said, "Let's go. Let's follow the scarred man. In my impression, the stitched monster is an inhuman creature. If he is bloodthirsty on the streets, we can stop him." Li Feng thought about it, nodded and followed Adam. There are actually many things in this world that Li Feng is interested in. First of all, there is the experimental notes left by Adam's creator Victor Frankenstein when he resurrected Adam. If Li Feng can get this note, he thinks he can do an experiment with cats and dogs and raise an immortal pet for fun. To get this experimental note, just follow the development of the plot and keep an eye on Adam. There are also stone-winged beasts. Li Feng is also very curious about what species they are. Are they really created by the Archangel Michael? Before the two chased for long, they saw Adam cleanly kill a devil who helped the Mediterranean devil. On the side, Mordo frowned and muttered, "Sending a devil's soul back to hell is as easy as eating and drinking. His strength and speed are far beyond that of humans, and most importantly, he has reason. He is definitely not a zombie." Then, the Mediterranean devil seemed to understand that he was no match for Adam, and hurriedly climbed onto the roof to escape. Adam turned his head to glance at Li Feng and Mordo, and hurriedly chased up to the roof. Unfortunately, when he climbed onto the roof, he could only catch a glimpse of the devil escaping into a castle-shaped building. Adam, who already knew that he could not catch up with the devil, raised his short stick, turned his head, and looked viciously at Mordo and Li Feng, who had also climbed onto the roof, and said, "Who are you? Devils? Or humans?" Mordo and Li Feng ignored Adam, but instead looked at a tall monastery in the distance. Li Feng scratched his brow. He felt that this world was a little crazy. Such a big castle was in the city, but humans didn't even notice that the statues on it were alive. How blind they were. Mordo pointed to the Stonewing Monastery and turned to Adam and said, "Where is that? I can feel that there is a layer of sacred energy protecting it." Mordo's words made Adam clearly understand that the two people in front of him were definitely not ordinary humans. Ordinary humans could not see the energy barrier protecting the monastery. Also hearing Mordo's words was a Stonewing who monitored Adam chasing the devil in front of humans. He thought about it and decided to meet this human who gave him a sense of danger, especially Li Feng. He sensed the dark energy in Li Feng's body. The Stonewing landed quietly in front of Mordo and turned from an ugly monster like a grey-white stone sculpture into a human in an instant, saying, "Who are you?" Feng, who was standing aside, felt insulted. "You know Adam, so you didn't say hello," which I can understand, but there are two people besides Adam at the scene. "You asked who Mordo is. What about me? Isn't a rookie wizard a wizard?" Before Feng finished his complaints, the stone-winged beast turned his head and stared at Feng's pocket and asked in confusion, "What's in your pocket?" Pocket? Feng subconsciously touched the pocket containing the Solomon spellbook and suddenly remembered that the legendary Solomon's key was a spellbook written by an angel. The stone-winged beast in front of him was also a subordinate of the angel, so he could naturally sense the existence of the Solomon's key. Feng glanced at Mordo, who was secretly on guard against the stone-winged beast. After thinking for a while, he took out the key of Solomon from his pocket and said, "Hello, we are traveling wizards. My name is Austin, and he is my partner Mordo." Feng handed the key of Solomon to the stone-winged beast and said, "This is a spellbook I got during a trip, but I don't understand the principles of the spells on it. Can you help me?" The stone-winged beast carefully took the key of Solomon. Just by touching the energy he sensed, he knew that this was a spellbook of an angel. After flipping through it casually, he returned the key of Solomon to Feng and said, "My name is Offi. My knowledge is not enough to explain the principles of spells to you. If you want to understand spells, it's best to go to the Stone-Winged Beast Monastery to find Dark Queen. As for now, I still have things to do." Then, Offi said to Adam in a bad tone, "Our war with the devil should not be discovered by humans. What about you? You took action in the human world and indirectly killed a policeman." Without waiting for Adam to refute, Offi returned to his Stonewing Beast form, grabbed Adam's feet, and flew to the Stonewing Beast Monastery. Before leaving, Offi said to Mordo and Feng, "I'll wait for you at the Stonewing Beast Monastery." Mordo, who had been cautious, saw Offi flying away and let out a long breath. Don't look at his ugly appearance, but I feel that he also doesn't have a complete soul. The body is more like a combat puppet, and the soul is the driver. Feng, do you know what a Stonewing Beast is? Mordo touched his chin, squinted at Feng, and said, "I always feel that you know a lot of things. How do you want me to answer? Say that I learned it from the movie?" Shrugging his shoulders, Feng curled his lips and said, "I heard some legends about the Stone-Winged Beasts in other worlds. Legend has it that the Stone-Winged Beasts are the army of the Archangel Michael to fight against the devil." After a pause, Feng fiddled with the key of Solomon and said, "I want to go to the Stone-Winged Beast Monastery to take a look. What about you? Do you want to come with me?" Mordo walked silently to the side of the roof, looked at the building where the demon had escaped before, and said, "Let's go together. I feel that this world will be very interesting. There are stone-winged beasts and a large number of demons." Devil Feng glanced at the castle-like building and muttered in his heart, "Is this the laboratory of the Devil Prince Nabilis?" The laboratory was built right under the nose of the stone-winged beasts. Since the stone-winged beasts didn't find it, it should be said that they are creatures with incomplete souls and their brains are not working well. Mordo and Feng came from a time travel, and the rule of time travel is that you can't carry anything except magic-related items. Money is naturally on the list of things that are not allowed to be carried, so Feng can only look at the towering monastery in the distance speechlessly and move forward with his own feet. When Feng and Mordo arrived at the Stonewing Monastery, Offi had already followed the Stonewing Queen Liana, waiting for the two mages to arrive at the door. After a brief self-introduction, Liana invited Feng to enter the monastery. However, Feng did not expect that. As soon as he and Mordo entered the monastery, Liana waved and closed the door, and said to Feng in a bad tone, "Who are you?" Chapter 37, The Devil in the Stonewing Monastery. Feng was a little puzzled. Didn't he introduce himself before? Why did he suddenly turn hostile? Mordo on the side guessed the reason, and smiled and whispered, "Think about what the priesthood of the Stone-Winged Beast is. Think about your mana." Feng was stunned, and his mouth twitched as he complained, "Damn, I'm born with mana attributes. What can I do? And you, Offi, don't look at you with an honest plaster face. You are also insidious in your heart. I guess you can't beat Mordo, so you invited me to your base camp. You want to win by numbers, right? I thought you were stupid." in your eyes. I'm stupid for delivering myself to the door. Glancing at the humanoid stone-winged beasts surrounding him, Feng thought about it and felt that in this world that can lead to the territory of the Archangel Michael, it would be better for him to make it clear with Liana, who can contact Michael, to avoid a lot of troubles that appear inexplicably. Feng took a deep breath, demonstrated the shield of camouflage to show his identity as a mage, and said calmly, "We are mages from another world. We came to your world through magic to gain knowledge. As for my mana problem," Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "this is a natural energy attribute. I can't do anything about it." Liana knew that this world connected hell and heaven, and also knew the many worlds connected to hell and heaven, so she understood the term crossing. The only thing she didn't expect was that one day she would meet travelers from another world, and they were two humans. In her impression, except for angels and demons who would cross to other worlds from time to time to show the power of gods or demons, weak creatures like humans had little to do with crossing. Even powerful mages could not break the space crystal wall. And no matter how you look at Feng and Mordo, they are not the kind of mages who are powerful enough to break the crystal wall. Either the two were lying, or they relied on some treasure to cross. Considering that different worlds have different rules, Liana could not be sure that Feng, who used dark energy, was the enemy. As the saying goes, eyes are windows to the soul. Liana looked at Feng's eyes seriously. After a while, she signaled the stone-winged beast to put down the weapon in his hand and said, "Energy attributes are not equal to character. I see humanity in your eyes. I believe you are not an evil wizard. However, for safety reasons, I will let Offie stay with you during the time you stay in our world." Feng nodded to show his understanding. He didn't care whether Offie was by his side to monitor or protect him. He didn't want to make trouble from the beginning. He waited quietly for the plot to develop and then got Frankenstein's experimental notes to return to the Marvel world. It was that simple. As for Mordo, he came to gain knowledge, and the best place in this world for Mordo to gain knowledge and change the attitude of people on the dark side was to be imprisoned in the monastery. I believe that a stitched monster who was born with the dark side but has humanity, and Adam finally produced a soul and joined the sacred stone-winged beast team to fight against the devil. Mordo's expression must be very exciting, which is in line with the way Ancient One wants Mordo to change some extreme ideas. Then we'll see how you can say that the dark side is evil. Thinking of this, Feng took out the Key of Solomon from his pocket and handed it to Liana, saying, "During this time in the monastery, can you help me explain the principles of the spells in this spell book? The contents of the Key of Solomon are all related to fighting against the devil." Liana thinks that Feng learning such spells will only threaten the devil more, and they, the stone-winged beasts, can also learn some means to restrain the devil by helping Feng explain these spells. This is a win-win situation. Liana handed the Key of Solomon to Offie and said, "Offie can help you explain some simple spells. After you learn these simple ones and have a certain understanding of angel spells, I will help you explain the advanced angel spells." Feng looked at Offie with a blank expression. "What did you say before? I don't understand the magic recorded by Solomon. I remember believing that the Bible records that people cannot lie. So did Michael teach you the skill of lying? Do you want to drag Michael to hell?" Offie ignored Feng's eye roll and gestured to Feng to go to the lounge. As for Mordo, his gentle magic power has shown that he is different from Feng. So compared to Feng, Liana wants to chat with Mordo, who has a sense of intimacy, and inquire about Feng's character from the side. But before Feng walked far, a stone-winged beast hurried to Liana and said, "Queen, I found traces of demons near the church." Liana frowned and asked, "How many demons are there?" "At least 50 demons. The monastery has been standing here for who knows how many years, and the demons have known the location of the monastery for a long time, but the number of times the demons dared to attack the monastery is few and far between." Liana instantly realized that the demons attacked the monastery for Adam, but she didn't understand why the demon prince Nabilis was so fond of Adam that he was willing to consume his men to get Adam. But now is not the time to solve the puzzle. Liana turned to the stone-winged beast and ordered, "Protect Adam, and the rest of you should be prepared to kill the devil and protect Adam." Feng curled his lips. He knew the reason why Nabilis attacked the monastery, but what did he say? Nabilis secretly collected human corpses around the world, wanting his hell army to possess these dead people and then occupy the earth. It was just because the bodies of the dead were not suitable for the possession of the devil, so Nabilis wanted to know the secret of why Adam's body was full of vitality, but had no soul, so that the human corpses he collected could be resurrected as props for the devil to possess, and because the resurrected body had no soul, these possessed devils could exert 100% of their power in the world. Nabilis has been looking for Adam's whereabouts for many years. Until today, when Offie brought Adam back to the monastery, he was seen by a devil and notified Nabilis, so there was a devil attacking the monastery. It is estimated that as soon as Li Feng said these words, Liana first tied Li Feng up and asked Li Feng how he knew all this and whether he was in the same group with Nabilis. Li Feng glanced at Liana's back and said silently in his heart, "It is true that Nabilis's goal is to capture Adam, but the demons use the strategy of feinting to the east and attacking in the west. They caught you to threaten the Stonewing, to do what they want. The demons have not stayed in the human world for so many years. When did they read military books such as Sun Tzu's Edu's Art of War and learn to use strategies again? When did they play the trick of feinting to the east and attacking in the west? When Mordo knew that the demons were attacking, he had already drawn his weapons and was ready to join the army to destroy the demons. However, Li Feng could not get the trust of the Stonewing beasts due to mana problems, and Li Feng's rookie strength was limited in the battle. Therefore, Offie drew his weapons and said to Li Feng, "I will take you to a safe place first, and then I will go out to kill the demons." Is this underestimated? Li Feng followed Offie obediently and ran to a safe place, while complaining in his heart, "There are more than 50 demons attacking the monastery this time. Their number is far beyond your imagination. The most important thing is, are you underestimating me too much? I have the Solomon spellbook that can restrain the devil." Under the leadership of Offie, Li Feng killed the devils that broke into the monastery. At this time, Offie had noticed that the number of devils attacking the monastery this time was far beyond imagination. Otherwise the gate of the monastery guarded by many companions would not let so many devils break into the monastery. Walking into the so-called safe place, Li Feng pointed at Adam, who was locked in a chair and unable to move, and said, "Is this the safe place you said? Didn't Madden know that the ultimate goal of the devil was to get Adam? I have no safety with him." Looking at the pillars of light that shot up into the sky outside the window, Adam knew that this was a sign that the stone-winged beast had returned to heaven after being killed. He also guessed that the number of devils coming to the monastery this time would not be small. At the same time, he understood that the stone-winged beast guarding him could not resist the large number of devils. Adam glanced at Li Feng and shouted loudly, "Offie, give me the weapon. I want to protect myself." Considering that there are too many devils, it is always good to have an extra power to kill the devil. Offie split the chains that imprisoned Adam and gave Adam a weapon. Adam, who broke free from the chains and got the weapon, immediately rushed towards the devil with the weapon. Li Feng took out his playing cards, shot several devils who bared their teeth at him, and looked at Adam meaningfully. He knew that Adam learned about the devil's plot in the subsequent battle and got Frankenstein's experimental notes. It seems that it is easier for me to get the experimental notes by following Adam. Li Feng looked at Offie, who was fighting with the devil, thinking, how about I get rid of Offie and follow Adam to pick up the bargain? On the other side, Nabilis's General Jalaya, with several elite devils, quietly bypassed the stone-winged beasts, broke in front of Liana, and successfully hijacked the queen of the stone-winged beasts. Several stone-winged beasts who found that Jalaya had hijacked their queen roared angrily, but their queen was in Jalaya's hands, and they could do nothing but express their anger. Soon, the stone-winged beasts spread the news of the queen being held hostage to Offie's ears, and Li Feng, who was beside Offie, also knew the news. Li Feng, with his mouth slightly raised, thought, "It's time to express my goodwill. I believe that the stone-winged beast will concentrate on helping me explain the principles of the spells on the Key of Solomon to express his gratitude." Thinking of this, Li Feng handed the Solomon spellbook to Offie and said, "This book is for you. I think this spellbook will work as it should in your hands." Does Li Feng care about the original Solomon spellbook? He cares and doesn't care, because Li Feng has already copied all the spells in the magic book. He just needs to find someone to analyze the spells. Offie glanced at Li Feng. He knew how precious this spellbook was to the stone-winged beast. It was simply a nuclear weapon against the devil. After taking the Key of Solomon and saying thank you, Offie returned to the grey-white stone-winged beast posture, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky. Chapter 38, Devil, Stitched Monster, Mage, Woman. Offie flew high in the sky without attracting the attention of the devils. It was not until Offie opened the Key of Solomon, found the corresponding spell and read it out loud, that the devils on the ground felt something was wrong. But it was too late. Offie called God for help, and God said that he had received it, and promptly transmitted a huge amount of energy to Offie along with his faith. In the air, Offie, whose skin was originally grayish-white, began to turn into a holy milky white with a white glow under the blessing of powerful energy. The whole person was like a bright energy-saving light bulb, illuminating the entire monastery. As Offie finished reading the spell, an invisible energy shock spread outward from Offie. The devil who noticed the Offie brand light bulb first wondered why the stone-winged beast had evolved into a luminous beast, and then watched the energy shock pass through his body helplessly. Some weak devils were directly killed by the energy shock and sent back to hell. The stronger devils were not easy either, and they looked extremely weak after the energy shock. The stone-winged beasts on the side didn't care why the devils became weaker under the energy impact. They only knew that they would feel guilty if they missed such a good opportunity, so they chopped down the scum devils with their knives. At this time, Li Feng was hiding in a corner silently, watching Mordo, who was sweating after killing many devils in the corner, and a devil who broke into the monastery farther away, whose strength was greatly reduced under the energy impact, and unfortunately met Adam with a murderous look on his face. Mordo hid in the corner to observe Adam, just out of curiosity. He was curious about how an inhuman stitched monster would deal with this unlucky devil. It didn't take Adam long to beat the devil to the ground. He asked, "Where is Nabilis?" The devil sneered, "They are waiting for you." Adam was stunned. "What do you mean? What are they waiting for me?" The devil wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "We know that the stone-winged beasts will do their best to protect you, in order to prevent you from falling into our hands, but the number of stone-winged beasts is too small, which can easily lead to them relaxing their protection of the stone-winged beast queen, allowing Jalaya to kidnap the queen. In exchange, as long as the stone wings kill you, we will release the queen." Adam knew that Liana could communicate with the Archangel Michael, and was the spiritual leader of the stone-winged beasts. The stone-winged beasts would definitely exchange him for Liana. Similarly, Adam also knew that he was neither a stone-winged beast nor a human being, but just a monster created by humans without a soul. But Liana, who knew clearly that he was born, had a very good attitude towards him. At least she did not kill him immediately after catching him, but gave him self-defense weapons to destroy the devil, and told him a lot of principles of being a human being. So from the bottom of his heart, Adam still hoped that he could rescue Liana. Seeing the devil talking about how he was just a monster in Liana's eyes, Adam couldn't help but curse nonsense in his heart, and then used his fists and holy water to force the devil to tell him the location of the exchange of Liana. Seeing Adam running out of the monastery alone, ready to rescue Liana, Mordo had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Is Adam, who was born without obeying the laws of nature, really evil? Will he destroy the balance of nature? The stone-winged beast who guards the human world knows that Adam has no soul and is just a thinking zombie. Not only did it not kill Adam on the spot, it didn't even have the most basic imprisonment. Instead, it chose to let Adam go, gave him weapons and let him survive alone. Is Liana right or wrong? Until Adam's back disappeared from sight, Li Feng decided to give Mordo a dose of strong medicine. He walked to Mordo, who looked confused, and said, "The stone-winged beasts in this world are the legions of angels. Since the stone-winged beasts know Adam, does that mean that God may also know Adam's existence? But do you see how God reacts?" Spreading his hands, Li Feng said, "Although Adam was not created by God, he did not deprive Adam of his right to survive. At least he allowed Adam to live freely for more than 200 years. And others can't see it, can you? Adam's spiritual color is already at the critical point. As long as he crosses that step, Adam will have a soul. Then he will not be a monster, but a human being with extraordinary power." After saying that, Feng didn't care whether Mordo would figure it out and ran fast on his own, hanging behind Adam. On the other side, the queen was kidnapped and Gideon became the highest commander of the stone-winged beasts. After Adam ran out of the monastery and disappeared, Gideon was reluctant to exchange their queen with Frankenstein's experimental notes, but his decision was not recognized by his companions. Mordo was deeply entangled in the stone-winged beasts' quarrel over whether to exchange the lab notebook for the queen. On one hand, the evil stitched monster went alone to save the stone-winged beasts' queen, and on the other hand, the righteous stone-winged beasts, because they could not afford to gamble with the queen's life, decisively exchanged the Frankenstein lab notebook that the devil desired for the queen. After finding no trace of Adam, Mordo said that he could not understand this world. If he were a stone-winged beast, he would not care about the queen or not. Once the devil wanted to get the lab notebook, the consequences would be much more serious than losing a queen. In comparison, it was the right choice to let Gideon hold the key of Solomon and gather troops to kill into the devil's lair. If the queen died unfortunately, it was fate, and no one could be blamed. Unfortunately, Mordo knew that he was always an outsider, and these stone-winged beasts would not listen to his advice. Moreover, when he heard Gideon say Leona is the only one among us who can contact Archangel Michael and is our spiritual leader, Mordo clearly felt that the stone-winged beasts around him had already agreed with Gideon's plan to exchange the lab notebook for Leona. Mordo could only silently worry about this. When Gideon flew to the Wharton Theatre with the experimental notebook to exchange for Leona, Adam, who ran on his own two legs, had just reached the theatre's door. In the distance, Feng leaned on his knees and panted heavily. He watched Gideon and Leona fly out of the theater and couldn't help but complain, "Damn, you are amazing for being able to fly. It was obviously Adam and I who left the monastery first. Now you just flew over and completed the transaction, and I ran to the theater door." After a while, Feng, who felt that his physical strength had recovered, was about to sneak into the theater to check the situation. He saw a devil holding a notebook and running out of the theater quickly. Then, Adam ran out of the theater panting, and after identifying the direction, he followed the devil's escape path. Feng scratched his eyebrows and followed Adam helplessly. "Although my physical fitness is good among ordinary people, you are either devils or stitched monsters. Won't your physical strength be reduced? Or have you already discovered me and want to tire me to death by running around? Wait, I will strengthen my physical fitness after I return to the Marvel world. Sooner or later, I will tire you to death by running a marathon." Feng watched Adam follow the devil to Nabilis's lair and neatly sent the gatekeeper devil back to hell. Adam carefully broke into the devil's lair while observing the surroundings. Feng, who felt that he was about to foam at the mouth, was no longer prepared to continue tracking. First of all, Feng's strength did not allow him to break into the devil's lair. This was the devil's lair. Who knew how many devils were inside? Feng did not think he had the strength to kill in the devil's lair. If Feng broke in with a brainless mind, who knows who would kill whom? Secondly, there was no need to waste the little physical energy. Feng remembered that after Adam broke into the devil's lair, he understood the reason why Nabilis resurrected the corpse and found Frankenstein's notebook and escaped safely. After reading the experiment notes, Adam returned to the devil's lair and followed Dr. Wade, who helped Nabilis revive the corpse, hoping that Dr. Wade could help him complete what Frankenstein had promised him, creating a monster without a soul like him. He had been alone in this world for 200 years and he needed a companion. So Feng thought he should wait for Dr. Wade outside the devil's lair honestly, which was both safe and could get the experiment notebook. As night fell, Feng, who was hiding in the distance, saw a blonde woman hurriedly walking out of the devil's lair. At first, Feng was not sure that this woman was Dr. Wade, but then Feng saw Adam also appear in the distance and quietly followed behind the blonde woman. What Adam didn't see was that not long after he followed Wade away, a devil in black leather walked out of the lair and quietly followed Wade. Feng curled his lips and quietly followed Adam, complaining in his heart, "Miss Wade, shouldn't you feel honored that a devil, a stitched monster, and a wizard chose to follow you at the same time? More importantly, none of our three extraordinary beings want to kill you." When Wade realized that someone was following him, Adam also realized that there was a devil following him. He immediately walked in front of Wade to reveal his identity and asked Wade to follow him. On the way, Feng listened to Adam's story about the monastery and the devil with a smile, while Wade was confused. I'm a scientist. You and the unscientific devils and angels, and the stone-winged beasts, that I don't know what they are. Do you think I will believe it? Wade felt that Adam had a brain problem when he was used as an experimental subject to resurrect corpses. When he heard Adam say to Wade that her boss was the Devil Prince, Wade looked at Adam with a different look, with an expression of how crazy your brain is. Feng said that he was amused by Wade's expression pack and couldn't help laughing out loud. Adam kicked open the back door of an abandoned factory. When he heard Feng's laughter, he thought it was the devil chasing him. He quickly protected Wade behind him and shouted to the shadow, "Come out." Feng laughed and walked out of the dark corner and said, "Adam, I'm sorry. She will never believe you if you tell Dr. Wade about the devil and the stone-winged beast. It's you." Adam breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Feng who followed him. He pulled Wade into the abandoned factory and said to Feng, "But what I said is true. As a wizard, you not only witnessed how the devil attacked the monastery, but you also shot and killed many devils yourself." Chapter 39 Notes in Hand. The title of wizard made Wade look at Feng twice more subconsciously. He wore a cape made of unknown material and a pair of boots that were hundreds of years out of date. Most importantly, he had a small belly and a long sword on his waist. A wizard actually had a small belly and a long sword. Where's the staff? Where's the staff? This is definitely not the wizard with a white beard in my impression. He is just like Adam, a psychopath. Feng just shrugged his shoulders to show his belief in Wade's strange eyes, thinking, "You will know whether I'm a wizard or not in a while." Calculating the time, the movement of Adam kicking the back door before should attract the devil. Adam and Wade have not walked out of the abandoned factory yet, and the devil July suddenly broke into the abandoned factory without thinking, and while resuming his devil appearance, he shouted at Adam, "Frankenstein on the side." Wade looked at July with a dull face as flames suddenly burst out of his head, revealing a hideous face. Feng took out a poker card, patted Wade's shoulder, and said, "Look, devil, do you want to be dragged into the lab for dissection?" When Adam heard Julie's cry, he had already pulled out 2 metal short sticks, rushed to the devil, and said to Feng, "Protect Wade and leave." Feng casually shot a poker card at Julie, and with a snap of his fingers, Wade was locked in the mirror space, saying, "Leave, damn it, it's so cool to cooperate to kill this devil." After that, Feng took out a poker card to assist Adam, while secretly preparing a time spell. As long as he saw the right opportunity, he would use the time spell in his hand on Julie's face. Feng wanted to see if this demon, which was obviously not strong, could break free from the cage of the time spell. Julie was originally much stronger and more experienced than Adam. If it weren't for Feng's poker cards that were occasionally thrown at his face, making him feel like there was a fly buzzing in his mind, he felt that it was only a matter of time before he killed Adam. Noticing that Feng's poker cards only had a range of 10 meters, Julia thought about it and felt that if he rushed towards Feng now, Adam would definitely pester him and find a chance to give him one. You know, Adam's strength is not small. Who knows if he will be concussed by this stick? It's better to change the battlefield. Thinking of this, Julia noticed that the floor of the factory not far away had collapsed. When Adam was not paying attention, he kicked Adam downstairs. Is Feng's spell range only 10 meters? Nonsense. Who has ever seen a magician shoot a spell and the spell dissipated after 10 meters? Feng is just used to accurately control the poker cards and show weakness to the devil. Now, Feng's time spell is ready, just waiting for an opportunity to smear Julia's face. Seeing that Julia ignored his poker cards and was about to jump downstairs to kill Adam, Feng immediately raised his hand and shot the spell. A water-like spell instantly enveloped the body of Julia, who had just jumped up. At the same time, Feng quickly drew out his long knife and rushed to Julia's side, waving the long knife in his hand that was burning with fire, and cut off Julia's head with one knife. Seeing Julia's soul turned into a ball of fire and drilled into the ground, and his bones turned into dust, Feng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Adam along the edge of the collapse, saying, "Dude, he's not dead yet." After that, Feng opened the portal connecting to the mirror space and took Wade, who was looking confused, out of the space. Although the mirror space cannot be perceived by outsiders, people in the mirror space can see everything that happens in the outside world. So Wade walked out of the mirror space and took deep breaths repeatedly, rubbing his face and muttering to himself. First, Adam lived for hundreds of years, then the people around the boss turned into demons, and finally there appeared a wizard who could shoot flaming cards. Is this still the world I'm familiar with? Feng curled his lips and said contemptuously, you are a doctor, can't you think of the demons as aliens? And isn't magic the unknown science? Science? Wade said with an expression that you are kidding me. Then use science to explain how you made the cards burn when they collided with the demon and collided with the demon. Feng stretched out his hand and cast a spell to summon a small flame in his palm and said, don't flames appear when molecules vibrate and rub against each other? Wade was speechless. Of course she knew that flames would appear when molecules vibrate, but the question was how Feng controlled the vibration of molecules. Wade took a deep breath and asked, there are so many people who know that molecular vibrations can cause combustion, but has anyone become a wizard for this? Mental power, Feng explained, spreading his hands. You can understand it as brain waves, infinite radio waves, etc. Once you understand and use brain waves, you will find that spells are as simple as using a remote control to change TV stations. At this time, Adam, who was kicked down the stairs by Jolene, staggered back to Feng and asked curiously, what magic was the last trick? Why is Jolene like in a slow motion movie? Feng explained casually, a time slowing spell. As long as the creature is hit by the spell, the flow of time around the creature will slow down. Wade, who initially believed that magic was related to science, said blankly, time. Can modern science explain time? How did you slow down time? Can you travel through time to the past or future? Damn, I shouldn't have told the scientist that magic is unknown science. Now, I have aroused the interest of a scientist to get to the bottom of things. Time is related to quantum energy, Feng explained, then turned to look at Adam and said, dude, are you sure we are suitable to chat in this abandoned factory now? Aren't you afraid that Nabilis will send more demons to hunt you down? In fact, without Feng's reminder, Adam had already pulled Wade, who was about to ask how quantum energy manipulates time, away and prepared to return to his dilapidated hut. Back in the dilapidated hut, Wade looked at Feng with a curious look while treating the wound of the meat shield warrior Adam. Adam endured the pain caused by Wade stitching his wound and asked Feng, why are you following me? Feng leaned against the wall, shrugged and said, I'm curious about you and the Frankenstein notebook that can resurrect corpses. You also know that I'm a magician. In our eyes, you are like a stitched monster resurrected by magic, but you are intelligent, and the wizard stitched monster is not intelligent. After thinking for a while, Feng said to Adam with anger in his eyes, if you are angry about the name of a stitched monster, I can apologize. In fact, I don't know what species to call you for the time being. For the time being? Wade, who was busy stitching Adam's wound, heard Feng's confusion and said, what does this mean? Feng walked in front of Adam, half squatted and looked Adam in the eye, pointed to his eyes and said, I don't know if you have felt the changes in yourself, but I found that your body has given birth to a soul, but now the soul is trapped in the eggshell, and I don't know when it will be born, so I can only say for the time being. As for the future, you will definitely be a human being, an extraordinary human being with a long lifespan. After saying that, Feng looked at the experimental notebook on Adam's waist. While slowly reaching out for the experimental notebook, he said, I'm very curious, how did Frankenstein make you intelligent, and what caused you to give birth to a soul now? Is it time? Or something else? When Adam heard Feng say that he was about to have a soul, he was stunned and completely immersed in joy. He didn't come back to his senses until Feng's hand touched the notebook. However, Adam did not stop Feng's behavior, but asked with a tangled face, are you sure you saw my soul? Holding the experimental notebook, Feng took a few steps back, opened the notebook, and recorded the contents in the magic book, and said, sure, if you don't believe it, you can try to commit suicide, and see if your soul will float out. Wade, who was reshaping his worldview, thought, since both the devil and the angels have appeared, I can still accept that a wizard and the stitched monster in front of me are talking about souls. I just don't know if I have worked for the Devil Prince for so many years. Will my soul go to heaven after death, or continue to work for an abyss in hell? When Wade heard Li Feng's proposal, he rolled his eyes and said, people are dead, so what if they know there is a soul? Let him die. Li Feng looked up at Wade and said, don't you have it? Just revive Adam's body. After a while, Li Feng threw the experimental notes to Wade and said, look, there are so many creative ideas in it. Li Feng said this, expressing an expression that he was very good and a great scholar, and he could understand the contents of the notes at a glance, but in his heart, I can't understand the notes. I'm uneducated. I apologize. How did Frankenstein use the current of the electric eel to revive the body? Which great god can help me explain it? Now it's good if I don't apply for university entrance examination and study for a few years in the Marvel world. I can't create an immortal pet. Wade took the notes curiously and sat at the head of the bed to read them, and Adam, who didn't know whether he was careless or consumed too much in the battle with Jalaya, fell asleep in a short while and snored. Li Feng scratched his brow. Now that he had the contents of the notebook, it was time for him to leave. Li Feng believed that his current small body could not participate in the battle between Adam, the stone-winged beast, and the devil. Li Feng coughed lightly, signaling Wade to turn his attention from the experimental notes to him. Unfortunately, he underestimated Wade's obsession with the notebook. Wade said without raising his head, Mr. Austin, do you have anything to do? Li Feng, nothing, just to tell you that I have been out for a long time and now I have to go back to the monastery to meet up with my companions. Wade looked up at Li Feng, waved his hand like a fly and said, okay, I will tell Adam. Li Feng thought about it and kindly reminded, in this world, human life is a gift from God, and you are just an ordinary person, but you have stepped into the realm of God. Take care of yourself. After speaking, Li Feng opened the portal and disappeared in front of Wade. As for Wade's still interested research on resurrecting corpses or burning the experimental notes after reflection, it was none of Li Feng's business. He had already reminded Wade, didn't he? Chapter 40 Benefits. The portal opened directly to the Stone-winged Beast Monastery. As soon as Li Feng stepped through the portal, Offie hurried to Li Feng's side, returned the Key of Solomon to Li Feng, and said, Mr. Austin, this is your spellbook. Thank you for lending me this Key of Solomon, so that my brothers and sisters can stay in the world and continue to fight. Li Feng, who was a little tired, yawned, waved his hand and said, you're welcome. As for the Key of Solomon, I said I would give it to you, so you can keep it. Offie shook his head, stuffed the Key of Solomon into Li Feng's hand, and smiled. The important thing about this book is the content. We have copied the content during the time you left the monastery. So this first edition of the Key of Solomon, which has a certain amount of energy, we think it is better to return it to you. It's a good collection. Offie stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to follow him, and said as he walked, some of the low-level spells I analyzed before have been reviewed by the Queen. Now, the Queen invites you to the reception room and prepares to hand it to you personally. Haha, you didn't trust me before, but now you are so polite. I think you are not going to give the spell to me, but are going to ask me where I went after leaving the monastery. You stone-winged beasts like to think in a roundabout way. Why don't you just ask directly? I won't hide anything. Li Feng followed Offie to the reception room, while complaining in his heart. In the reception room, Liana, who was originally sitting on the throne, was holding a spell scroll analyzed by Offie for inspection. Seeing Li Feng coming, she stood up and said with a smile, I heard that you lent the Key of Solomon to Offie and thus eliminated all the demons that invaded the monastery. Liana bowed slightly and said, thank you for your help. After all, she is the queen. Li Feng can't accept Liana's gift, or he will be killed by the stone-winged beast. Li Feng turned sideways to avoid the direction of Liana's bow, waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I was in the monastery at the time, and I couldn't run away, even if the demon broke into the monastery. So you can understand that letting Offie use the Key of Solomon is my self-protection. Liana smiled, turned his head to look at Gideon, who was like a wooden man beside him. Gideon nodded slightly, picked up a silver white flat wine pot inlaid with some broken gems from his side, walked to Li Feng, and said, "This is a gift specially prepared for you by the queen for helping the monastery defeat the demons." Liana gestured to Li Feng to take the wine jug and said, "This wine jug is just a simple prop. It can ensure that the liquid in the jug does not deteriorate for a long time." Taking the wine jug, Li Feng carefully observed the magic patterns on the jug. It can only be said that Li Feng became a wizard for too short a time and the amount of knowledge stored in his brain was too little. He could only vaguely see the content of the magic patterns. Everyone knows that holy water is made by priests reciting scriptures, and it can exorcise evil spirits and cure some simple diseases. Liana looked at the wine jug in Li Feng's hand, and said with a smile, "But that's just ordinary holy water. Real holy water is more powerful, but its production is too complicated. The holy water in your wine jug is top grade holy water made by the monastery." After listening to Liana's introduction, Li Feng's first reaction was to roll his eyes. Damn, ordinary holy water is only made by mortals reciting scriptures, but you are stone-winged beasts of angels. I know how overbearing the holy water made by you reciting scriptures is. I guess except for the devil prince and Nabalis, the rest of the devils will die if they touch it. It's only that the production of holy water is difficult. Otherwise, you have a lot of holy water. When facing the invasion of the devil, just point a water gun at the devil. This is better than any sword or gun. If you are a little more arrogant, put the holy water in the fire truck and rush directly to the devil's lair to spray it wildly. Nabalis can't stand being soaked in holy water. If you were more flexible, researched technology, and found a way to send a large amount of holy water to the sky, and then formed holy water raindrops to the ground, those demons would really become sewer rats. But what do you mean by giving me holy water? The demons use dark energy, but what about me? You know I also use dark energy. Do you want to destroy me? Liana seemed to see what Li Feng was thinking, and said with a smile, "I think you have some misunderstandings about holy water. The main function of the monastery's holy water is to purify filth. The reason why it has a huge effect on evil things such as demons is because the demons' minds are twisted." Liana explained faintly, "The use of holy water has nothing to do with what kind of energy you use. Energy is just energy. It has no distinction between good and evil. Just like dark energy is corrosive, is the power of faith safe. The power of faith is also dangerous. Otherwise why don't the priests of the gods use the faith themselves after collecting it, but hand it over to the gods, allowing the gods to transform it, and give it back to the priests in the form of mana?" Liana pointed to the flat wine pot and said, "These holy waters can purify your mind and body, while strengthening your resistance to the corrosion of dark energy, making your path as a mage smoother." Li Feng was not sure whether what Liana said was true. He felt that Liana giving him holy water was more of a test. As long as he turned into ashes after using the holy water, it meant that he was an enemy, and if he was safe and sound after using it, he would be a guest. After thinking for a while, Li Feng opened the wine flask, lightly dipped his right index finger in a little holy water, and felt the changes in himself. It seems that there is no change. Li Feng glanced at the smiling Liana, put his right index finger into his mouth, and continued to feel the effect of the holy water on himself. As soon as the index finger was put into his mouth, Li Feng felt that his mana disappeared out of thin air, but the purity of the mana increased a little. Li Feng didn't care about the disappearance of mana, because mana can be restored through meditation, but the increase in the purity of mana is a big surprise. Usually, if you want to purify mana, there is no way except to rely on meditation, but now you can do it by drinking a mouthful of holy water. There is also this good thing. Li Feng licked the corner of his mouth and prepared to raise his head to drink the remaining holy water. Gideon saw Li Feng's actions and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Mr. Austin, the effect will be better if you drink a bottle cap of mineral water every time your mana is restored to full. We estimate that after you drink this pot of holy water, the purity of your mana can be doubled." After listening to Gideon's explanation, Li Feng didn't know whether holy water could enhance the corrosion of dark energy, but it was true that it could purify mana. Thinking that his mana tank was basically full, Li Feng raised the wine jug and carefully took a small sip. After a long time, Li Feng closed his eyes to sense the changes in his magic power, smacked his lips and muttered, "A small sip consumes half of the magic power, but the purity is improved by 1 level. Not bad, a good thing." Li Feng raised the flat wine pot, leaned forward slightly towards Liana, and said, "Thank you, this gift helps me a lot. I'm grateful for it." In fact, after Li Feng drank the holy water, Liana had been carefully observing the changes in Li Feng. It was not until Li Feng's appearance showed no change that Liana secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While handing the spell scroll in her hand to Li Feng, she said, "Due to the sudden attack of the devil, the war is imminent, so the most important thing for us now is to prepare for war, which makes time tight. I can only analyze some low-level spell principles for you. After we are done with this period of time, I will analyze the rest of the spells for you." Li Feng took the scroll and said, "Thank you again for your help. At present, these low-level spells are enough for me to learn for a long time. If there is nothing else, I want to go back to the room to rest." Liana turned her head and glanced at Offie, motioning Offie to take Li Feng to the guest room to rest. After Li Feng's figure disappeared in the reception room, Gideon looked at Liana and said, "Aren't you going to ask where he went after leaving the monastery?" Liana shook her head and said, "Since he was not hurt after drinking the holy water, but benefited from it, this shows that Austin is not in the same group as the devil, nor is he an evil person. Our duty is to eliminate the devil and protect mankind. What Austin wants to do has nothing to do with us." Li Feng returned to the lounge and couldn't wait to sit at the head of the bed to open the scroll. He checked what spells there were and recorded the spells in the magic book while pondering the principles of the spells. After a long time, Li Feng rubbed his brow and muttered to himself, "It's called a low-level spell, but I think some spells are better than higher-level ones, like healing. Although I can't use the spell to its full potential due to my mana attribute, this half-crippled healing spell can make me an excellent surgeon. If I run a hospital, I can treat a patient every time I raise my hand. I guess I can count money until my hands cramp. There are also physical recovery spells. As long as I consume a little mana, I can immediately become full of energy from being exhausted. Those handsome men who are kept by their mistresses will probably hire me to cast spells every time they do something beneficial to their body and mind." After a long time, there was a knock on the door, pulling Li Feng, who was trapped in fantasy, back to reality. Li Feng wiped his saliva, got up and opened the door, only to see Modu standing outside the door with a frown and a bottle of wine. Li Feng stepped aside to make way, motioned Mordo to enter the room, and said, "What happened? You don't look like the wizard I remembered." "Adam is back." Mordo took a sip of wine and continued. He told Liana that Nabilis wanted to use Frankenstein's notebook to revive the corpses collected earlier, and prepared to let thousands of evil spirits descend on the earth. Li Feng scratched his head. He had known this news for a long time, but he just didn't say it. "Does this have anything to do with the dilapidated appearance you have caused? Liana has issued a war order after knowing what happened." "It's nothing. I understand. I even want to join the battle, but..." Mordo glanced at the door, pointed at his ear, gritted his teeth and whispered angrily, "After Adam left, I heard Liana order Gideon to follow Adam. As long as Frankenstein's notebook is found, Gideon will kill Adam to prevent the means of resurrecting the corpse from falling into Nabilis' hands." "Li Feng, what are you hesitating about? The wizard Mordo I know will only make the same decision, right? After all, Adam's existence violates the laws of nature." Mordo was stunned for a moment, poured the wine in his hand into his mouth, and said, "But you also said that God allowed Adam to exist, and I don't see where Adam is evil. Our duty is to protect, and we have no right to deprive others of their right to survive." Chapter 41, The Battle Between Stowing Beast and the Devil. Li Feng understood what Mordo was struggling with. It was nothing more than the collision of new and old ideas, which made Mordo somewhat at a loss. The evil-stitched monster in his impression knew that the devil's target was himself, but he still chose to rescue Liana, just because his two short legs could not run faster than Gideon who could fly. In the end, Liana was exchanged by Gideon with Frankenstein's notebook. Now, in order to prevent Nabilis from obtaining the secret of resurrecting corpses, the righteous Stowing Beast finally decided to kill Adam, to prevent the devil from causing trouble in the world. Who is right? Who is wrong? If it was before, Mordo would have killed Adam without saying a word, but now as for the change in Mordo's inner world, Li Feng was speechless and helpless, and a little relieved. The relief was because Li Feng felt that he had completed the task that the Ancient One did not clearly explain. It could not be said that Mordo's extreme ideas had been completely changed, but Mordo's heart had been shaken. Speechless, because it was time now. The Stonewing Beast was about to find the Devil's Lair and kill, but Mordo doubted his life at this time. Patting Mordo on the shoulder, Li Feng smiled and said, since God allowed Adam to exist in his hometown, it means that he has other plans for Adam. How could he let the Stone-Winged Beast kill him so easily? If you haven't figured it out, maybe you should organize your magic tools and kill your way into the Devil's Lair to vent your confused emotions. Mordo thought about it, looked up and said to Li Feng, maybe, but I really want to kill some devils to calm down now. After that, Mordo got up and walked out of the room to prepare some props to better hunt devils. Li Feng looked down at the long sword on his waist, put the magic book into his pocket, shook the key of Solomon and muttered, maybe I should also find some devils to practice my sword skills. On the other side, Adam, who had left the monastery, felt something was wrong before he returned to his shabby room. When he saw that Wade was not in the room, Adam immediately realized that Wade was in danger. He hurriedly picked up Frankenstein's experimental notes hidden in the corner and prepared to find Wade. In the distance, Gideon saw Adam put Frankenstein's notes into his arms and immediately launched a sneak attack. The battle between the two ended quickly, and Adam finally sent Gideon back to heaven. At the same time, he also realized that the Stone-Winged Beast was going to hunt him down in order to destroy Nabilis's plan to resurrect the corpse. As a matter of urgency, Adam felt that he should find Wade first. After all, Wade was the first partner he recognized, and he had to protect Wade's safety. Adam hurried to the Devil's Lair and easily found clues that Wade had been to the Devil's Lair. Adam understood that there were too many devils in the Devil's Lair, and he was looking for death. If he broke in alone, he needed allies. Originally, the enemy of the enemy was the best ally, but now, the Stone-Winged Beast was obviously on the hostile list, but Adam still set his mind on the Stone-Winged Beast. From the bottom of his heart, Adam still hoped that the two would perish together, so that the two sides would not come to kill him for no reason. After burning Frankenstein's experimental notes, Adam deliberately let the Stone-Winged Beast discover his whereabouts and prepared to lead the Stone-Winged Beast to the Devil's Lair. Li Feng, who was waiting for news in the hall with all his equipment like Mordo, saw a Stone-Winged Beast hurried into the hall and said to Lena, Queen, we have found the monster. Lena glanced at the Stone-Winged Beasts in the hall, waved her hand, turned into the original Stone-Winged Beast and said, let's go. Li Feng looked at the Stone-Winged Beasts flapping their wings and flying high into the sky, scratched his head, and whispered to Mordo beside him, they can fly, what should we do? Open a portal? Mordo turned his head and asked curiously, do you know where the Devil's Lair is? Remember the castle-like building we saw when we first came to this world? Li Feng said contemptuously, didn't you find that there are a lot of devils there? Where else could it be but the Devil's Lair? Could it be that the devils are hiding in the sewers? They are devils, not rats. This is what you told me at the beginning. Now you have forgotten that not only your thoughts have changed, but your brain has changed as well. Mordo smiled awkwardly. After Li Feng's explanation, he also recalled what happened at the beginning. He stretched out his hand to open a portal and said to Li Feng, while pulling out the magic weapon, are you ready? It's time to party. Li Feng pulled out his long sword, shrugged and muttered, I'm not as strong as you to hold a party. I'd better find some weaker demons to hone my sword skills. After that, Li Feng stepped through the portal and came to the roof opposite the Devil's Nest. Li Feng looked around and looked at Mordo, who was observing the Devil's Nest. He said, I thought you would open the portal directly to the entrance of the Devil's Nest. Mordo rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said, directly break into the opponent's nest without knowing the number of demons? Do you think I'm Master Guyi and can ignore the number? Wait for the Stone-Winged Beasts to come, and we will join the battlefield. After a long time, Adam finally brought the army of Stone-Winged Beasts to the Devil's Nest after many twists and turns. Li Feng squatted on the edge of the roof, looking at Liana opposite, and then at Adam, who was surrounded by a group of people in black suits. Li Feng said he was puzzled. He saw that Liana could not tell that these men in suits were devils. You said that the stone-winged beasts had been dealing with devils for so many years. It was fine that they could not distinguish between humans and devils, but devils knew how to use the power of science to strengthen themselves. Look at you stone-winged beasts. You lit candles in the monastery and used swords as weapons. Please, the human beings around you have undergone earth-shaking changes over the centuries. Don't you have any idea of changing at all? At least install some electric lights in the monastery. Li Feng could only sigh. The stone-winged beasts' brains were rigid enough. Would they die if they trained a few scientists? With the power of the stone-winged beasts, one person could hold a modified Gatling machine gun without breathing heavily. By then, let alone thousands of devils, I'm afraid that even the term devil would disappear from the human world under the threat of the machine gun. While complaining about the old-fashioned stone-winged beast, Li Feng turned to Mordo and said, "How do we go down? Open the portal, or take the stairs?" As Adam killed the first devil, Liana realized that this was the devil's lair that Adam had mentioned, and immediately ordered the stone-winged beast to join the battle. Mordo stood up and said to Li Feng, "You are right. The reason why God allowed Adam to exist is because he wanted Adam to guide the stone-winged beast to the devil's lair and completely eliminate the devils in the world." Li Feng blinked inexplicably. He thought that Mordo's brain might have been stimulated too much, like he has become a funny guy. Completely eliminate the devils in the world? What a joke. The task that the stone-winged beast has not completed for centuries. Adam, I rely on it. Li Feng stared at the stone-winged beasts that were killing the group of devils. Compared with the stone-winged beasts that used swords to kill devils in the past, now they have some familiar magic patterns on their bodies. Li Feng can be sure that these magic patterns have appeared in the Solomon spellbook. In addition, there were two stone-winged beasts hovering in the sky, holding a replica of the Key of Solomon in their hands, and chanting spells loudly. Li Feng looked at Mordo speechlessly. "So what you mean by destroying the light devilies, that I give the Key of Solomon to the stone-winged beasts, and Adam's role is just to lead the way?" The orange-yellow portal suddenly appeared among the devils, which made the devils stunned. They all looked up at the two stone-winged beasts chanting spells, thinking, what's going on? Chanting spells and a halo. The stone-winged beasts are not playing with swords but magic? When did this happen? Didn't we hear the boss tell us? When Li Feng joined the team to kill the devils, waving a long sword that was burning with flames, Adam glanced at Liana, who was still on the roof, killed a devil casually and ran away. Didn't the stone-winged beast want to see how many human corpses Nabilis had collected? Then follow me. Liana noticed Adam's departure and glanced at the devils, who were either destroyed or weakened into weaklings. Feeling that victory was within reach, Liana turned around and said, "Follow Adam. He will lead us to the bodies waiting to be resurrected." After a while, Liana saw Adam hurriedly running out of the house from a high altitude. She noticed that at the door of this house, several black body bags were casually thrown on the ground. Liana thought about it and landed next to the body bags with her wings flapping. Liana thought, since there were bodies parked at the door of this house, how many bodies would there be in the house? It can't be that this building is a legendary crematorium. She doesn't believe that there is such a thing as a crematorium on Nabilis' territory. The interior of the building had long been dug deep by Nabilis. Liana looked pale as she looked at the endless human corpses like goods hanging on a cargo rack, quietly waiting for Nabilis to resurrect them with scientific means, and then summon an army of evil spirits from hell to possess these resurrected corpses. When Liana followed Adam, Li Feng, who felt that the devil was too weak to practice swordsmanship, quietly left the team and followed Adam. To be precise, Li Feng used Liana, who was flying high in the sky, as a navigation system, and trotted behind Liana on the ground until Liana entered the building where the bodies were stored. Li Feng quietly walked out of the dark corner and threw a scroll full of magic circles on the ground. In addition to practicing swordsmanship, Li Feng also wanted to try to capture a devil. Originally, when he killed the devil with Stonewing Beast, Li Feng had plenty of opportunities to capture a devil, but Li Feng was not sure what Stonewing Beast and Mordo would think and do after he did so. Glancing at the direction where Adam left, Li Feng felt a little regretful. After all, my strength is not enough. In Li Feng's initial idea, the Devil Prince Nabilis was the best trophy, but considering the strength of both sides, Li Feng felt that he, a rookie, should honestly capture a devil with weak combat power but scientist talent, who made me unable to be sure that the devil sealing magic circle I made can seal Nabilis. What if it fails? Then I will be in big trouble. I remember that there was a devil coveting my body. What if I just walked in front of Nabilis, and that guy saw that I have the talent of time and space, and my magic power is still the dark side? It would be strange if he didn't possess me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Leona's Changes. After Adam directed Leona to the building full of corpses, he hurried into Wade's laboratory. He knew that, if Nabilis wanted to revive the corpse, he could only rely on Wade, who had read the entire Frankenstein experiment notebook. Since Wade was now in Nabilis' hands, and judging by the devil's impatience, Adam felt that Wade and Nabilis would definitely conduct experiments to revive the corpse in the laboratory. Holding two sharp blades, Adam rushed into the laboratory without thinking, and faced Nabilis alone. Nabilis was very surprised and glanced at the weapon in Adam's hand, and felt a little funny. Who gave you the courage to face the noble devil prince? Or did Frankenstein not help you activate your brain when he resurrected you? Nabilis walked towards Adam, and Adam relaxed his guard and said, Frankenstein, it's great that you are back. Adam said with a fierce look on his face, I came back to destroy you and your experiments. The stone-winged beast monastery will exist forever, and mankind will not perish. Nabilis raised his eyebrows and said contemptuously, I don't know how many laboratories like this there are in the world. As for the monastery and humans, Nabilis showed the prototype of the devil and said, no one can stop them from perishing with a monster like you. Although Adam was born as a stitched monster, his strength and speed far exceeded that of humans. But after Nabilis showed the devil's posture, Adam only cut 3 wounds on Nabilis' abdomen, making the wounds form a 3 symbol, and was pushed far away by Nabilis. On the side, Wade, who had found the right opportunity to stop the experiment, was pinched by Nabilis' neck before he finished operating the computer and said, it's too late, Dr. Wade, we have obtained all the useful data. After that, Nabilis threw Wade to a machine with arcs. When Adam saw that the only partner who recognized him was about to be burned to death by the electric arc, he stood up and rushed to Wade, pushing him away from the dangerous arc. Nabilis found it a little funny. A monster actually had the mind to flirt with beautiful girls while fighting with me. It looked down on me too much. Nabilis walked up to Adam, who was injured by the electric arc, pinched Adam's neck with one hand, and drew magic patterns on his forehead with blood so that the evil spirit could possess Adam, and said, I know you will come back. You have been alone all the time. I know what you want. I will make hundreds and thousands of you. I have been collecting human corpses for centuries. As long as the corpses are resurrected, I can summon an army from hell, and you will be a member of my army. You will not be alone. After saying that, Nabilis raised Adam and chanted the spell to summon the evil spirit loudly. On the other side, Li Feng had just laid out the scroll and hid aside when he saw an old man with dry skin and grey hair, wearing a simple biochemical protective suit, holding a mobile hard drive, and hurried out of the building. Li Feng grinned silently, walked out of the hiding place, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers, and an irregular glass wall instantly appeared in front of the old man. The old man was stunned, turned his head to look at the long knife in Li Feng's hand, pretended to be panicked and scared, and said, Who are you? I'm just an old man who is guarding the corpse. Please let me go. Li Feng pointed to the irregular glass walls around him and said, This is a mirror space. Without my permission, you can't get out in this life, let alone go back to hell. He pointed to the scroll on the ground and said, Now I give you 2 choices. Take the initiative to get into the seal, or be crippled by me, and then be sealed by me. The old man knew clearly that the stone-winged beast could not see the true form of the devil. He felt that the young man in front of him with a small belly could not tell whether he was a devil or a human. As for the seal, he was just fooling himself. Thinking of this, the old man said with a bitter face and trembling, "I don't know what you are talking about." Before the old man finished speaking, Feng had already shot the poker cards in his hand at the old man. The old man sensed the energy on the poker cards and subconsciously avoided the shot with a reaction far beyond that of ordinary people. Feng whistled, suppressed the flames on the long knife, and said, "Wow, you are still so agile at your age. Do you have any secrets to longevity? Tell me so that I can live a few more years. Also, I know who you are." The experiment of resurrecting corpses was completed in Wade's laboratory on the surface. In fact, you have been copying Dr. Wade's experiments under the orders of Nabilis. I know that the computer in your studio is connected to Wade's computer so that you can complete the experiment of resurrecting corpses synchronously. Feng pointed at the mobile USB flash drive in the old man's hand with his long knife and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that little thing records the data of resurrecting corpses, right?" The old man knew that his disguise had lost its effect when he saw Feng's posture. The other party knew everything about his identity and the USB flash drive. The old man showed his ugly devil prototype and said, "When you go to hell, I will let you live long and burn you in hell forever." After that, the old man rushed towards Feng. Feng shot out a poker card again without thinking. While raising his knife and rushing towards the old man, Feng was secretly preparing a time spell. What he wanted was to seal a devil with reason and language, not a flame-shaped devil soul that could not communicate. So when he chopped at the old man, Feng paid attention to the measure of his hands and only chopped the old man's hands and feet without hurting the old man's head and heart. Although the old man's hair was grey and he was old, his skills were much better than those devils. If it weren't for the long knife in Feng's hand that could hurt the old man, it would be uncertain who would live and die in a bare-handed fight. After another confrontation, Feng carefully avoided the old man's attack and quickly swung his knife to force the old man to dodge the blade in the direction he expected, and at the same time, he shot the prepared time-slowing spell at the old man. When the old man looked at his actions in slow motion like a movie, Feng quickly cut off the old man's hands and feet. Before the old man escaped from the time-slowing spell, Feng immediately activated the scroll on the ground. Under Feng's control, the scroll emitted an inexplicable suction force, sucking the old man into the scroll. Seeing that the old man had been sealed, Feng breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the mobile USB flash drive on the ground, tied up the scroll, and hid it in his arms. As soon as Feng opened the portal and walked out of the mirror space, he saw the building in front of him was full of red light. Feng was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips and said, "A red light represents an evil spirit. Although you are many in number, it is useless. Don't you know that Lena and the others now have a copy of the Key of Solomon? Are you going to be sent back to hell after breathing air for a few seconds in the human world?" Before Feng finished his complaints, he vaguely heard a stone-winged beast in the building loudly chanting the spell on the Key of Solomon. After a while, Feng, who was sitting on the steps of the gate to recover his magic power, felt something was wrong. Although the stone-winged beast's spell destroyed many weak resentful spirits, some powerful resentful spirits still emerged from hell. Feng instantly understood what was going on. The Key of Solomon in the stone-winged beast's hand was a replica after all. Compared with the original book containing magic power, the power of the spell was weakened a lot. Thinking of this, Feng got up and ran into the building. While looking for Lena's figure, he held up the original Key of Solomon in his hand and shouted, "Queen Lena, take this Key of Solomon and chant the spell." Lena, who was busy destroying the corpses to prevent them from being possessed by the devil, suddenly heard Feng's voice, subconsciously looked at the book in Feng's hand, and flew to Feng without thinking, said thank you, and quickly turned the book to the page that restrained evil spirits. Soon, Lena held the Key of Solomon in both hands and chanted a spell loudly to the fireball representing the devil's soul. The first person holding the Key of Solomon and chanting the spell was off it. Feng remembered that when he chanted the spell, his whole body turned from grey to white, but the spell of the stone-winged beast queen in front of him was extraordinary. First of all, it was holiness. For some reason, Feng looked at Lena chanting the spell, and felt that Leona was the most beautiful woman in the world. Even a glance at Leona was a blasphemy to Leona. Secondly, Leona's body changed. If Leona in the form of stone-winged beast could still be seen as a plaster statue, now that her wings are slowly growing feathers, her skin has become crystal clear. At this moment, it seems that Leona is no longer a stone-winged beast, but a real angel. After all, Feng is a wizard with strong mental power. After feeling something strange, he immediately looked at the corpse. While wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Feng cursed in his heart. What kind of operation is this? It's okay that Leona has become just like an angel, but how did you get the ability to seduce? I almost converted to religion, and gave up my identity as a wizard to become a priest. The same goes for the god of this world. Leona is your daughter or granddaughter. Knowing that she would be besieged by evil spirits, you gave Leona so much energy. Now forget about sending these evil spirits to hell. I estimate that under this wave of energy, all these evil spirits will be left on the earth and turned into ashes. The problem is that the earth does not lack this little fertilizer. Can you please take back some of the energy? I'm scared. The energy that God gave to Leona made Feng, who used dark energy, feel uncomfortable all over. He felt that God was not only preparing to destroy this wave of demons, but also to destroy himself. Feng, his eyes twitched slightly, turned around and ran out of the building. This place can't stay anymore. I kindly gave you the key of Solomon. Am I easy? Not long after running out of the building, 5 huge soul fireballs shot up into the sky, merged into a larger soul fireball in the air, and rushed to the basement of the building, where the bodies were stored. Feng's mouth twitched, and he patted his chest, and said to himself, damn, I almost forgot about this. What did Feng forget? He forgot that, when Adam was about to be possessed by the evil spirit, the soul suddenly broke out of the shell and drove the evil spirit out of the body, and picked up a piece of metal on the ground and stabbed Nabilis, and drew along Nabilis's lower abdomen to the Adam's apple, causing Nabilis's previous 3 symbol to become the Feng character symbol that restrains the devil. As soon as this Feng symbol was completed, Nabilis immediately turned into 5 soul fireballs, and was sent to hell. As for why Nabilis could be killed by drawing the Feng symbol, Feng said that the rules of this world are so fucked up, what can he do? Chapter 43 Return with a full load. Nabilis is indeed a prince of noble status among the devils. The commotion he caused when he returned home was in line with his status. Other devils quietly turned into soul fireballs and found a hole in the ground to go home. What about Nabilis? The huge soul fireball destroyed its own nest with great force when it returned to hell, and also pulled the evil spirits that were weakened to waste and survived back to hell. In response, Feng said that you are awesome. You just left and took all your things back to hell. Not to mention leaving a hair in the world. You even took the land back to hell. What's the matter? You bought the land with money, so you are going to take the land back to hell. You are still a noble prince, but I think you are just a poor bastard. Feng curled his lips and raised a middle finger to Nabilis in his heart. After all, it is an old nest that has been in business for many years. There should be a lot of good things in it. I originally thought about picking up some bargains in your old nest, but what happened? So fucking stingy. Although Nabilis was sent back to hell, Feng's eyes twitched as he looked at Leona, who was still holy and had crystal clear skin. The war is over. Can your father or grandfather take back the energy? I shuddered as I watched. Leona vaguely understood that she had evolved because God gave her too much energy. Leona curiously touched her feather wings and then looked at Feng, who was retreating in the distance. When she was about to return the key of Solomon in her hand to Feng, she suddenly sensed something. Feng saw that Leona first flew towards him, then instantly turned around and flew towards the hole in the ground created by Nabilis when he returned to hell. He pursed his lips, opened the portal to the monastery, and muttered, "Is she going to save Adam? Is this considered a beauty saving a hero? I just don't know if Adam, a stitched monster, can withstand the tremendous energy of Leona. It would be fun if he turned into ashes." As soon as he walked to the monastery, Feng saw Mordo circling around a suspected female stone-winged beast. The stone-winged beast that was being scrutinized seemed unable to bear Mordo's affectionate gaze and retreated in fear. Scratching his head, Li Feng walked to Mordo, raised his right hand, and prepared to pat Mordo on the shoulder, thought about it, and put his right hand down, swallowed his saliva, and whispered, "Master Mordo, don't tell me that the stone-winged beast blocked the knife for you in your battle with the devil, but your interpretation of the word partner became distorted, causing you to fall in love with the stone-winged beast." Damn, if Mordo fell in love with a stone-winged beast, how would I explain it to Ancient One when I go back? What if Mordo stays in this world and doesn't return to the Marvel world? Ancient One will peel off my skin. However, cross-species love should be true love. As for reproductive isolation, this is a problem. If reproductive isolation is solved, what species will the child born by Stonewing Beast and Mordo be? Stonewing Beast is essentially stone. Could it be a stone man? Mordo rolled his eyes at Li Feng, pointed at the wound on Stonewing Beast and said, "Look, that's your wife. It's not good to let me see her for free." Li Feng looked at the Stonewing Beast in the direction Mordo pointed, while complaining in his heart. There were some magic patterns engraved on the Stonewing Beast in front of him. Although Li Feng didn't understand the function of these magic patterns, he saw that the wounds on the Stonewing Beast were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he had a rough idea of the function of these magic patterns in his mind. Staring, Li Feng found that he seemed to have underestimated the role of the Key of Solomon. It had only been a short time since the Stone-Winged Beast had the magic patterns in the book, and the Stone-Winged Beast had already played with the magic patterns in the book. If the Stone-Winged Beast studied the healing magic patterns thoroughly, would all the Stone-Winged Beasts become beast versions of Wolverine? This was just the healing magic pattern. If the killing magic patterns were engraved all over the body, Li Feng silently lit a candle for the devil of this world in his heart, and said, "I will go back to the room to recover my magic power. You can study the magic patterns slowly." After a long time, Li Feng, who was sitting at the head of the bed, to recover his magic power, took out the flat wine pot filled with holy water and drank it carefully. I don't know if the holy water in this world will become poisonous water after passing through the portal. After all, the rules of different worlds are different. Shaking the flat wine flask, Li Feng estimated that the holy water in the flask would be enough for him to drink for a few days. Based on the consumption of one mouthful per day, it would take about 10 days to drink it all, so I'd better stay in this world for 10 days before returning to the Marvel world. But Li Feng had a headache when he thought that he had neither money nor friends in this world. If he didn't want to live on the streets like a homeless person, he could only stay in the Stonewing Beast Monastery and then face Liana, who exuded holy light all day long. Li Feng, who was drumming in his heart, scratched his brow and thought, why don't I just live on the streets? Just when Li Feng was thinking about how to find some gangsters to rob, Offa's voice came from outside the door. "Austin, the Queen asked me to return the Key of Solomon to you and say thank you on her behalf." Li Feng pushed open the door and took the Key of Solomon from Offa. With a hint of apology on his face, Offa explained, "Originally, the Queen wanted to thank you in person, but you also know that after the Queen held the Key of Solomon to communicate with God, she could not control her own surging energy, which led to amazing charm. Even we were more or less affected, so now the Queen can only stay in the quiet room alone to get familiar with these energies as soon as possible." Li Feng nodded, thinking happily in his heart, I wish Liana didn't come out. Li Feng glanced at Mordo's room and saw that the door was open. He asked curiously, "Is Mordo still studying the magic patterns on your bodies?" Offa looked down at the magic patterns on his body and said, "Mordo and Adam were just chatting on the roof." After hesitating, Offa asked curiously, "Do you really think he has a soul?" Although Li Feng didn't see Adam after the battle, he knew the plot, so he nodded affirmatively. Offa shrugged, saying that he couldn't understand how the stitched monster had a soul, and could only imagine that it was God's reward to Adam. "By the way, before the Queen entered the quiet room, she asked me to take you to our collection room. You can pick some props or materials as our thank you gift to you." Li Feng's eyes lit up after hearing this. His playing cards were almost used up, and he was just short of materials to forge some again. Liana's thank you gift came at the right time. However, Li Feng took out a flat wine flask from his pocket and said, "Can you give me some holy water?" Compared with props, Li Feng believed in his own strength more, and Li Feng could feel that his mage qualifications were slowly improving after using holy water. Perhaps he would be able to rub out a powerful fireball in a while. Offie knew how complicated the production process of the holy water that Li Feng drank was, how precious the materials were, and there were not many in stock in the monastery, so he shook his head regretfully and said, "I need to report to the queen before I can reply to you." Pointing to Li Feng's flat wine pot, Offie continued, "If you want to continue using holy water, I advise you to forget it. I don't know if you have heard of drug resistance. These special holy waters will also make you resistant. When the queen gave you holy water, she has already calculated the amount you can bear. Therefore, more holy water cannot help you purify your mind and improve your mage qualifications. If you want to use holy water to deal with evil creatures, just ignore what I said." Li Feng was stunned, and it made sense after thinking about it. If holy water can infinitely improve the qualifications of a mage, he should consider staying in this world and improving his qualifications to the point where even the gods would drool before leaving. Li Feng waved his hand, indicating that he did not want holy water. After reporting some common magic materials to Offie, he turned back to the room to study the spells on the Key of Solomon. As for the devil, sealed in the scroll, Li Feng would not talk to the devil in the monastery, even if he was crazy, and hiding in the mirror space would not work. 10 days later, Li Feng sat cross-legged alone in the training ground where the stone-winged beast practiced martial arts, and drank the last sip of holy water. After a long time, Li Feng, who sensed the change in magic power, suddenly stood up. As his right hand slowly raised, a football-sized fireball suddenly appeared in his palm. With a grin, Li Feng waved his right hand, letting the fireball in his palm rotate around himself for a few circles, and then shot towards the target 50 meters away. However, the fireball brushed the edge of the target and flew away, and dissipated in the air about 100 meters away. Li Feng scratched his brow, and said to himself, "Holy water not only purifies my soul, but also strengthens my mental strength. So now I can accurately control the fireball within 15 meters, and make the fireball have an automatic tracking function within 15 meters. But beyond 15 meters, I can only aim in advance, and let the fireball shoot at the enemy along a fixed trajectory. It's just that the flying speed of the fireball is a bit slow, about the same as a bow and arrow. There are too many people in the Marvel world who can dodge bows and arrows." Calculating the time, it's time to go back to the Marvel world, but I will be busy. After I go back, the first thing is to forge some mana-saving playing cards, and then practice the accuracy of the fireball, and enhance the firing rate of the fireball. It would be even better if the fireball can reach the speed of a bullet when it is fired. Finally, I have to pry some spells from the devil's mouth. After leaving the training ground, Li Feng found Mordo, who was chatting with Adam and Wade, and said, "It looks like you have made new friends in this world." After that, Li Feng glanced at Wade ambiguously, and said to Adam, "I haven't congratulated you on gaining a soul and love yet." "Thank you." Adam turned his head to look at Wade, who was blushing slightly, and said, "It feels good to be a human. At least I'm not alone." Mordo looked up and down at Li Feng, whose magical power had greatly improved, and said, "Are you ready to go home?" Seeing Li Feng nod, Mordo stood up and hugged Adam, saying, "The flight to take me home is about to take off. Take care, my friend." Adam, who was hugging Mordo, patted Mordo on the back and said, "I will. Take care of yourself too." When Li Feng and Mordo went back to their rooms to pack their luggage, Offie hurried to find Li Feng, handed Li Feng a scroll and a wooden box emitting weak energy fluctuations, and said, "The queen knew you were leaving, and she asked me to give this to you." The scroll records the queen's analysis of the magic principle of the Key of Solomon. As for the wooden box, it is a gift from her. After that, Offie pointed to Mordo's room and said, "The queen also prepared a gift for Mordo. I will give the gift to him now. Take care." Chapter 44 Mordo's Gift. After returning to the Marvel Universe, Li Feng immediately looked at the electronic clock on the bedside, and quietly spit out the mobile USB flash drive wrapped in magic power from his mouth, wondering silently and muttering to himself, "There is no reason. We only stayed in the Demon Slayer world for half a month, and I descended into the garbage alley of the Demon Slayer world, and used the same energy to open a portal to return. How come it took a month to pass in the Marvel world? The time has doubled." Mordo on the side rubbed his stomach, which was uncomfortable due to the squeezing of the portal. He glanced at Li Feng, who was dazed at the clock. After thinking for a while, he understood what Li Feng was thinking, and said with a slightly envious tone, "Isn't it normal that the time in the two worlds is not equal? Have you forgotten the changes after drinking the holy water? Although your total amount of mana has not changed, the purity of your mana has doubled. In addition, you are still unable to perfectly control the output of mana. It would be strange if the time in the two worlds is equal. Forget about this." Li Feng took out the gift box sent by Ayano and lowered his head to check it. He said awkwardly, "What gift did Ayano give you? Take it out and show it to me." "Holy water." Mordo took out a kettle from his pocket and said, "Do you want it? My strength is much higher than yours, so this thing is of little help to me. If it is to deal with the devil, I believe in the magic weapon in my hand more. After all, no one knows that the holy water with super effect in the world of Liano can deal with the devil in our world. I don't want to use my life to test the effect of holy water in battle." Li Feng scratched his head, thinking that he might be able to use holy water to deal with the old devil sealed in the scroll in the future. He took out a flat wine flask from his arms and said, "Give me some, in case I encounter a powerful devil one day." Mordo took the flat wine flask, poured the holy water from the water flask into the wine flask, looked at the wooden box in Li Feng's hand, and said curiously, "I just killed some devils with the stone winged beast and you gave me precious holy water. The key of Solomon you contributed will be of greater help to the stone winged beast. See what precious thank you gift Liana has prepared for you." At this time, the sound of Li Feng opening the portal to go home was noticed by Ancient One. When Li Feng was about to open the wooden box to see what the gift was, Ancient One suddenly knocked on the door and said, "Li Feng, Mordo, welcome home." Mordo hurriedly opened the door, saluted with his hands together and said, "Master Ancient One." Ancient One glanced at Mordo, then at Li Feng, raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that you have gained a lot in the other world, and your magic power has improved beyond my imagination." Li Feng scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I rely on external objects to improve my strength. So by the way, we are going to see the gift a queen from another world gave me. Shall we go together? Although I don't know what external objects you use to improve your strength, I can see that you digested well. At least there are no side effects." Guyi glanced at the wooden box in Li Feng's hand, waved his hand to set up a mirror space and said, "Different worlds have different rules. For safety reasons, you should check your gift in the mirror space." In the mirror space, Li Feng carefully opened the wooden box and frowned at the white feather in the box. "What's going on? Liana knew that I was Chinese, so she gave me a feather with a small gift, but a big heart?" When Li Feng was about to take out the feather to see what species it was plucked from, Ancient One hurriedly stopped him and said, "I can feel a huge amount of energy in the feather, and its energy is dissipating when you open the wooden box. Close the wooden box. I think this wooden box can prevent the energy in the feather from dissipating." While thinking, Ancient One asked, "Tell me what kind of world you have arrived at? The feathers of ordinary creatures cannot have such holy and huge energy." Mordo glanced at Li Feng and told Ancient One everything he saw in the world of Demon Slayer, but Li Feng could hear some confusion in Mordo's words. After thinking about it, he realized that Mordo wanted to ask Ancient One some questions, such as what is justice, what is evil, and what behavior destroys the balance of nature. Mordo is probably too embarrassed to voice out his inner doubts in front of me. Thinking of this, Li Feng interrupted Mordo's narration, put his hands together, and said to Ancient One, "Master, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria to find something to eat first." Mordo understood the meaning of Li Feng's words and said with a smile, "I prepared a gift for you before going to the other world. Don't be in a hurry to leave Kamatage later. I will take you to see the gift." Li Feng subconsciously looked at Ancient One. Ancient One had paid for Mordo to take him through time, and now Mordo asked for a gift again, which made Li Feng a little embarrassed. "The gift has nothing to do with time travel," Mordo said a little embarrassedly. "At the beginning, you agreed to let Master Ancient One try to teach me time magic, so this is a thank you gift for learning time magic?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "You should thank me after you learn the time spell." After that, Li Feng stepped through the portal and returned to reality and walked out of the room. On the way to the restaurant, Li Feng repeatedly looked at the wooden box. Holy energy. I guess this is the feather that lion plucked from her own wings. Is this a pseudo-angel feather? I was originally going to use holy water to interrogate the old man about the devil spell, but now I just use the feather. The next morning, Mordo walked to the door of Li Feng's room with a few books and knocked hard on the door. Li Feng, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, wrapped in a quilt in the room, stood up helplessly and shouted, "I'm coming. Can't you knock on the door gently? Who will be responsible if it breaks? Anyway, I can't afford to pay for it." Opening the door, Li Feng yawned and looked at Mordo. "Why are you looking for me so early? Is there something?" Mordo handed the book in his hand to Li Feng and said, "This is my notes when I was practicing spirit magic. I hope it will be useful to you." After speaking, Mordo looked around, and when he saw that there was no one around, he took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Li Feng, whispering, "This is a dark spell you asked Ancient One to help you modify." Li Feng smiled foolishly, quickly took the book and put it in his arms, turned around and went back to the room to get dressed, and said, "Thank you. By the way, I will start my journey again after breakfast." Mordo leaned against the door frame, watched Li Feng pack his luggage, and said, "Do you have a travel destination?" Li Feng spread his hands. "You know I don't have many friends or family, and I travel to other worlds from time to time, so I'll just go wherever I go. Maybe I'll find a beautiful place to study." Speaking of this, Li Feng patted his chest and used a look to indicate what he was going to do. Mordo understood that Li Feng was going to find a hidden place to study dark magic. Although studying dark magic is dangerous, it is more dangerous to study dark magic in Kamatage. After all, there are mages who are sensitive to energy around. Mordo nodded to show his understanding and said, "I'm sending you to New York, so I'm just giving you a gift. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Believe me, you will like my gift." Li Feng turned his head to look at Mordo, pointed to the books about spirits, and said, "What gift is so mysterious? Is it more precious than these books?" "It's not precious." Mordo spread his hands and said, "You'll know when the time comes." "Okay, you'll know when the time comes." Li Feng shrugged and said, "I'm looking forward to it." After breakfast, Mordo took Li Feng to New York through the temple portal. As soon as they walked out of the portal, Daniel, who was guarding the temple, walked up to them and said, "Mordo, long time no see, and you, Li Feng, is the other world fun?" Li Feng was stunned. "Why do I feel that the wizards of Kamatage know that I will travel through time?" Before Li Feng could say anything, Mordo rubbed his brows and explained to Li Feng, "Don't worry, only Ancient One, me, and Daniel know that you can travel through time." Then, Mordo smiled bitterly at Daniel. "You will know if you try it. You have smashed my 3 views to the ground and I can't put them back together. I'm not very interested in time travel. I have seen many magical creatures in outer space when I was guarding the temple." Daniel doesn't know what Mordo has experienced. He is curious and wants to ask what happened to cause the change of his 3 views. However, seeing Li Feng carrying a bulging luggage, he guessed, "Are you leaving Kamatage?" Before Li Feng opened his mouth to explain, Mordo said, "There is a saying in China that reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Li Feng plans to practice magic while traveling." Daniel stepped aside to make way, smiled thoughtfully. "Now I understand why you bought the RV. Is it for Li Feng?" "RV?" Li Feng turned his head to look at Mordo. "The gift you mentioned is the RV." Mordo rolled his eyes at Daniel and said, "I wanted to give Li Feng a surprise, but now that you've said it in advance, there's no surprise." Daniel spread his hands and said, "Okay, my bad," and winked at Li Feng, saying, "I hope you'll like that RV." After that, Daniel bowed and left. After leaving the temple, Mordo took Li Feng to a parking lot not far from the temple, took out the car keys from his pocket, pointed to a brand new small luxury RV, and said, "I heard before that you wanted to have your own RV. Although the surprise was ruined by Daniel, I still hope you like this gift." Li Feng took the keys with a smile, walked around the RV, opened the door, and walked into the car. The space in a small RV is not very big, but it is enough for single Li Feng. Moreover, Li Feng believes that he will find a space spell sooner or later. After that, He will modify the RV. Haha, don't look at my RV's small appearance and can't seat many people, but it can raise whales inside. Looking at the kitchen, bedroom and bathroom in the RV, Li Feng checked them one by one and sat in the driver's seat. He said to Mordo outside the window, "I like the gift very much. Thanks, man." Seeing that Li Feng had started the RV, Mordo waved goodbye and made way, saying, "Kamatage welcomes you back anytime." In the driver's seat, Li Feng stretched out his left hand out of the window and waved to Mordo, indicating that he heard it. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the RV to the city. Before leaving New York, Li Feng had another important thing to do. Chapter 45 Restaurant. New York, Chinatown. It was almost noon when Li Feng bought a lot of dry food and mineral water from the supermarket. He parked his RV in the parking lot, took all his belongings worth less than $10,000, carried a shoulder bag containing spell books and scrolls, and randomly chose a Chinese restaurant that seemed to have good food and walked in. If you ask Li Feng how he knew that this Chinese restaurant was good, of course he guessed it by looking at the flow of customers. After all, a restaurant with bad food would not attract business. Pushing open the door of the restaurant, Li Feng looked at the clean and tidy environment with satisfaction, as well as the retro decoration. Just as Li Feng was looking at the restaurant environment and looking for an empty seat, a Chinese woman in a black leather jacket walked up to Li Feng and said in Chinese, "Sir, are you alone?" Hearing the familiar Chinese made Li Feng feel very friendly, and he had the urge to spend all his money in the restaurant. Li Feng wondered why the waiter in the restaurant was wearing a black leather jacket instead of work clothes, and nodded and said, "Of course." The leather-clad waiter looked at the crowded hall and said with a smile, "The first floor is full. Please go to the second floor for dinner." Li Feng said it didn't matter where he sat to eat. During this period, he and Mordo escorted the devil in the plague-ridden world and didn't eat or sleep well. Then he went to the demon slayer world to torment the devil. You have to know that the stone-winged beast is essentially stone. What does stone eat? So the stone-winged beast can't cook at all. During the time he lived in the monastery, Li Feng drank water and ate cheap bread bought from the supermarket every day. Now, he just wants to have a good Chinese meal to comfort his injured stomach. Led by the leather jacket waiter, Li Feng walked to the second floor of the restaurant. When passing by the kitchen door, a Chinese chef glanced at the waiter and shouted in surprise, "Mei, why are you here?" Mei looked at the chef with a helpless tone and said, "My mother is coming to New York to live for a few days, but you know how bad my cooking skills are, so I plan to buy some semi-finished dishes from you, take them home to heat up, and enjoy Chinese food with my mother." The chef shook his head and smiled. "You really should put your work aside and practice your cooking skills, a girl," Mei said helplessly at the same time as the chef. "As long as you have good cooking skills, you can tie a man's heart." After that, Mei hung her head and pouted and said, "You have said this hundreds of times. My ears are calloused. I won't say it to you anymore. I will take the diners to the second floor to order." Li Feng glanced at the fake waiter speechlessly. He heard that this lady named Mei was not a waiter at all, but a diner like him. The difference was that Li Feng was eating in the restaurant, while Mei was going to take the food home. "Sister, how can you help me take my order if you are not a waiter? I ordered Peking duck, and you said wait a moment. Then I ran to the kitchen to ask, and they said there was no Peking duck. Aren't you delaying my meal?" The chef also heard something wrong, frowned and said, "Where did Xiaohu go? How can you let guests be waiters? It's too unreasonable." Mei motioned Li Feng to go upstairs and said to the chef, "Xiaohu has a stomachache. She went to the bathroom. Let me help her for a while." As the chef muttered, "Lazy people pee a lot," Li Feng followed Mei to the second floor of the restaurant, picked a window seat along the street and sat down, saying, "Braised pork, mushrooms and vegetables, and an egg soup, and a big bowl of rice." After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he could have a little wine in the RV at night, so he said, "Do you have fried peanuts, sweet and sour spare ribs, and boiled chicken?" These 3 dishes are packed. Seeing Mei nod neatly, Li Feng complained in his heart, "You said yes without asking. Did the restaurant buy the goods from your farm?" Before Mei went downstairs, a female scream came from the direction of the bathroom. Medi rushed to the bathroom without thinking. She recognized it as Xiaohu's voice. Li Feng curiously looked into the restroom. He could vaguely smell blood. He scratched his head and got up to go to the restroom. When he got to the restroom, Li Feng looked up at the restroom with the word male written on it, and then looked at the female restroom next to it. Li Feng was sure that the smell of blood and the scream of the woman before came from the men's restroom. So did this waitress named Xiaohu go to the men's restroom? Or was Xiaohu actually a man, but the voice and name made me misunderstand him? Madan, a man is called Xiaohu? What do his parents think? Wanting a daughter so badly, right? Li Feng pushed open the door to the men's restroom, only to see Xiaohui slumped on the ground, while Medi was holding a pistol in both hands, aiming at a bone with a metallic luster on its back, and beating a burly weird man in a black suit, shouting, "Don't move." Li Feng looked at Xiaohui in a skirt suit with suspicion, and asked curiously, "Brother? Sister? Are you a man or a woman?" Xiaohui. Medi glanced at Li Feng with a caring look for the mentally retarded, and said, "Call an ambulance." After that, Medi put the pistol back into the gun bag, rubbed her fists, and walked towards the weird man, while gritting her teeth and said, "I told you to stop, did you hear me?" The weird man seemed not to hear what Medi was shouting at all, and his eyes were still red, concentrating on beating the man in the suit, who had been lying on the ground for a long time without moving. This weirdo is chewing Zuan Mei, and he can't stop, right? Li Feng originally thought he would see a fight scene between a beauty and the beast, and then he would be a handsome hero saving the beauty, but in the end, what did he see? Mei squatted down and punched the strange man in the cheek, and then Li Feng looked at the strange man who was unconscious on the spot with contempt, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Seeing you ignore Medi who was holding a gun, and the bones on your back, I thought you had the blood limit of the corpse bone vein, and you were skilled and brave, but you were so weak, you were knocked out so easily by a woman's punch. That's not right. The burly strange man doesn't look like a weak chicken." So it should be said that Medi's fist is hard enough. By the way, Sister Mei, what kind of boxing are you practicing? I want to learn it. Li Feng secretly cast a spell, while complaining at the strange man's spirit. The strange man has such obvious characteristics. If Li Feng still can't recognize that this is an alien, do you really think that all these years of Marvel movies are in vain? After a while, Li Feng smacked his lips and muttered softly, "Legend has it that the genes of aliens are defective. According to the principle that the body and soul are closely related, once an alien activates his superpowers, his soul will also be affected." Scratching his head, Li Feng curled his lips and thought, "So I saw that, although the spirit of this alien was as colorful as a rainbow, the colors were a little dim, just like a colorblind person seeing a rainbow." Mei took out handcuffs from her waist, handcuffed the alien's hands, and while checking whether the man in the suit was dead, she shouted to Li Feng in a bad tone, "Didn't you hear me call an ambulance?" Li Feng glanced at the man in the suit. He had long seen that the guy's spirit was beginning to dissipate. This was the imagination of a dead person. He muttered in his heart, "Why call an ambulance? Just call the morgue directly." Spreading his hands, Li Feng said innocently, "I don't have a phone. If you don't believe me, you can search me." Mei had already discovered that the man in the suit was hopeless. She gritted her teeth, glanced at Li Feng, and said, "Please leave the bathroom." Li Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully, "If you want to leave, then leave. But can you prepare the food for me first? Otherwise, there will be a dead body in the restaurant." It was starved to death. A diner starved to death in the restaurant. What do you think will be reported in the news tomorrow? Mei felt that she was going crazy. What kind of person was this? How could he eat in a restaurant with peace of mind after seeing a dead body? Not to mention whether they could eat or not. It would be strange if the restaurant could operate normally. Sick Mei was too lazy to pay attention to Li Feng. After pointing a gun at Li Feng and asking him to leave the bathroom, she took out her cell phone and made a call, saying, "Sir, you'd better come to Chinatown. I'll send you the address. There is a strong man with bones growing to his back here who will open your eyes." Mei put down the phone, helped Xiaohu up and said, "Go out and have a glass of water first, but don't leave the restaurant. My colleague will be here soon." Mei helped Xiaohu out of the restaurant and subconsciously tried to find Li Feng, but there was no trace of Li Feng in the restaurant. Oops. Men's eyes were almost burning with anger, and he muttered silently and viciously, "This guy said in front of me that he was hungry and waiting for food, but it was all lies to lie to me. He just wanted me to subconsciously think that he would stay in the restaurant, but he ran away a long time ago." Li Feng is not stupid. He knew that there was a murder case in the restaurant, but he was still waiting in the restaurant stupidly. He knew that it was not the police who would come, but SHIELD. Sure enough, when Li Feng drove the RV from the parking lot past the restaurant had been blocked. There were several black SUVs parked at the door, and several soldiers wearing helmets and fully armed got out of the cars, as well as several scientific researchers wearing biochemical suits and scanning everywhere with instruments. The sharp-eyed Li Feng also saw Fury with hair, but compared with the last time they met, Fury now wore an eye patch and became a one-eyed man. Li Feng stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the suburbs, muttering to himself, "When did you get your hair cut? You are the African in my impression." When Li Feng passed by, Fury felt someone was looking at him and subconsciously looked around. After a while, Fury, who had not noticed anything, frowned and walked into the second floor of the restaurant. Seeing Medi comforting the waiter, Fury clapped his hands and instructed Medi to come over to report the specific situation. As for Ziohui, of course, there were professional psychological personnel to guide her, at least to ensure that Ziohui would not talk about what she saw today. In the corner of the restaurant, Medi told Fury in detail what happened in the bathroom and hesitated. She didn't know whether to tell Fury about Li Feng. From a certain perspective, Li Feng was indeed very suspicious. First of all, he was calm when he saw the corpse, and in the brief conversation between the two afterwards, Medi also found that Li Feng didn't seem to be curious about the strange man in his eyes, but gave her a feeling that he was not surprised. This is very abnormal. When ordinary people see such a weird human, they don't say they will scream like Ziohui, but at least they will show a little fear. This is normal. Fury saw that Medi was a little hesitant and asked, "Did you find anything else?" After thinking for a while, Medi told Fury about Li Feng's performance. When Medi finished describing Li Feng's clothes and appearance, Fury narrowed his eyes and said, "You said he is Chinese and has a small belly." Chapter 46 Li Feng is an alien. Seeing Medi nodded in agreement, Fury took out a notepad from his pocket, quickly drew a sketch of Li Feng, and asked, "Is this the person?" The thing that impressed me most about him was that he wore slippers. By the way, did he wear slippers today? Medi nodded and said, "It's this person." She was a little curious. From Fury's tone, they not only knew each other, but they were also very familiar with each other. But what did the thing that impressed her most about him, which was wearing slippers, mean? Was it a personal quirk? Medi said with some doubt, "He didn't wear slippers, but a pair of boots." Fury's mouth curled up slightly. "When we returned to the cruiser and didn't find your body, I knew you were still alive. But changing slippers to boots, does this mean that your taste is evolving? Or do you know that I called you the slipper man in the file, so you are wearing boots now, so that I can take the time to change the name in the file to the boot man?" Medi hesitated and asked, "Sir, do we need to call up his surveillance and check where he went?" "Of course," Fury whispered, "but only you and I know about this." Medi thought about it, nodded and said, "I'll use the excuse of investigating how the mutant with crooked bones entered the restaurant to see if I can find the little belly from the surveillance." "Good excuse." Fury smiled, "but Austin is Chinese like you. I wonder if he will be mad if you call him that. You two are really familiar with each other, otherwise how would you know how he hates others calling him?" Medi narrowed her eyes, pointed at the unconscious mutant implicitly, and whispered, "Is this Austin a mutant like him? I must find him as soon as possible before he loses control, so as not to hurt innocent people." Fury raised his eyebrows, thought about it, shook his head and said, "Maybe this matter is quite complicated. To be honest, I hope he is an alien." In fact, Fury was not sure whether Li Feng was a person with superpowers. He was more likely to guess that Li Feng was an alien in human skin. There are many reasons for this speculation. First, when Fury returned to the Kree cruiser, he found that the Kree elite troops killed by Carol had a lot less equipment. Now the scientists in the bureau are still cracking the Kree technology and checking whether these weapons carry alien germs. Moreover, the scientists in the bureau have proved that some weapons are not usable by humans at all, and Li Feng was so bold as to steal alien equipment. Does this mean that Li Feng knows how to use these alien weapons? In addition, although the Greenskin Talus said that there were no missing spaceships on the cruiser, Fury felt that, just because he could not find Li Feng's trace, he had reason to guess that Li Feng was driving a spaceship back to Earth or leaving Earth. And an Earthling who showed that he could not even fly a plane suddenly drove an alien spaceship. Doesn't this also mean that Li Feng is an alien? Finally, there is another reason to prove that Li Feng is an alien. When a document showing that Li Feng was just an ordinary human being was placed on his desk, Fury was immediately terrified. The Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau where he worked was known to be able to find out where the mouse's ancestors had dug holes for 18 generations by catching a mouse. What about now? Is the ordinary Li Feng in the document really the Austin he met at the beginning? They are completely two different people. The Austin he met might be an alien in disguise. Fury recalled that he spent a lot of energy mobilizing the resources of the Bureau to find Li Feng, but he didn't even find his shadow. This made him think that Li Feng actually drove a spaceship to leave the Earth when he was on the Kree cruiser. As a result, just when he was about to give up looking for Li Feng suddenly appeared in New York. Fury felt that this was a rare opportunity and he couldn't let it go. If he passed by, he had to meet Li Feng. Because no matter whether Li Feng himself uses alien weapons or sells them to the black market, Fury needs to know the whereabouts of these alien weapons and ask Li Feng which planet he is from and the purpose of his coming to Earth. This is his duty that he cannot escape. However, considering Li Feng's kindness and the force he used to rescue Talus single-handedly, Fury feels that he can bring Mei, who is also skilled in martial arts, to meet Austin, who is suspected to be an alien, but is disguised as Li Feng. After a while, Mei ran to Fury, who was sitting at the dining table drinking a drink, holding a pile of information in her hand, and said, "Sir, there is a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Fury held his forehead with one hand, curled his lips and said, "Let's hear the bad news first. At least there will be good news later, to heal my little heart." Mei shrugged and said, "Although the information of the guy with the skeleton on his back has been found, he disappeared strangely during the escort process." Strange? Fury rubbed his eyebrows and asked, "Is it stranger than him suddenly growing an exoskeleton?" Mei handed the information in his hand to Fury and said, "There are a total of 3 vehicles escorting the person with special abilities. The sealed car holding the person with special abilities is in the middle of the team. However, when we arrived at the base and opened the sealed car, we found that not only the person with special abilities disappeared, but also the 4 soldiers who were in the car disappeared together. The people at the base did not find any signs of fighting after checking the sealed car. Moreover, during the escort process, the surveillance of the car behind the sealed car showed that the vehicle holding the person with special abilities did not move at all, and there was not even a bump. The most regrettable thing is that we haven't even collected the DNA of people with superpowers yet." Fury flipped through the information in front of him and took a look, saying, "Does that mean we only have the information about people with superpowers when they were still within the normal range?" "Yes, sir. This news is really bad enough." Fury took a deep breath, closed the information, and threw it on the table. What he wanted to know was when and where the other party became a superpower. The pile of information in front of him obviously couldn't give him the answer. In addition, he could check the information at any time, so there was no need to waste time here. After taking a sip of his drink, Fury said, "Tell me the good news now, so that I can be in a good mood and take it home before I get off work." Mei looked around and whispered, "I'm afraid you still have a long time before you get off work. I have tracked Austin's whereabouts. He is now driving an RV on the road. It seems that he is preparing to leave New York." Fury stood up and motioned Mei to leave the restaurant with him and said, "Is this good news? Good news that makes me have to work overtime? By the way, you said before that Little Belly ordered fried peanuts and other tequila?" Seeing Mei spread her hands and nodded, Fury, who had not yet walked out of the restaurant, suddenly said to Carlson, who was standing at the door as a doorman, "Please buy me some fried peanuts, sweet and sour spare ribs and boiled chicken." Mary, I know about turkey and black bone chicken, but what kind of chicken is boiled chicken? On the side, Mary, who already has amazing cooking skills, said with a slightly uncertain tone, "Sir, boiled chicken is chicken cooked in boiled water." After thinking for a while, Mary added, "And these dishes are all Chinese food appetizers." Fury nodded and said that he couldn't understand what was so delicious about chicken cooked in plain water. He turned his head and asked Carlson, "Do you understand?" Carlson smiled and nodded and said, "Buying some beer?" "Yes." Fury opened the car door and motioned May to get in. He checked the pistol in the holster and said to Carlson, "I want to have a good chat with my old friend about his future life plans." May was a little puzzled. From Fury's words, she knew that he was going to intercept Austin, but Fury said that even the investigation of the other party's whereabouts needed to be kept confidential. What was the point of taking her with him? Did Fury have to be a waiter himself, or leave his ears at home and be a waiter who could only hold a beer bottle and watch Fury and Austin drink and chat? May sat in the driver's seat and started the car, smiling faintly. "Sir, I sell my art, but not my body." Fury, who was sitting in the passenger seat, rolled his eyes at Mary. He knew that Mary was joking. Mary was not an agent with superb martial arts but simple mind. He was a well-known expert in the bureau. However, for safety reasons, Fury still reminded, "It's better to load the bullet. I don't want to receive any bad news." "Bad news? Does it mean that I will be sacrificed?" May glanced at Fury and said seriously, "Sir, are you sure this is necessary? The surveillance footage shows that there is only one person in Austin, and he is a man with a small belly and not strong. If possible, I would like to call for an army for support." Fury pointed to his eye patch and sneered, "Although there are some things I'm not convenient to tell you, but I remind you that the man with a small belly you are talking about is knowledgeable. He saw it with his own eyes before he went blind." May stepped on the accelerator and tilted her head, muttering, "I thought he blinded your eyes. You want to take revenge on him and want me to provide armed support. I have already thought about how much compensation I want." Fury took out a folded paper from his pocket and spread it in his hand and said casually, "Tell me how much compensation you want. This mission is a semi-public and semi-private matter. Maybe I can give you a reward." Although May held the steering wheel with both hands and almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, her excellent driving skills allowed her to glance at the paper in Fury's hand. When she saw the photo of Austin, his Chinese name and some basic information on the paper, May was a little surprised and said jokingly, "Sir, is this guy worth carrying the information with you? Could it be that Austin stole your girlfriend? It would be easy if he stole my girlfriend." Fury read the information, put the paper back into his jacket pocket, raised his right hand to simulate the action of shooting, and said, "I will buy the bullets with my own money and give Austin a free shot." May raised her eyebrows. "I'm thinking whether to get off the car. This job may not be easy." Fury changed to a comfortable sitting position and said, "It depends on luck. When we worked with Austin before, we got along well." May narrowed her eyes. Although Fury didn't say much, May still heard some basic information, such as Austin was a dangerous person. Fury carried Austin's information with him because Fury couldn't find any matching doubts in the information. This is very telling. Is the person who can deal with Fury and make Fury embarrassed an ordinary person as shown in the information? Anyone who believes it is a fool. Chapter 47, a gift for Fury. On a highway in New York. Don't ask where this is or what highway this is. Feng said he didn't know. He just drove along the road with the least traffic to the suburbs. As for where to go, he hasn't decided yet. Maybe he would find a beautiful place to digest the gains from these times of crossing, such as practicing the spells on the Key of Solomon, or practicing the dark spells modified by Ancient One, or find a deserted place to interrogate the devil in the scroll to see if he can extort some of the devil's spells. Feng hummed a song without a single note in tune, parked the RV in a gas station on the side of the road, picked up the shoulder bag on the passenger seat, and walked into the convenience store at the gas station. There was no way Feng hadn't eaten lunch since he left the restaurant in Chinatown. Now that he ran out of New York City, he felt very hungry. If there was no food in the convenience store here, he would open a portal to a place called Northern Ming. There was a creature called Kun in that place. Li Feng felt that he could eat one at a time and eat it raw without seasoning. Just as Li Feng entered the convenience store and was eating like a starving ghost, Mei, who was driving the car as smoothly as an airplane, finally saw the RV parked inside the gas station. Mei pointed at the RV and asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" Fury pushed open the car door, pointed to the communicator in his earpiece while adjusting his collar, and said, "Be prepared for support in the car. If you find anything wrong, contact the bureau immediately and ask them to send fighter jets for support. If necessary, attack Austin from the air." Mei was stunned and said with a twitching mouth as he took out a pistol, "Sir, what you said is a bit exaggerated. Fighter jets? Why don't you say to send a tank unit for support?" Fury turned his head to look at Mei, curled his lips, and said, "If necessary, just contact the tank unit." "Mei, that's not how it works. It makes me feel like a world war is about to break out." Fury didn't care what Mei thought. He only knew that if Austin was really an alien, or an alien with the intention of invading, then a war might really break out, or a planetary level war. By then, let alone tanks, nuclear weapons would be thrown like dumplings. Walking straight to the front of the RV, Fury skillfully opened the door with a pin, got into the car, and waited quietly for Li Feng to come back. At this time, the table in front of Li Feng was a mess. Before leaving, Li Feng was still burping and deliberately carried a box of bottled beer back to the car, preparing to get a chicken or rabbit or something for a barbecue in the evening. After opening the door, Li Feng casually threw the beer and shoulder bag on the passenger seat. Before starting the car, Li Feng felt a pistol on the back of his head. Li Feng quietly mobilized his magic power to do a good job of protection and looked through the rearview mirror to see who dared to rob a wizard. In the rearview mirror, Fury was holding up a pistol, saying with a half smile, "Long time no see, Austin. A green-skinned man asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he knew it was Fury who was pointing a gun at him. He stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger towards Fury, saying, "Keep your hand steady. If the gun goes off accidentally, wouldn't I be killed unjustly?" Li Feng understood that Fury mentioned the green-skinned man to him because he was afraid that he was not the Austin he met at the beginning. He also said with a half smile, "Which green-skinned man are you talking about? I know a lot of green-skinned men. Speaking of the green-skinned man who impressed me the most, it was the one who modified the airplane with a hammer and a screwdriver. I remember you said he was worthy of being a scientific researcher." Hearing this, Fury knew that he had not found the wrong person, but he did not want to put down the pistol easily. He took out handcuffs from his waist and motioned Li Feng to handcuff him and said, "When I asked about your identity, you said it was not the time. Now it's time to tell me who you are." Li Feng took the handcuffs and hung them on the rearview mirror, saying, "You are so polite. You just came. You also gave me a pair of silver bracelets. I will accept them without hesitation." Seeing that Li Feng used an excuse that was so bad that he was too lazy to complain about to change the subject, Fury poked Li Feng's head with a gun and said, "Please answer my question. As for the gift, I really prepared it for you, but it's on the way." Li Feng turned his head and looked at Fury in surprise. He just heard something. Suspecting that he was hallucinating, Li Feng scratched his ears and said in an uncertain tone, "You said you prepared a gift for me?" Seeing Fury nod, Li Feng subconsciously shook his head and said, "I remember that Fury is a guy who opens his mouth and asks for good things when he sees them, so it is impossible for him to give me a gift. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be an African?" Fury's eyes twitched. Although he knew Li Feng was joking, he didn't know why. He felt that his right hand holding the gun was not under his control. His right hand seemed to have its own thoughts, and it wanted to pull the trigger. Fury gritted his teeth and said, "I'm Fury. Talus asked me to take him to say hello. I still can't believe it." Li Feng looked up through the windshield and looked at the sun in the sky. He confirmed that the sun was hanging in the west in the afternoon. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Or am I dreaming? It's morning now. The sun rises from the west." Through Fury's communicator, Mei also heard Li Feng's words. She was now sure that Fury and Austin were very familiar with each other. After all, people who were not familiar with them really didn't know the stingy character of their superiors, but at the same time she was also confused, because she clearly heard Fury asking Austin what his identity would be at that time. What was going on? Could it be that Austin was serving a secret force, and Fury wanted to find out Austin's identity? But Fury's expression, when he said he would send out the fighter plane, didn't look like he was joking. May felt a little headache. Although analyzing useful intelligence from a few words was a basic operation for an agent, she said her head hurt and she really couldn't analyze any intelligence. Speaking of gifts, Feng ignored the gun at the back of his head, took out a mobile USB flash drive that was suspected to have been soaked in strong acid from his shoulder bag, and said, "I have a gift for you too." Fury looked at the finger-sized mobile USB flash drive in Feng's hand, squinted and asked, "I didn't know that a sloppy guy like you also have high-tech stuff. Could this be?" Fury pointed to the sky and said, "Something brought from outside?" Fury knew that high-end products like mobile USB flash drives had not been popular in the market for long. Anyway, he would not believe that Feng, who was an earthling, would play with high-tech things, so this was most likely private goods brought by the alien Austin from outer space. Feng blinked in confusion at first, then realized that outside referred to space, and said speechlessly, "You don't think I'm an alien, do you?" Rolling his eyes at Fury, Feng pinched his cheek and said, "This is skin native to the earth, 100% natural, no additives or modifications." Fury was worried that Feng would say something about the Kree, so he quickly turned off the communicator in his cochlea and said, "Since you are a pure natural earthling, then please tell me how you returned to the ground from the Earth's orbit? Don't tell me you jumped directly down." Feng shrugged, threw the mobile USB flash drive in his hand to Fury, and said, "Then I will be smashed into a meat patty, the kind that will be steamed directly in the pot." Glancing at the communicator that was crushed by Fury, Feng looked at May sitting in the car and said, "You are bold enough. As the director, you didn't let the agents come over, but came to see me in person. Should I feel lucky, or should I worry that there is a sniper aiming at my forehead, where I can't see? Director? Although I want to be the director, I'm not one yet." Fury took the USB drive, took a look at it, and asked, "Has it been soaked in sulfuric acid, or was it corroded by your bad breath when it was in your mouth?" Feng scratched his head. "This thing has really been in my mouth. In order to test whether an ordinary person wrapped in magic power can carry it through time, is it easy for me? This is the experimental data of a certain mad scientist who resurrected corpses. There are foolproof instructions in it. As long as you can repair the USB drive, you can resurrect anyone's corpse you want, but he has some minor side effects. The resurrected corpse is similar to that of an amnesiac, who has forgotten whether he is a man or a woman." Fury stared at Feng with his one eye, shook the USB drive in his hand, and sneered, "If the data in it is really as you said, I'm sure you are an alien. Resurrecting corpses? You might as well say that the data in this junk is the secret to becoming a god. Anyway, it can't be repaired after being corroded like this, so it's up to you to say whatever you want. Don't believe it?" Feng ignored the pistol in Fury's hand, stood up and walked straight to the locker of the RV, blocked Fury's sight with his body, took out a matchbox-sized magic book from his pocket, put it in the locker to enlarge it, and took it out. Turning and walking in front of Fury, Feng turned the magic book to the page that recorded the Frankenstein experiment notes, pointed to the text and said, "This is a text record. It depends on whether you can understand it." Also, Feng pointed at the pistol helplessly and said, "Can you stop pointing a gun at me all day? It's annoying to see it, you know." Fury glanced at Feng. After all, he was a senior agent, and he believed that he could judge that Feng was indeed not afraid of pistols. After thinking about it, he put away the pistol and looked at the magic book. Fury could still tell whether the experimental notes were nonsense or reliable. However, just after taking a look, the door of the RV was suddenly opened. May pointed a pistol at Feng. She glanced at Fury and made sure that Fury was not injured. She asked, "Sir, are you okay? Is this the end?" The African here just put away his gun, and another one pointed a gun at me. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Before Li Feng could speak, Fury lowered his head to look at the magic book, stretched out his hand to signal May to put away the pistol, and said in a serious tone, "Melinda, let Carlson bring some medical experts, the sooner the better." May looked at Fury in confusion. Fury usually called himself May, and only called himself Melinda in urgent or important tasks. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, May put away her pistol, took out her mobile phone, and made a call, saying, "Yes, sir." Chapter 48 Fury's Hidden Meaning. Outside the RV, after May hung up the phone, Fury ordered that no one could approach the RV without his permission. May was very curious about the relationship between Fury and Li Feng. If they were friends, then what about Fury's previous reminder to call for support when something went wrong? It was also unreasonable to say that he was an enemy. Didn't you see that Fury came to see Li Feng alone, and he only brought a small pistol to meet him, even though he knew that Li Feng was a dangerous person. However, curiosity aside, May still had the basic qualities as an agent. She stood firmly at her post, holding the gun in both hands, and her eyes scanned the surrounding environment like a lioness hunting. Of course, it would be better if the ears that were erected and ready to eavesdrop at any time were not so obvious. Li Feng took a sip from a bottle of beer from time to time and glanced at Fury with boredom, who had just finished reading the notes on resurrecting corpses and was still struggling with the magic book. He complained in his heart, "It's my magic book after all. It would be strange if you could see content that is not related to resurrecting corpses without my permission." Fury was also complaining in his heart, "It's obviously a 10 cm thick book, but except for the content you opened, I can't even turn the pages of the rest. With this kind of unknown technology, you dare to say that you are produced by the original ecology of the earth? You might as well just say that the name of the planet where you come from is the same as the name of the earth." After a long time, Fury, who couldn't figure out the answer, turned to the next page, closed the magic book, and handed it to Li Feng. He picked up a bottle of beer and said, "I'm curious, where did you find these contents, or did you get them from?" Fury glanced at May outside the car. He didn't want to let May know that there were aliens on Earth, so he lowered his voice and continued, "Local specialties from your hometown." Li Feng was speechless. He felt that Fury had a hole in his brain or something. Why did he determine that he was an alien? He didn't believe that Fury hadn't looked for his information after they separated last time. His information clearly told everyone that he was a native of Earth. "You are the blue-skinned or green-skinned alien. That's not right. You are the black-skinned alien." When he was struggling with whether to tell Fury that he was actually a wizard, Li Feng suddenly realized that Fury repeatedly emphasized that he was an alien, as if he was implicitly squeezing out his identity. As long as he felt annoyed and said something casually, Fury would be able to judge what he was. If he admitted that he was an alien, then there was nothing to say. All Fury had to consider was whether to detain him or dissect him. If he didn't admit it, then as Fury asked, where did the technology for resurrecting corpses come from? After all, there was no information about Li Feng's contact with this kind of technology in the information Fury had investigated. If Li Feng wanted to explain it clearly, he would either tell the secret of his ability to travel through time truthfully, or make up an excuse that Fury would be convinced. And it's not so easy to make up a lie that can fool a spy chief. Thinking of this, Li Feng put down the beer in his hand and sneered, "Why do I feel like there's something else you're saying? You're asking so many questions." Fury knew that Li Feng was on guard, and it was unlikely that he would be able to get any useful information. However, the resurrection technology that Li Feng gave him was enough for him to digest for a while, and it also proved that Li Feng did not have any ill intentions. Thinking of this, Fury got up and got himself a bottle of beer. After sitting back opposite Li Feng, he looked at the scenery outside the car window and asked in a low voice, "Tell me about the equipment of the Kree people. What have you researched?" Li Feng smiled and said, "Do you have an occupational disease? Whether I answer yes or no, you can be sure that I have the Kree equipment in my hands. In other words, you admit that you took the Kree equipment on the cruiser before." Fury changed to a comfortable posture, crossed his legs, drank a sip of beer, and asked curiously, "Before, I was curious whether you would take the alien weapons to the black market to sell, but after my investigation, I found that there were not even suspected alien weapons on the black market." Fury pointed to the magic book that could not be opened and said faintly, "I think it takes a fingerprint password or something to open this book. I don't believe that you, who are ordinary in the information, have this technology, so I wonder if there is a scientific research institution behind you, and you are a researcher." Li Feng shook his head and smiled. "Do you think I look like a researcher?" Fury spread his hands. "Then how do you explain that non-researchers can wander around with these materials? If they are combatants, they should be holding weapons. Only researchers will take the materials home to continue their research." Fury came close to Li Feng, and Li Feng subconsciously leaned back, wanting to get away from the dark face less than 20 centimeters away from him. Fury grinned and said, "Or are you a corporate spy? This book was actually stolen from a laboratory, and you only unlocked the page about resurrecting corpses? Maybe we can cooperate. You tell me the source of this book, and I will send my elite troops to get the password to open the other pages." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. He felt tired. Every time Fury asked a question, there was a mystery. No matter how he answered, he could find some clues from it. Just like now, Li Feng said that the magic book was his, and he didn't need fingerprints or passwords to turn the book. Fury would definitely not believe it unless Li Feng explained how to open the magic book and let him see the contents. If the magic book is not his, how should Li Feng explain it? Did he really make himself up as a commercial spy? If you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself, especially the head of the Secret Service. Li Feng doesn't think he has such ability, so not only Fury will not believe this, but even Li Feng himself doesn't believe it. Simply, Li Feng ignored Fury's question, drank beer by himself, looked at the scenery in the distance, and used practical actions to show his attitude. Fury saw Li Feng's plan, but he was not in a hurry. After all, Li Feng was in front of him, and he believed that Li Feng could not run away. It was just that Li Feng's attitude made him a little unhappy. If it weren't for the kindness shown by Li Feng before, he was ready to subdue Li Feng now and return to the bureau to slowly unlock the secret of the magic book. Even if he couldn't subdue Li Feng, it didn't matter. He could at least get Li Feng's specific strength. But before that, Fury needed to confirm whether the matter of resurrecting the corpse was true. If it was true, he would have to contact electronic experts to find a way to repair the broken mobile USB drive. If it was fake, he could subdue Li Feng and take him away. It was that simple. Time passed by minute. When Li Feng was about to fall asleep on the table, he could vaguely hear the roar of a helicopter in the sky. Fury, who had been closing his eyes and pretending to take a nap, also heard the noise of the helicopter in the sky. He stood up and stretched his body while looking through the car window at Carlson, who got off the helicopter. Seeing Carlson holding a bag of food and beer, Fury pushed Li Feng, who was also pretending to take a nap, and said, "The takeaway you ordered has arrived. This is the first time I've seen a helicopter used for delivery. Your takeaway is worth it." Li Feng turned his head to look at the delivery man. Carlson scratched his head and asked, "Takeaway? When did I order it?" Fury opened the car door and motioned Carlson and a white man in a white coat who looked like a doctor to get in the car. He said to Li Feng, "May told me that you were originally going to enjoy a delicious lunch in the restaurant, but unfortunately there was a small accident in the restaurant which caused your delicious lunch time to be ruined. So I asked my capable man to help you pack another delicious meal." After that, Fury motioned Carlson to hand the food bag in his hand to Li Feng. Li Feng took the food bag, opened it and took a look. He then looked at the faintly visible Mediterranean hairline on Carlson's head and said, "Thanks, man. It must be very stressful to work under this non-African. Remember to take good care of your hair." Non-African? Carlson glanced at Fury. No one else in this scene could be called non-African except Fury. But Fury was still the superior, so Carlson didn't dare to say anything more. He smiled at Li Feng to express his goodwill. Carlson pointed at the doctor and said, "Superior, this is Dr. Owen. He has a doctorate in biology." And Fury didn't care about Owen's academic qualifications. He just wanted to know whether Li Feng was talking nonsense about the resurrection of the corpse, or it was true. If the resurrection of the corpse was true, let alone what he could gain, the zombies active in some corners of the city would be enough to keep him busy for a while. Fury interrupted Coulson's introduction. Hello, Dr. Owen, I need your insights to help me analyze some medical knowledge. As he spoke, Fury picked up the magic book on the table and prepared to open it and hand it to Owen. Unfortunately, the magic book was like a model book that could not be opened. No matter how hard Fury tried, he could not open it. Fury could only turn his head to look at Li Feng helplessly. While signaling Li Feng to open the magic book with his eyes, he was also conveying the message of I'm curious about how you open the book. Li Feng shrugged, indicating that he did not want to talk about the issue of what kind of pose to make when turning the book. He opened the book and handed it to Owen, indicating that Owen could sit down and read slowly. Fury didn't want Coulson to know too much for the time being, so when Li Feng opened the magic book, he used his body to block the book, turned his back to Li Feng and faced Coulson, blinked inexplicably, and said, "You and May will take turns on guard. Let May take a rest." Coulson looked at Li Feng curiously, nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Getting out of the RV, Coulson with his back to the RV blinked at May and said, "Hi, May. The sir asked you to take a rest." May understood what Coulson meant in an instant and said expressionlessly, "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Call me at any time if you need anything. I will rest in the car." After that, May deliberately walked to her car from the back of the RV. Back to the car, May took out a bottle of mineral water from the trunk and drank while looking at the RV. After making sure that Li Feng in the RV did not notice her, May took out a palm-sized locator from the corner of the trunk. Carrying a bottle of mineral water, May walked towards Coulson from the back of the RV, as if she was just going to hand the mineral water to Coulson. But when May walked to the exhaust pipe of the RV, she seemed to feel that her shoelaces were a little loose. She squatted down to tie her shoelaces and looked around. Seeing that no one was around, May quickly attached the locator to the chassis of the RV, stood up and walked towards Coulson, handing him the mineral water. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. The Disappearance of People and Cars. At first, when Owen took over the magic book, he didn't care about the content in the book. Doctors are high-income people in the United States, so he has enough money to satisfy his hobbies, such as collecting old antiques. In addition, Owen also has a cooperative relationship with SHIELD, so there are more sources of antiques. So when Owen took over the magic book, he judged that the pages contained the breadth of history. In addition, when Coulson took Owen, he apparently needed a medical expert, so Owen had reason to believe that the content Fury asked him to read was some medical methods in ancient times, but there was no need to say what the medical level in ancient times was like and what was interesting. Just say that in modern times, due to the rapid development of science and technology, some medical concepts have been judged as invalid treatment methods. Owen felt that the most reliable guess was nothing more than some medical ideas limited by the technology of the times, unless a local tyrant used this antique book that could be placed in a museum to record the most advanced medical knowledge now. So Owen was more interested in the magic book than the content of the book. Fury saw that Owen's attention was all on the material of the magic book and had to cough dryly to remind Owen to turn his attention to the text. To Fury, who was disturbing him from appreciating antiques, Owen said that, since director Alexander Pierce was interested in this mission, he would help you take a look. As Owen carefully read the content, he began to mutter, "This is impossible, this is wrong," and other words. In Li Feng's eyes, Owen at this time was like a mental patient who needed to use his hands to locate the text to read. Fury could see that Owen was shouting that it was impossible, but his incredible expression told him that the USB flash drive given by Li Feng needed to be repaired. Until the night fell completely, Owen, who had untied his tie and buried his head in studying, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and looked up to ask Fury for a bottle of water. After Owen drank a whole bottle of water, Fury couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Owen, I wonder if you can replicate the experiment of resurrecting corpses?" Owen looked at the magic book inside. From the content of the book, the experiment of resurrecting corpses has been completed, and I saw a record of using electric eels to resurrect corpses, which means that this experiment is some years old. So after I digest the knowledge, I can not only replicate this experiment, but also improve it in many places, to make the resurrected corpse stronger. Strong? Fury narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, how can the ability be enhanced after resurrection? Owen nodded, raised his arm, motioned Fury to look at his biceps, and said, human muscles are controlled by the brain. Even after professional training, the brain nerves stimulate the muscles, to stimulate potential energy, to achieve greater speed and strength, but it is only 30 to 40%. But the resurrected corpses are not controlled by the brain. They can exert 100% of their muscle strength after training. Fury looked at Li Feng subconsciously. He wanted to ask Li Feng how many supermen were resurrected, where they were distributed, and whether it would have any impact on society. Li Feng saw Fury's worries and smiled. You like to think too much about some things. I tell you clearly that no one has been resurrected so far, so you can put your heart at ease. And do you remember the side effects of this experiment I mentioned? Fury and Owen sneered at the same time. Fury thought that, since he knew the side effects of corpse resurrection, it was interesting to say that no one was resurrected. Owen knew that Li Feng was lying by reading the contents of the magic book. The contents of the book had clearly told him that the doctor named Frankenstein had resurrected a corpse with fragments of internal organs. At least one. Owen was thinking about how to report to Pierce, while frowning and thinking about the side effects mentioned by Li Feng. At least he could not find the record of side effects in the book. Maybe I should experiment secretly? Fury looked at Li Feng and said, from what you said, it seems that you don't want to spread the resurrection technology. This is resurrection. Don't you know how crazy people will be when they know you have this technology? As long as you help them resurrect their families, money, and status will be at your fingertips. Li Feng certainly knew how good the resurrection technology was. Apart from anything else, as long as he resurrected all the American presidents lying in the cemetery as a backer, not only would no one dare to stop him from peeing and defecating anywhere in the White House, but they would also applaud Li Feng for peeing far away. As for these presidents, having no souls and no memories, do you think Li Feng would say it? And who would believe that they have no souls? This is a world where science prevails, and souls don't exist. In addition, people will die one day, and when they die, they will have to rely on Li Feng's technology to resurrect. Didn't you see that all the presidents crawled out of the cemetery to take family photos? It would be strange if they dared to offend Li Feng. Since Fury has confirmed that the experiment of resurrecting corpses is feasible, Li Feng, who doesn't want outsiders to know too much about his existence, raised his right hand with a complicated expression and snapped his fingers lightly. When Li Feng's expression changed, Fury had already quickly drawn his gun and pointed it at Li Feng. It was not until he saw clearly that Li Feng had just snapped his fingers that Fury hesitated and prepared to put the gun back into the holster. Without any apology on his face, he said, I'm sorry, I don't know your specific identity. I just know that you can deal with the Kree elite team, which makes me a little nervous. Li Feng, who had already finished casting the spell, rolled his eyes and said, don't ask me about my identity at this time. Don't you feel my obvious goodwill? You're still nervous. I think you should go see a doctor. Do you have a nervous system in your body? After that, Li Feng turned his head to look at Owen, who was under the temptation spell, and asked bluntly, Mr. Owen, are you Hydra? Fury was stunned. Just when he was about to raise his gun to ask Li Feng about Hydra, he heard Owen say, yes. Maddened, Fury subconsciously pointed the gun at Owen. At this time, Fury noticed that Owen, who was motionless, had confusion and dullness in his eyes. What is this? You just snapped your fingers to hypnotize him? Fury felt incredible. No foreplay, no tools, just a snap of fingers, and it hypnotized an adult. So Austin is a superpower, and his ability is hypnosis. Was it hypnosis that killed an elite warrior of the Kree on the cruiser? Li Feng heard Owen's answer and let out a long breath. Yes, hypnosis. Before, I was thinking, if Owen was an ordinary person, how should I deal with him to prevent the resurrection of the corpse from being leaked? Now, since Mr. Owen is a Hydra, you think you will make him shut up? Fury stared at Li Feng. He had thought that Li Feng was an alien with various high-tech equipment, or that he had amazing force and could easily knock down 7 or 8 strong men. He also thought that Li Feng was a superpower who could spit fire or something, but he never thought that Li Feng's ability was hypnosis. Hypnosis is much more troublesome than spitting fire. If you are not careful, you will be controlled by Austin. It is also very difficult to determine who is controlled by him. What's more terrible is that Austin's ability has nothing to do with resurrecting corpses. It's just that this antique book can still say that the resurrection of corpses happened more than 200 years ago, but the USB flash drive is definitely a modern product, so the means of resurrecting corpses can only be obtained by Austin from somewhere. While Li Feng's danger level is constantly increasing, Fury is also sorting out many questions in his mind, such as Austin's true identity, who he works for, etc. Fury, who has already determined to subdue Li Feng and bring him back to SHIELD for careful interrogation, even thought about who should be sent to monitor in the future, even if it is assessed that Li Feng's superpowers will not get out of control and agree to let him return to society to live. After all, the ability to hypnotize with a snap of fingers is too troublesome. Who knows if Li Feng will hypnotize the supervisors? Watching Fury handcuff Owen expressionlessly, Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. He guessed what Fury was planning. After all, this guy's a ruthless person who can stare at himself taking a shower. Fury opened the car door, ready to let Carlson take Owen, who was still in a hypnotic state, back to SHIELD, but he didn't expect Li Feng to suddenly kick him off the RV. Before Fury could draw his gun, he heard Li Feng say, "I'm going to sleep. I hate people watching me when I sleep, so please leave gracefully. We can talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Also, take good care of the little thing in your pocket, and don't let me see amnesiacs all over the streets one day." Fury, who was kicked, only thought whether Li Feng was preparing to escape, just like he disappeared inexplicably on the cruiser. He took out a pistol, stared at Li Feng's palm with his one eye, to prevent Li Feng from suddenly snapping his fingers to hypnotize him, and said, "Since you saved me before, and we get along well, as long as you come back to the bureau with me, and record your ability in the directory, I promise that you will not be harmed." Haha, Li Feng sneered, closed the car door casually, and said, "The world is big, sleep is the most important. We can talk about it tomorrow, if there is anything." After that, Li Feng opened the roof of the car, ignored Fury who was still knocking on the door, carried 2 bottles of beer and boiled chicken with peanuts bought by Carlson, climbed onto the roof of the car, and leisurely ate peanuts and chicken. Carlson glanced at Li Feng who was sitting cross-legged on the roof, and whispered to Fury, "Sir, what should we do now? Mr. Austin obviously has no ill intentions, and we can't use lethal weapons easily." Fury shouted at Li Feng in a bad mood, "You actually ate the food I bought and gasped me, and let me only watch but not drink. Where is your conscience?" Li Feng didn't even look at Fury. "You said so much, just because you are afraid that I will run away, and you want to squat on the roof to monitor me closely, I will ignore you." Although Fury thought that he was just climbing a motorhome, it was a piece of cake for him who was agile. But in order to prevent Li Feng from hypnotizing himself inexplicably, Fury thought about it and finally asked May to drive the car in front of the motorhome, blocking the motorhome and preventing Li Feng from leaving, waiting for support to come and forcibly take Li Feng away. Li Feng is not stupid, he will stay where he is and wait to be caught. So when Fury and Carlson were a little away from the motorhome, he quietly opened the portal. Under the incredulous gazes of Fury and the other two, an orange-yellow light circle suddenly appeared under the RV and instantly engulfed the RV. Fury looked at Li Feng who suddenly disappeared, slammed his car door hard, and cursed, "Damn it." Chapter 50 Spells. Fury walked around the place where the RV was parked before, making sure that the RV disappeared rather than became invisible, then turned to May and asked, "Did you put the locator on the RV?" May said, "Of course," while operating the tracker in her hand. After a while, Fury and Carlson looked at May tapping the instrument with a puzzled look on her face, muttering, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Fury walked to May, glanced at the longitude dimension marked on the instrument, and said with a glare, "Afghanistan? You are not going to tell me that Austin, who was just in front of us, suddenly disappeared and appeared in Afghanistan?" May said helplessly, "Sir, I can only tell you that I'm very sure that the locator is installed on the RV. Either the tracker is broken, or Austin has really arrived in Afghanistan." Carlson hesitated and said, "Sir, do you remember when we escorted the person with superpowers on the bone back during the day? He also disappeared suddenly. Do you think it was Mr. Austin who did it?" Fury pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, "I hope it wasn't him. Otherwise the next time we meet, I won't send you fried peanuts, but metal peanuts." Looking at the vanishing RV, Fury fiddled with the USB flash drive in his pocket with one hand, rubbed his brow with the other and asked, "Contact the logistics department and ask them to send someone to see what method Austin used to disappear." Carlson laughed while dialing the number of SHIELD. "It looks like a time-space wormhole has been opened. Can you still laugh?" Fury's mood is terrible now. Putting Austin aside, just the resurrection of the corpse and the fact that Owen is Hydra are enough to trouble him. Taking out the USB flash drive from his pocket, Fury handed it to Carlson while staring into Carlson's eyes and said, "Repair this thing. Remember, no one can view the contents inside. This is level 10 confidential information." Carlson was stunned for a moment, and after taking the USB flash drive, he nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, sir." May looked at the USB flash drive curiously, wondering if this thing was given to Fury by Austin, and where Austin was. Anyway, she didn't believe that someone could suddenly run from the United States to Afghanistan in the blink of an eye. Feng, with a buzzing head, was lying on the roof of the RV surrounded by deserts, basking in the sun. As a person who knew only a little about geography, it took him a long time to remember that he had forgotten the time difference between Afghanistan and the United States. It was already dark in New York, but it was still morning in Afghanistan. After drinking the beer in his hand in one gulp, Feng casually threw the bottle on the desert, turned over and got into the RV, picked up the map, and prepared to find a beautiful place to organize his own spells. After a long time, Feng pointed at the address on the map, thinking silently in his heart. Portland, which belongs to the western United States, is close to the estuary, where the Willamette River joins the Columbia River. Because it is close to the Pacific Ocean, it has a marine climate, and the winter is more humid than the summer. Because this climate is more suitable for growing roses, there are many rose plantations in the city, and Portland is also called the City of Roses. Finding a seaside with fewer people in Portland is an ideal place for me to practice magic. However, before leaving Afghanistan, Feng knocked around the RV while sending out his mental power. "I have to check the RV carefully. After all, it is always uneasy if I don't check the place where the agent chief has stayed." Soon, Feng found the locator hidden under the rear of the car and threw it aside. He whistled and boarded the RV, opened the portal to Portland, and after a step on the accelerator, Feng had arrived in Portland. With the portal, traveling is so convenient. A day later, an armed helicopter appeared in the sky above the desert and circled around the locator. Carlson got off the helicopter with the tracker and walked straight to the locator. While picking up the locator, Carlson also noticed the bottle of wine on the ground in the distance. Carlson squatted beside the bottle in confusion and looked at it. Feng drank the wine he bought at the beginning. Naturally, Carlson recognized that it was the beer he bought. After thinking about it, Carlson carefully put the beer bottle into the evidence bag. He wanted to take it back for testing to see if the fingerprints on it were Feng's. Although the appearance of the locator has proved that Feng did suddenly run from the United States to Afghanistan, Carlson still couldn't believe it. If Feng's fingerprints could also be collected on the beer bottle, Carlson said that they would be in big trouble. A person with superpowers who can hypnotize and run around the world, let alone arrest, even monitoring can't be done. Portland, a seaside with piles of rocks and no people. Feng parked the RV in the bushes and made a simple camouflage. First, he stood on the roof of the car and looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then, carrying the spell scroll given by Leonor and the devil spell modified by Guyi, he walked straight into the dense forest and opened the mirror space to practice spells. It is not easy to pry the spell out of the devil's mouth. Even if Li Feng believes that he has the angel feather that can restrain the devil, he still needs to be careful at all times. Therefore, before unlocking the devil's seal, Li Feng must first understand the devil's spells and learn the spells to restrain the devil. And this learning took more than half a year. In the mirror space, after half a year of understanding and practice, Li Feng, who believes that he has mastered the spell to restrain the devil, carefully spread the scroll that sealed the devil on the ground, holding the wooden box containing the pseudo-angel feather given by Leonor in one hand, while unlocking the seal on the scroll. The old man devil had just been freed from the seal and couldn't wait to sense the existence of hell in order to recover some strength. Unfortunately, the planes are different. Let's not talk about whether he can sense hell. Even if he senses to you, it is different from his hometown in his impression. Moreover, with his current strength, it would be strange if he could sense hell in the mirror space. Li Feng shook the wooden box, smiled and looked at the confused devil, and said, "Old man, don't be busy contacting hell. How about chatting with me to relieve my boredom?" The devil looked at the space crystal walls around him that were like uneven glass, and then looked at his broken hands and feet, knowing that he could not escape for the time being. Moreover, he also understood that, since the wizard on the opposite side chose to seal him instead of killing him on the spot like a demon hunter, this meant that the wizard had something to ask of him. Whether the wizard wanted to get information about hell or something else, this was his capital to escape alive. Thinking of this, the devil thought about what Li Feng wanted from him, and said, "The devil's name is very long. I won't tell you the full name. You can call me Dobby, respected wizard. What is your name?" Although in the Demon Slayer warrior, the devils all fight with fists, but it does not mean that the devils will not use spells. Li Feng is not sure whether the devil in front of him will cast curse spells in secret after knowing his birth date and name. Just in case, Li Feng decided to make up a name. "My name is Jerry," Dobby said with a smile. "Master Jerry, what do you want me to do?" While talking, Dobby tried to sit up and secretly adjusted the little manner in his body. However, he couldn't sit up even with his broken arms and legs. He could only say helplessly, "Can you help me? It's a sin not to be able to greet you, and it's even more impolite to talk to you while lying down. I'm also a well-mannered devil." Li Feng couldn't play the mirror space like Ancient One, but he could still control every move in the mirror space. So when the devil pretended to want to sit up but couldn't, Li Feng had already discovered the mana fluctuations on the devil. Li Feng pouted and opened the wooden box while sneering. "What? You still don't give up now, thinking about how to escape? You want me to get close to you and cast a spell on me?" The moment Li Feng opened the wooden box, Dobby had already felt the energy restraining himself. The energy emitted from the pseudo-angel feathers corroded his body quickly like strong acid. Bido rolled on the ground in pain, away from Li Feng who was approaching him, as if doing so could reduce the pain, and wailed, "Jerry, my friend, don't come over please, don't." Li Feng, who was holding the wooden box, glanced at the pseudo-angel feather, and scratched his head. Why does Dobby look like a little girl who is about to be violated? This is a bit exaggerated. I don't know why I suddenly like to hear you wailing. It would be better if it was louder. Thinking of this, Li Feng walked towards Dobby who was constantly rolling and said, "Now, are you still thinking about how to leave?" "No, I dare not," Dobby, who had rolled to the edge of the mirror space, said with a voice that seemed to be scalded by boiling water. "Master, I'm willing to submit to you and swear to be your servant. Just ask you to take away the damn wooden box. Is there any loyalty in the devil's submission?" So Li Feng directly regarded Dobby's oath as a stinky fart, but Li Feng still closed the wooden box and converged the energy emitted by the feather. He wanted the devil's spell, and how could the dead Dobby introduce the spell? Li Feng looked at Dobby, who was gasping for breath with burns all over his body, and said with a smacking mouth, "How can you guarantee your loyalty? Imprisonment spells." Dobby looked at the wooden box in Li Feng's hand with fear in his eyes, and said, "I know a kind of slave contract. After signing the contract, as long as you have a thought, my soul will be burned clean in hellfire." Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took out a blank scroll and a pen. threw it to Dobby, and said, "Now, record the spells you know on the scroll. Remember, all the spells." Dobby looked at Li Feng with a confused look on his face, raised his crippled hands, and said with a trembling mouth, "Master, how do you want me to write? Either you bring me your energy, so that I can repair the broken limbs, or I ask you to record the spells." If it weren't for the teachings of Ancient One, Li Feng might have foolishly let Dobby recite and record the spells himself, but now write the spells himself? Li Feng only knew that the devil had a contract, but he didn't know how to operate it. What if Dobby was talking about a contract, and Li Feng foolishly wrote it down? Wouldn't that complete the contract? Who is the master, and who is the servant then? As for Li Feng's previous learning of magic from the Plague Devil, in the words of Ancient One, he was lucky. If the Plague Devil was smarter and shifted his focus from the Key of Solomon to Li Feng, as long as he did something wrong in the spell he taught, Li Feng might have been possessed by the other party. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.